We're going to be in continuous coverage through the overnight hours now here on Facebook, and we'll break into programming as needed. Looks like those tornado warnings, they just canceled them back here to the west, or at least they let them expire.
Still some weak rotation going on, though, back there.
Oh, definitely. And that's kind of in an area it's going to be tough to detect from that radar site that far away. So as the storms get closer, and here's what we're talking about. Let me get in here. Go over the latest model guidance. So here's this line of storms, and really the worst of the weather. All the warnings are up here in the middle Tennessee, and this is coinciding with where the strongest 850 millibar jet is really screaming across the area. This has been kind of slow to develop, but this is what we've been watching and waiting for, is this development here, this line. I'm going to put a storm track here. I'm going to put these moving at about 50 miles per hour. And I don't know why the software doesn't let me go farther than that. So I'm going to have to back out here and do that one more time. So I'm going to move these at about 50 miles per hour. There's a lot of lightning. I just don't have lightning turned on with this. So that puts this into Tupelo 1245, Red Bay 106, Florence about 121. And I'll go over the latest model guidance. There is a tornado that's confirmed in Tennessee, and I'll get to that right now. Let's just delete that. And this is kind of in no man's land as far as radar coverage goes too. So this storm has a confirmed tornado with it. It's moving through on the north side of Savannah there on Highway 64 as you go west of Waynesboro. This storm, let me put a track on here. I'll get up to Nashville too in case you may be watching from Nashville. Maybe you're out there on vacation. So I'm going to push this at about 50 miles per hour. This is going to be the Mount Pleasant area, also Columbia, Tennessee, down the road at 1241, and that'll, pardon me, it's that apple pie, at about, I would say about 1 o'clock in the morning, this will track across Interstate 65. So maybe you know someone on the road, or maybe going north to Nashville, traveling south from Nashville. And again, that storm has a confirmed tornado warning with it. Debris signature on the radar as well. These storms up here north of Nashville, I mean, they're still dangerous up here. Let me make sure I've got the Nashville radar on this. And then I'll be able to look at some of your questions. I should probably full screen this. All right, let me edit this. Edit selected element. Yeah, those ones in Mississippi, those will affect Iron City as well. So let's get up here. Just want to make sure I've got the Nashville radar because it didn't look like I did. Nope, I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, and you were asking how you set that up?
Yeah.
Yeah, you go in here.
Sweeping radar.
And you go on this pencil, edit the set of radar sites.
And they already have them listed,
Yep.
you just check
And when
it.
you go in there, you can see how many hours you want to save the data for.
Okay.
And the velocity and all of those.
Gotcha.
And when we get hurricanes and stuff like that, I change that. So let's get in closer to Nashville here real quick. Now that I've got the Nashville radar loaded in here, you can see it looks just a little bit different. So these are pretty intense, severe thunderstorms moving east-northeast towards Hendersonville, Springfield, south of Adairville, and they've just pretty much got what we would call like a blanket warning almost with these polygons, just numerous. Let me spread the view out here. Still nothing firing up here. We've got some showers from Lawrenceburg to the southwest, but overall the atmosphere is really not that unstable as you go east. And right now, the instability is really right on the state line. So if I were to draw where the most of the instability is right now, that 1,000 joules per kilogram, pretty much right here and to the north, and then it drops off quite a bit right behind that line. So the maximum shear instability kind of overlapping right there in western Tennessee. Let's take a look for you folks in southern middle Tennessee with this line. Again, it's going to switch radar there.
And I think the National Weather Service in Memphis just said golf ball size hail likely on that storm over Morris Chapel and Hardin. So I think that's
the
close.
the Savannah storm.
Yeah, just north of Adamsville, north of Adamsville right there.
So what may happen over time here is the line is going to catch up with this storm here, and that may cause it to move a little bit more easterly. So we zoom in here, just on the north side of Savannah. Going to confirm tornado with that storm. It's still lighting up the radar screen like a Christmas tree. It's lit up well. So this is going to be a real close call here. Actually, that's going to be close in Waynesboro. So if you're watching this from Waynesboro, you need to be thinking about where you're going to seek shelter with this storm. It's outside of our viewing area, but we know when we get on the digital platform, we've got eyes just all across the country.
Yeah, it looks like it's heading towards Saltillo and Clifton at the moment.
So we got Savannah. It's pretty much there right now. As you mentioned, Clifton at 11:50, Flatwoods at midnight, Waynesboro 12:06, Center at about 12:25, and this is probably going to end up north of Lawrenceburg, down the road, right around 1 o'clock in the morning. But, I mean, again, if it turns more to the right, which it could, then it would have more of an impact, especially on the north side of town there in Lawrenceburg. And down the road, if you're in Pulaski, in the leading edge of this storm, it still looks like it's going to end up north of Pulaski. In fact, it probably got too much of that storm on there. Let's zoom out just a little bit. Let's just do a really long track here, because this has been a long track supercell.
Yeah.
So basically, I'm going to put this right in here. So Lawrenceburg, again, I would pay close attention to the storm in case it turns right a little bit more. That'd be around 12:30. Lewisburg, 1 o'clock in the morning. Bedford, 1:15, and then Shelbyville around 1:22. So this is perhaps moves it into the northern part of Moore County and extreme northern Lincoln County. But that's around 1 o'clock in the morning. But that's a long way out. I will again stress that there are errors when you get into long track storm tracks. So again, once again, back here to the west, this is not severe. Let me add the lightning onto here. I'm going to edit this. That's odd how it shows up in different spots on there. Okay, so here's the lightning. So a lot of lightning with these storms. These are not severe warned, but I bet once this, oh my goodness, yeah. Good spotting that out, Chelsea. Again, we've got circulations on these storms down here. Look at that.
Yeah, just west of Oxford.
So we're probably going to get tornado warnings for these storms here. Let's see. SPC noted an eastward expansion of the tornado watch will likely be overnight. Threat for severe weather, including strong, significant, damaging winds. Tornadoes will continue across the entire Tennessee Valley overnight. Is that from Hun?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's from Huntsville.
Yeah, so we're going to get a new tornado watch.
Hopefully shortly.
Yeah, see, that's kind of the issue. You want to get it out as early as you can
Yeah.
because you want to get to shelters. I mean, there's people who rely on shelters, and we're both up here on this one. And if some shelters they won't open unless they're under a watch. Now that's not a problem right now out in the shoals because
Right.
you've been under a watch all afternoon, well, all evening I should say.
And weather radio is going off at 1 a.m.
Right? Yeah. I mean, you doze off. You say when that weather radio goes off, it's time to take action, but not for the actual watch itself. Yeah, still watching that storm over there.
To see if we can get anything on CC.
All right, I'm going to go through hour by hour here in just a second. All right, let's go hour by hour.
I wonder why they don't have anything on that.
I don't know, maybe they're just consumed with that other storm. I mean, it's been a long day for the Memphis Weather Office. They've been getting hammered. So here's a look as we go towards about 1:30, 1:45. And again, it shows more of a solid line, but embedded tornadoes will be possible. This is 2 a.m., pretty much Rogersville, Florence, just southeast of Florence. I think you've got Ford City, Nitrate City in there, Russellville, pardon me, over to Red Bay.
Do you need water?
That's mine, isn't it?
I'll get you another one.
Oh, thanks. I've got one, well, I got one that pre-positioned at the key wall.
We'll leave that one there.
So, again, it shows that development out ahead of it is possible. But I don't think we're going to get the big supercells ahead of the main line. And they just put the tornado warning on that storm over there moving towards Oxford.
Okay.
So we'll get over there in a second. And that one's moving towards Ole Miss country. So Moulton, Decatur, this is a very late night event, early morning, overnight. Hartselle, I would say around 3 o'clock in the morning. And then continuing on, Eva, Somerville, those areas around 3:30. Some of the areas hard hit last Friday night. This will be just a little later than it was. And as we focus over here farther east, yeah, they said that was nice of you to get me some water. Thank you. Yeah, we've got a nice little mini fridge in the office.
Teamwork.
Teamwork. All right, here comes the line. Fayetteville around 1:30 to 2 o'clock in the morning. Harvest, you got Ardmore in here around 2 o'clock as well. Harvest, Monrovia around 2:30. And notice the little area ahead of this moving from Priceville right along I-565. Coming on in. And then Huntsville, roughly 2:45, 3 o'clock. And these storms are probably going to be stronger at this point in time, at least the damaging wind potential, because this line's going to have a lot of momentum with it. And it will continue to move to the east. So we've got the east side of Huntsville, South Huntsville around 325, Somerville, same thing there. And then as we get to Woodville, Gurley, near Scottsboro, Pleasant Groves, it's going to be around 345, New Hope, Owens Crossroads, Hampton Cove, around 345. So for some of you, you may want to set your alarm. I didn't get to see that, but I'll look at it later. To wake up, I guess, ahead of this, and this is the main reason we do this. Of course, there's always a possibility something may develop out ahead of this. So Scottsboro, Stevenson, Grant in northern Marshall County around 4 o'clock in the morning. Continuing towards Rainsville section, Sylvania, 4:15. Gunnersville, about 4 o'clock. Albertville, Boaz, around 4:30. And Rainsville, about 4:25. And then roughly 4:45 or so in Fort Payne. Kind of ends towards Albertville around 4:45. And then behind it, temperatures in the 50s. We've got a really nice weekend ahead, though, by the way. I just wanted to add that. So here's pretty much what we've got going on radar. A lot of lightning out here. It's going to be very electrical. There's that new tornado warning. It does include Oxford. And some of you may have some Ole Miss students there. Let's get in here. This is the circulation. Fairly strong circulation that far away.
Yeah, I keep looking at the CC, or we call it correlation coefficient, to see if we can get a debris ball. Nothing yet.
Yeah, I think this is still trying, so to speak.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of wind shear out here tonight. And that's why some of these storms are going to twist pretty quick. So let me storm track this one here. I do want to get a better idea on the motion. I have a feeling the rotation's tightening up a little bit on that one. So this one's moving northeast. I'm going to put this at 60 miles an hour because I think they're speeding up.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's doing that. I'll just restart it.
Towards Waterloo.
Let's try to get Florence in there. So this is the track on this one. Whoop. Let me do that again. I usually use the other one and I'll probably get to that one in just a second.
You want the GUI?
This is just not doing well at all. Let me switch sources. I'm going to go to the radar here. This looks better anyway. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put this storm track on. I need to make sure I've got the other one. Oh, there it is. All right. So I'm going to put this storm track on this storm over here. I'm going to take this out. And again, bear with me. I'm going to change the time on this. Actually, yeah. Because it's not moving that fast. So we're going to take this speed at roughly 60 miles per hour. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've got like 2 keyboards up here.
Let's see. 60?
Yeah, 60. And then we'll take that out.
Oh, sorry.
We'll take it out. So there's pretty much the track of this storm here. I probably want to make this a little bit wider too. Cover a little bit more area. And then I'm going to put Waterloo in there as the first city. So that gives us a better idea. So again, this sounds way too familiar, doesn't it? We're tracking a storm, moving towards St. Florine around 146, and Florence probably around 145. You're kind of in the southern edge of this track. Grovelly Springs 130, I'll start at the top. Waterloo 121. Lime Kiln 122. This is almost the same exact track we had last week.
Yeah.
Stewartville 133. Central Heights 137. The current time is 11:48. I'll tell you, I'm going to snapshot this.
Yeah, as Brad mentioned, current time is 11:48, so this is giving you a big notice in terms of advance times to prepare.
And it's interesting to see this warning coming out from Corinth. They've got it more southeast
south.
track. So
Yeah.
yeah, we're starting to see the line drop southeast a bit too.
Did you
Well, I really don't. We're just going to have to watch this because
Grab it.
that storm to the north may move in there faster. So I'll delete that storm track there. But yeah, that's if with that little supercell back there, if that kind of holds together. It's got it Florence at 144, but I do think it may arrive sooner than that as we take a look to the northwest here. So we've got this track here moving east and maybe a bit southeast.
Oh, so we have the line trying to form and break apart.
Yeah, so I keep doing that. So take this out. And this track, let's do the first city. We'll do kind of Central Heights, first city here. So we're talking Florence around 103. So I think if this line continues to kind of move a little bit more east and southeast, there's going to be some kind of merger down the road, and maybe that's what the model's picking up on.
Yeah.
So we'll go back to the model. I'll show you that. So St. Florine 101. So it's kind of a battle between that line coming in. So let's go back to this model data. And you see how it's got a little bit of development out ahead of it. I mean, it's not quite the same, but it's moving in around 130 as well. But you see that little cell that pops up there south of Phil Campbell? Maybe that's what it's picking up on. So that one there, moving into Moulton around 2 o'clock. And that one moves through Decatur and then takes that track along I-565, perhaps right into the city of Huntsville. So, but what we have on there is farther north right now. So again, this is model guidance. It's here to guide us and kind of show us what the atmosphere is capable of.
Yeah, and in the chat, Brad, National Weather Service in Huntsville, they're coordinating that new watch with SPC.
Okay.
Regular tornado watch with the potential for some strong tornadoes.
Okay.
Noted.
Yeah, so this current watch was a PDS watch, which
Yes.
is a particularly dangerous situation. I mean, it's still a bad situation to be in, but the atmosphere is not as volatile as it was earlier. But we're still getting some of these rotating storms. It looks like they have, as we kind of leave this, they have extended that tornado warning into Wayne County.
And they did confirm that.
There's a confirmed tornado. I think that confirmed tornado is going to stay north of Waynesboro.
I believe they said there was a roof blown off a house in Adamsville there, just
Okay.
back before Savannah.
So we've got a roof blown off a house here in Adamsville. So that track basically is going to go right through there, just on the north side of Waynesboro. Definitely, if you can watch us in Clifton, it's bearing down on you right now. A lot of lightning with that. There's a lot of motion going on with this storm, too.
It's fast.
Yeah, it is cruising.
fast.
All right, other areas. The wind's picking up everywhere, about 30 with gusts to 40 miles per hour. But no imminent severe weather out ahead of this line as of right now. What we're going to watch is the line itself is tracking east-southeast, but these individual storms are tracking to the northeast. And the line's moving at about 50 miles an hour. The individual storms are about 60 miles an hour. All right, I'll get you over to Scottsboro. Some of you may have just joined here. Let's take a look in northeast Alabama here. So we're looking at about 2 o'clock in the morning, Fayetteville, Lynchburg, probably around 1:45 up in Tennessee. Moving into Limestone County just before 2 o'clock. Harvest, Monrovia. You see that little cell pops up there, Priceville, Madison, Huntsville. That's around 2:30 in the morning. So I'm kind of rocking that back and forth. So as we continue on Huntsville, but it's really, I'm just going to say between 2 and 3. But most likely, highest impact time, 2:30 to 3 o'clock. Then you got over here towards Scottsboro, Woodville, New Hope, Owens Crossroads, 3:30. Somerville, Eva. We got Hartselle over here as well at 3 o'clock in the morning, maybe a little sooner than that. The Danville, Neal area, it's going to be closer to about 2:30. So as we continue on, we got Falkville down there around 3 o'clock. Arab just before 4 o'clock in the morning. Again, this is a very overnight event here. This is one of the longer ones we've had in a while. 4 o'clock, Scottsboro, Stevenson to Bridgeport. Gunnersville, Scottsboro, still looking at 4:10. Moving into Rainsville just after 4 o'clock. Albertville, Douglas, around 4 o'clock. Boaz, probably closer to 4:30. So we got Rainsville getting hit around 4:30, and then Fort Payne just before 5 o'clock. So this is going to be a very late night.
I think this line's about to merge.
Yeah, that main energy's swinging through now. Here's another view here using the Cape thunderstorm fuel. It's kind of showing the instability. Again, the instability is coming in right ahead of the main line. Boy, it just does something right there around 1 o'clock, right on the state line down there, southwest of Russellville.
Yeah.
I don't like seeing this in the model, but since I've seen it in the model, we'll definitely be watching for that.
They have a large wedge on a sky cam just west of Waynesboro from that.
Oh, really? Wedge tornado north of Waynesboro. So you can see that instability. It doesn't take a whole lot of these numbers. Anything above 500 can maintain severe weather.
Especially with so much shear.
Yeah, the shear was like 560. Storm weather felicity. I mean, it's brutal. All right, let's get back to the radar up there into Wayne County. And this is on one of those jet streaks. So, I mean, if you know somebody who lives out ahead, this is a long track tornado with a history of damage. They're reporting a wedge from this, and that's the shape. So mobile homes out ahead of this need to be seeking shelter, an adequate shelter up here.
Yeah, I think it might try to head towards Hohenwald
Yep.
next.
There is some rain down here to the south. South of it, it's kind of getting pulled in. Very strong winds. Velocity picture. See, this is like no man's land out here. But we've got confirmation of a tornado with this storm. Let me do a long track on that one. I'm going to move that at 60 miles per hour.
We have this new one just south of Potts Camp.
Yeah, that is a new circulation. Well, I think it's a continuation of it.
Yeah.
But there's like 2 circulations on that other storm.
Yeah. Whole trying to spin.
All right, so if this thing continues on, it's going to be, I would say, somewhere in the middle of this area. So we've got Mount Pleasant, Columbia at 1244. Again, this is up in Tennessee. This is out of our viewing area, but I just want to extend that courtesy. Oh, I can't do undo, can I? I'll redo that storm track.
And the new watch just came out.
Is it what, till 6 a.m. probably? Yeah, 7 a.m.
Yeah.
So this is areas that need to be kind of on alert in case this storm moves to the right, and it's possible it's going to change as this line catches up with it. So Lawrenceburg 1221, it's probably going to stay north of you, closer to Three Oaks. Lewisburg 1251, and Shelbyville, it'll be close to there around 110. All right, let's go over this new watch. Did they say 7 a.m.? I think that's what 12Z is now with daylight saving time.
I think it's 7. I can't, you know how it doesn't pull up on the
Yeah.
site once you click that link. But I'm almost positive it's 7.
Oh, that sound new. They don't even have it.
I can look real quick.
We'll just call it 7 a.m. right now. There goes the weather radio.
7 a.m.
7 a.m. So again, 7 a.m. new tornado watch. Let me send this out. Now it won't last, the threat won't last to 7 a.m. in all areas. It's basically starts from one side and goes to the other. All right, got that out. Let me make another post on Facebook. Multitasking during severe weather, and we were talking about this earlier. It's just nonstop,
Oh, yeah.
days ahead, you know, the preparation of it. So here's what we're looking at.
Still ongoing tornado warnings all the way up to Ohio.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Nasty line.
All right, so Nashville, tornado warning just to the west of town. So if you're up in Nashville, heads up, they got a severe thunderstorm warning and now a tornado warning with that same storm. A lot more lightning. That's kind of odd, though. There's a lot more lightning on the northern storm there than there is on this other storm. And the circulation's not all that
Great.
and they're getting closer to the radar site, too, so. All right, let's get back down in our neck of the woods. They have dropped the tornado warnings for those storms over there, the Oxford one. So again, if you've got a student in Oxford, there's a lot of lightning there.
And there's still a lot of spin within that line of
Oh,
storms.
there sure is, yeah. I mean, it's not tornado warning worthy, I don't think. but
Yeah.
It's possible there's wind damage going on in Oxford right now. There is no warning for it, though.
I'd say they need to be watched super close.
Yeah, see how that spun up?
They're trying.
Right there on Highway 278. And, you know, two things going on here. And then also that area north near Abbeville. It's getting farther away from the radar site. So that circulation is going to be harder to detect the farther away it gets. See, it's kind of between the radar. This is how it looks from GWX. We're going to start to pick up more on that storm over time. get over here and check the comments here on Facebook. I always say, don't check the comments, right? So, if the storm shelter is 7 minutes away, well, when do you head there? Well, consider the fact that on your way to the storm shelter, there may be heavy rain, high wind. You don't really want to be in a panic mode. It all depends on where you are inside that polygon when they issue the warning.
And I say as soon as possible. I'd rather
Yeah.
go to the storm shelter right now versus in the midst of
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah, because, you know, it gets chaotic. I'm sure it gets crowded. I've never personally been into any of the public storm shelters. I think that would probably be a good story idea, just, you know, what goes on in the public storm shelter. Russellville, we're watching that for you around 1:45 or so. I'll put another storm track on here in just a little bit. Yeah, Ashley wants a rundown on the times. Let me do a storm track. I'll do that on the other source here. Oh, there's that one storm track for the northern end of the line.
Mm-hmm.
I like how I can just push the X button and get rid of that. So here's the other part of this line. I'll include this thunderstorm here. Change the time here, the speed. Can you type 60 in there for me?
Yes.
All right, and then we'll move that forward speed over here. So the next thing I need to do is, find the first city I want to show up in this. And we're going to use Red Bay. So there's your updated storm track out in northwest Alabama. So we've got Crooked Oak at Red Bay at 113, Fulton 118, Crooked Oak 119, Tuscumbia 123, Sheffield, Florence, Muscle Shoals all pretty much the same time. These storms will come in. They'll last about, the most intense part will last about 30 minutes, I want to say. And then after that, things will fade away fairly quickly as the front moves through. We've got Trenton, Littleville 126, Trenton 128, Vina 128, Russellville 130, Leeton 132, Rockwood 133, Old Bethel 135, and Town Creek around 140. And then it's on to Athens, Coxey, Decatur, Hartselle, Falkville, down to Hackleburg as well. So let me switch over and show you the time of arrival again. I like to zoom in here so we can get more towns. So this is going to show about 1:35, which is pretty much what we're showing on the storm track. And I mentioned earlier, we're going to watch, the model has this cell developing south of Phil Campbell, moving towards Moulton, ahead of the main line. So this is going to be 2:15. Yeah, Phil Campbell, you're on there about, let's see, right here, 2 o'clock or so. Could be earlier. A lot of wind with this as it moves through. We're going to watch. As the line gets better organized, it's going to have higher potential for these embedded spin-up tornadoes in it. And we're watching this Moulton area too, around 2 o'clock, and then the main line comes in. But if we get that supercell ahead of the line, that's going to be troublesome. It hasn't formed yet. And let's see where it kind
And
of
whether
originates.
we see that or not, I still think we'll see damaging straight line winds.
Yeah, there's definitely the potential for high wind impact again, power outages and property damage. Mm-hmm. And in the middle of the night, not real comforting. So as we continue on here, 3 o'clock in the morning, Moulton, Decatur, and by then it's moved into the Huntsville metro area. I'll show you that on another graphic. So Hartselle, once again, around 3 o'clock in the morning. Falkville, pretty much the same time. Eva, about 3:30. So here's areas farther to the east. And I do want to get back to that jet stream map, the low-level jet map, and kind of see what it's showing. Fayetteville, Tennessee, 130, 155, moving towards Winchester and Lynchburg, and moving into Ardmore around 2 o'clock in the morning. Harvest, Monrovia, Madison, 2:30. But you see that area near Priceville? We'll have to watch that, because that, we don't want to see that at all, because that would be bad. Worse than what we're already dealing with.
Yeah.
And it's going to be bad for some community overnight. We just don't know where. So as we move on here towards 3 o'clock, Madison, Priceville, Somerville, then moving up towards Scottsboro, of course, Winchester in Tennessee at 2:50 or so. And continuing on, Woodville, Owens Crossroads, New Hope, around 3:30 to 3:50, and then Grant, Gunnersville around 4 a.m. So if you're camping out there at Lake Gunnersville, just be aware your threat window is going to be around 3:45. You may want to go check the facilities, like the bathrooms, the shower houses. I think they may have shelters set up in those areas. And then around 4 o'clock, we're talking east of Scottsboro, Section, Powell, Langston. I think I've had you guys towns' names so many times in storm tracks over here that I don't even have to see them. It does. It's burned into your brain. Fort Payne, around 4:35. Again, down towards Albertville. Arab, just east of Arab. It'll be east of Arab by 4:35, but moving into Arab, let's back that up. That'll be around 3:30 or so. So I want to get back to...
You see some of this new development spouting out of nowhere near Hackleburg?
Yeah, that's that. This is the low-level jet.
Yeah.
That's the high winds coming in from the southwest. So nothing so far.
Oh, so they can see it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On the
Yeah, you're
GUI.
right. Got to be meteorologist and producer. Oh, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and switch it over here instead of rerouting it.
Yeah.
And then I'll forget it and leave it there. But this is what we're talking about. This area near Double Springs. We're just starting to see a few showers, but I think it may still be capped there.
Yeah.
But the wind is increasing with height out there with this now. All right, I am going to go to this. I'm going to go ahead and look at this map. Again, this is the low-level jet. Oh, wait a minute. We switched days, so it's confused. I'll go ahead and switch you guys over to Max 2, right? What do we have on Max 2, do you know? I'll just switch you to the radar. There you go. While I work on this.
Can they not see it when you're in edit mode?
They can see it in edit mode. Let's do, oh, yeah, it's going to next Friday. Let's go ahead and do, it is midnight. That's what's happened. Saturday. Okay. And when I went back and looked at the data from the event last Friday, I found that the low-level jet was really critical in determining where the damage was occurring. So I'm getting this all ready. And it's showing me that it's kind of increasing here after midnight, and that's what Chelsea was seeing on the radar. As well. So again, I'm getting the stopping points on here so that when I show you this, I don't have to do too many other changes to it. And then I'm also going to want to look at those helicity tracks on links.
The Barron model.
Yeah. So Chelsea's kind of showing you some kind of radar tour. Yeah, there's still
we're going to go ahead and just talk about some of these storms that are out to our west still. again, we are monitoring that storm headed towards Oxford. A lot of these storms are trying to rotate. Now, again, there was a tornado warned storm towards Oxford, but that has been canceled. But still, a lot of rotation within these storms, and lightning starting to pick up as well. I mean, lightning's been holding strong the entire night, but especially with that storm still in Oxford. And again, we call this no man's land, because essentially we're in between the radars here of Memphis and Columbus, so it's getting farther and farther away from Memphis. But as it gets into better range of our Columbus radar, we're going to be able to see and get a better handle. And there was also this area of rotation. It was south of Holly Springs, now moving into portions of Ripley, seeing some lightning spikes with that. I'm going to switch it to our storm relative velocity to see if we could get anything better. But there's, let me get my little pin here. That little spin right there. And these are ones that we want to keep a close eye on.
Yeah, it's good. We're going to get more data from that as it gets closer to the radar site. I mean, yeah, to the other radar site.
The Columbus radar. But
all right, I'll switch you back over here. I've got that graphic ready that I wanted to show you. So what you're looking at, these are the low-level winds at 4,000 to 5,000 feet. Keep in mind, some of these storms are going to be up to 50,000 feet in the air. But this is a good general idea on what's going to happen with this line of storms as it comes in. Again, the winds above us right now are approaching 65 to 68 miles an hour, and that is why the wind is getting so strong down here at the surface with those gusts to 30. You add rain, and it tends to bring some of these gusts down closer to the ground. So as we go forward here, notice how it kind of has this spike across northwest Lauderdale County. Those winds will probably be close to 70, 80 miles per hour with that. Again, anything in this brown is going to be at least 75 miles per hour. And at the same time, look up here towards Nashville, east of there, probably 85 miles per hour with that one there. So as we continue on, notice this big burst of wind here, probably 80 to 90 miles per hour, moving to, again, this is above the ground, but this could induce the wind damage at the ground. This is around 1 o'clock in the morning, but this is actually a little bit ahead of these line of storms, so that may actually help out a bit. But during the storms, notice here, probably 80 miles per hour up towards Fayetteville, just ahead of the storms. But behind the storm, you kind of see Lawrenceburg, that kind of peak there. So as we continue on, notice up here, just south of Lynchburg and Moore County, and northwest of Winchester up towards Thamesford Lake, another spike.
yeah,
But at the same time, we've got a spike here in Russellville. And this is along the same thing that storm that's forming, at least it shows it forming on the leading edge of the storms of the main line. And then we just kind of fade away with some of that. It doesn't really peak anywhere, but we still have some areas of wind within this line. So we'll have to watch that. As we get closer to 3:30 in the morning, notice these little arrows. I don't know how well you can see them, but that's a west wind. That's behind the storms. So that will help kind of alleviate and get rid of some of the wind shear down there. And I think that probably will be the end of that. Again, science lesson there for you guys. The overall storm system, taking a closer look at it, notice on the water vapor really wrapping up here right over the center of the state of Iowa. And then out ahead of it, the squall line continues to race. It's moving a lot faster. So what's going to happen overnight tonight at some point is this upper level energy is going to swing and pull away from the storms that we have down here. And so that may cause them to stall out at some point, but it also takes away some of the wind shear there. So there's that. Quickly go back over. Oh, we went to midnight, so that's why I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to re-edit that one. We'll just get back to the radar. So I'm going to switch back. Yeah, because I'm not used to going after midnight, so let's get back to Doppler radar. These storms are not severe down here now to the south. At least as of right now, we continue to watch them. A lot of lightning on that storm northeast of Oxford.
Yeah, they're still trying to spin.
Yeah, they're still right on the edge of the radar.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to take a little break.
Go ahead. I will take over.
All right.
You have the radar in, correct, Brad?
I do have it on max.
Okay. And again, no active warnings in the Tennessee Valley for the moment. We do have that new tornado watch that goes through 7 o'clock in the morning. Again, there likely will not be a severe threat all the way through 7 o'clock in the morning. But we likely still going to see that threat through probably 3, 4 o'clock. And I'm just going ahead and looking at some of the comments. Brad taking a whiskey break. I bet he wishes he were taking a whiskey break. Is the instability still high? Yes, instability is still high. Like Brad mentioned, the instability is essentially the highest. I'm going to go over here and draw with my little marker. Instability highest really just right across the state line. So this way. But we need to watch the storms that are currently coming through northeastern Mississippi to see how they interact with this instability when they do cross the state line. That's why our main tornado threat this evening is going to be along and west of I-65, but that doesn't mean areas to the east do not have a tornado threat. We still will be tracking possibly embedded tornadoes once this line better merges together later this evening, or later this morning, should I say. What kind of tornadoes could we get? EF3 or higher? There's no really good way to... I'm going to be honest. Bottom line, don't get caught up in the ratings, categories. I always say that. A tornado is a tornado no matter what. EF0 tornado can still do damage. Straight line winds can do as much damage as a tornado. But as far as supercellular tornadoes, again, that threat is getting less and less likely ahead of this line as most of these storms are merging into a full line. So we're mainly going to be looking at spin-up tornadoes within the line. There could be the possibility of embedded supercells within the line, but I think at this point it's looking more and more likely like a embedded spin-up. Terrible anxiety. Should I be concerned for Huntsville near Airport Road tonight for a tornado? What I always like to say, I know a lot of you have storm anxiety, especially this is deja vu to last Friday overnight into Saturday morning, and we had 7 confirmed tornadoes then. Always be prepared. Don't be scared, be prepared. We're going to stay with you, or with y'all throughout the entire night. You will know well in advance if a storm is coming toward your area. We've been watching the dynamics of this line since early this morning when it was way back in portions of Iowa, even Illinois, but you will have a well-advanced track and notice. Just heavy wind here in Cherokee so far. Yes, so the line of storms, or the broken line of storms that's starting to merge, they really haven't even reached into far northwest Alabama. The shoals, you might be seeing a few showers in and around the most far northwestern tip of the state. but the storms haven't even arrived. The National Weather Service in Huntsville, they said some of the wind gusts ahead of these storms are 35, 40 miles per hour. So if you're already seeing some wind, get used to it. A lot more wind is coming your way. Again, once this line really forms into more, I can't find the words right now, but once this line is better formed, essentially, the damaging straight line wind threat is going to go up significantly. We're talking 60 mile per hour plus, 70 mile per hour even possible. And this is just going to be with the full momentum of the storm coming through. Line of storms coming through. Just a bit windy in Florence. Yep. And again, I'm just going to go back on some of these storms out in northeast Mississippi, especially this one that has passed Oxford. It's just northeast of Oxford. A lot of lightning with this storm, and it is getting closer and closer to the Columbus radar. And so we're going to be able to get a better handle on the rotation that we've been seeing happen. A lot of lightning right here. And I'm just reading some of our National Weather Service in Huntsville on the chat regarding our current environment. It says, looking at our environment ahead of the line of supercells in the watch, we are becoming increasingly surface-based for convection. Soundings from across the area from Perils and UAH show that a capping inversion above 700 millibars is weakening as the low-level jet intensifies. So we talked about the capping inversion. You know, a lot of these storms early on in the evening, show it. They tried to lift, but essentially they couldn't because there was a lid on the atmosphere. It stops the storms from rising and essentially taking off. But we are noticing that the capping inversion is weakening, which means once that lid is broken, those storms can lift. The sky is the limit. And once the low-level jet, which Brad just showed you that graphic, once that intensifies, you combine the two, and there's going to be nothing to stop these storms. So most places, again, I'm continuing to read, most places across the area have warmed 1 to 3 degrees over the past few hours, and dew points continue to climb. Instability will weaken as the storms track eastward. But this is going to be a case of sufficiency with the environment where we will have enough CAPE to fuel tornadic storms through the area. In short, we have high confidence that our area will see tornadoes with a low chance for them being significant. Medium confidence in damaging wind gusts from these storms, low confidence in large hail. The storm should be moving quickly enough to keep any flood threats at bay. Of course, we'll update you if that appears to change as we progress. So you heard it right there. Lower chance of seeing significant tornadoes, but there is still a chance of tornadoes, and that's what I do not want y'all to get caught up in the categories and the ratings of storms and think, oh, I can go to bed because we will not see significant strong tornadoes out tonight. A tornado will still do damage, whether it's an EF0 or an EF5. Where am I reading from? I was just reading from the National Weather Service in Huntsville chat. And again, I'm just looking at some of the comments. If you hear some dead air, I promise I didn't forget about y'all. I'm still here. And again, this line is trying its hardest to merge. And this top half of this line, from right around Corinth to Columbia, it is tracking south, while this portion of the line is tracking to the east. At some point, they will come together. I'm just go ahead and continue to look back here at some of the rotation that's happening in northeast Mississippi. Again, watching the one towards Ripley. I'm gonna go ahead and stop this. Circle it. Probably some high winds there. In portions of Ripley, but we need to watch these areas of rotation, especially as they're getting in, I mean, they're already in a pretty good environment to take off, but models have shown that instability is really going to spike as we head closer to 1 o'clock in the morning. And Brad mentioned the slower this line gets here, the more instability we have to work with. So, and a lot of people are asking for a track. So if this line was merged, it would be easier to show a track because it's going to essentially be a battle of when this northern half of this line will get to northwest Alabama first, or whether this southern edge of this line will get to North Alabama first. I'm going to start with the southern half because these areas are already showing rotation. Again, there was a tornado-warned storm coming towards Oxford. So let's go ahead and do a track down here. We're going to push it all the way, getting as close to I-65 as possible. And again, I'm going to tweak this track because it's not moving 84 miles per hour. We'll say it's moving 60 miles per hour. But I'm going to extend it, try to get it as close to I-65 as we can. Maybe we can even include Huntsville. And then let's do first city. We'll do Waterloo as the first city. Why didn't it do that? One moment. Again, Waterloo, first city. And sorry if I keep clearing my throat. The pollen has been killing me. There we go. What time is it right now? 12:32. So Waterloo, you're looking at an arrival time of 12:53. Gravelly Springs, 1:03 in the morning. Lime Kiln, right around 1:03 as well. Cherokee, 1:07. And why? See, this is the issue when you try to do these storm tracks. Let's make sure. We'll do Red Bay first. There we go, that's a little better. Red Bay 116, Florence 122, Sheffield 123, Tuscumbia 124, the Shoals 126, Killen 126 as well, Crooked Oak 128, And then Russellville, right around 136. This is just mainly for northwest Alabama. Athens, Decatur, Huntsville metro area, you're going to be looking more around 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. Far northeastern Alabama, this includes Scottsboro, portions of DeKalb County. You're going to be more in the 4 o'clock, 4:30, 5 a.m. range. Give her a cough drop or a mint or something. Yes, that would be nice. That would be nice. Cough drop would be nice. And again, a lot of people asking about their towns. It's hard to do tracks this far out, especially to I-65 when, I mean, the line has not even really merged yet. So I'm just going to go back in here and show y'all the actual future cast graphic that we have. And meteorologist Jeff DeNoyer just walked in. He's in to help. And again, we're just going to go and show you times so you can be prepared. I want to make sure everything's showing right. Okay. I'm going to have to go edit this graphic. Let me edit the times on this graphic and we'll go ahead and get everyone, when's it going to be at my town? Let's say it's 1 a.m. Saturday, 8 a.m. We're going to go ahead with oh, it's Saturday. Man, these overnight events have my timing all messed up. Okay. And this is, I believe this is the graph model. Let me make sure real quick. Yes, this is the graph model. So again, it's 12:36 right now. This line has been slowing down. And again, that will give it more instability to work with. So northwest Alabama, far northwestern Lauderdale County, also including portions of Colbert County, you're looking at anywhere from 1 o'clock in the morning, likely to 1:15. This goes all the way back into portions of southern Middle Tennessee. And then as we get closer to 2 o'clock in the morning, hey. Which again, the model data is still hinting at this rogue cell.
Yeah, we got those two big thunderstorms over in Mississippi. We're going to have to start watching a lot closer.
That's what I was telling them.
Yeah. I mean,
But again, Limestone County down to Moulton, right around, I'd say 2.
I'm really surprised there's not a severe thunderstorm warning for these storms here.
I know, and I keep checking chat as well.
Oh, this is our previously recorded. newscast.
Do you have your mic back on?
It should be back on,
Okay.
yeah.
Huntsville metro area, you're looking at, I mean, it's going to be really close to, I'd say 2:30. 2:30 at the earliest, closer to 2:45, 3. And then again, Jackson County, DeKalb County, even all the way down to Arab, Boaz, Coleman, Albertville, into portions of Fort Payne. You're going to be the latter. The 3:30, 4 o'clock, 4:30.
I need to go in and make sure we've got hand tracking on.
Have you used it at all today?
I have not.
Okay.
All right, where is that? Yeah, Weathers, did you see the lightning jumps?
I did.
All right. I'm going to go in, and what I'm doing here is I'm making sure our hand tracking is on, so if we go into continuous coverage here in a few, it will be ready.
And again, we are about to show the radar. A lot of people asking for the radar. We are watching the storms closely in Mississippi. Don't worry.
Yeah, you kind of got the battle between...
You will have a far advance notice if things are coming your way.
Yeah, the battle between
The different screens.
wanting to know when it's going to be where and seeing the radar. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I had to update this graphic and my time was all messed up. I had like Friday 1 a.m.
Yeah.
And I was like, what in the world's happening? But
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and just put in the GUI.
Whoops.
Barbara, how can it be indicator at 3 in Huntsville at 2:30? We don't give exact times. We try to give time frames because there's no good way to pinpoint exactly, again, until the line arrives.
All right, we got some thunderstorm warnings coming out now for that storm near Baldwin over there in Mississippi.
Okay.
So, let me I'm going to put 2 storm tracks on here because the velocity is getting more concerning with both of these thunderstorms.
They're getting closer to the radar.
Yeah, and the lightning's jumping as well. So, here's this area here.
Out of Ripley.
Yeah, I'm going to put this at 62 miles per hour. It may not be moving that fast, but it'll give you a little bit more heads up. Iuka 105, Cherokee 119, Grovelly Springs 121, Central Heights 128, Florence 135, then St. Florine again 136, Sheffield, all the shoals around 138. That's for a storm that I think it's got damaging winds with it right now. It's not warned for currently, and that polygon they put in was not accurate because it had it moving southeast, that storm in Mississippi. It's not. This storm is stronger, more intense, and down the road this one could pose a tornado risk because it's going into this environment that's becoming highly sheared. Let's talk about hail here. There is some hail in this storm, probably nickel size or smaller. So let me put well, that one's moving pretty fast. That's a big polygon.
They're taking off. That's for sure.
Yeah. All right, this one's moving. I'll put this at about 61 miles an hour, and I will extend this out towards Russellville, Red Bay. You're in there. And I'm going to put Golden as the first city. So we're looking at Red Bay 128, And it's what, 12:45 right now. So we're talking Crooked Oak 139, Littleville 146, Russellville 149, Leeton just before 2 o'clock. And I could just go ahead and make this a little bit longer.
Yeah.
So we've got Hatton, North Cortland, Cortland 206, and I can save that and then zoom out a little bit here with it. So this is the storm that's, oh, and there's a little storm developing. Look at that. That's what was showing up in the model guidance.
Yeah.
South of
Pontotoc.
Pontotoc, moving towards Tupelo. This, we'll have to watch that. That's going to be moving more northeast. So this storm here is the one that's going to eventually move into Madison, Decatur, Trinity, close to Athens. And then this other one down here will likely have a path more towards Hartselle over time.
Well, that's what in the model guidance, even in the graph, still trying to show that rogue storm going toward
Shear rate's
northern
pretty high in that storm.
Lawrence County.
Oh, yeah, this storm's
Moulton.
probably, yeah, the shear is increasing in this storm here. So let's take a look at the velocity again. Right in this area here. Yeah, so again, this one, boy, it's ramping up. May have an embedded tornado in it over time. The lightning's really picking up. So we're keeping a close eye on this. The current track on that, let me draw the line here for the storm relative velocity. Basically, taking this track here, the same track on that 850 jet streak that we showed you.
In due time.
Yeah. Again, that's why we look at all that kind of data. So I think we have 2 severe thunderstorms. One just isn't warned for up here south of Corinth along Highway 45. Let's put both of these in motion.
And that one to the north as well, along 45.
Yeah. Let me track that one again. It's right on 45. This one's going to threaten from Cherokee to Waterloo. And then eventually probably Anderson heads up down there. St. Florine, Hines, Waterloo. We got Waterloo at 112. Cherokee 119. Grovelly Springs at 120. I think we're probably 10 minutes away from going continuous. Is this my water here?
Yes.
All right.
Do you mind if I run to the bathroom real quick and
Go
use
for
those
it.
10 minutes?
You got it. All right, everybody, it's about to start bearing down here on the shoals. Again, we've got 2 storms. There's a tornado warning for it. We pretty much knew that was coming out. How's it going, Jeff? Thanks. So we've got a tornado warning now on this storm south of Baldwin. If you're watching us from Baldwin, again, we kind of extend our viewing area as we go into this type of coverage on social media and YouTube Live. This storm is rotating, possible tornado moving towards Baldwin. Let's see the exact wording from the Weather Service on this. Okay, it's cracking into Franklin County of 35 to 40 minutes. Yep, dangerous storm. They're starting to fire up. Kind of was not much going on most of the day. Again, the slower movement has allowed the instability to develop ahead of it. All right. Just a sec, I'm going to go back here in the back room. Hey, we just want to get ready to go on the air. I just want to, you ready? You got, a max 1 at the key wall?
Yep.
In production? Okay. Well,
As soon as you are ready to go, we can
okay. We're probably about 5 minutes out. I'm going to go ahead and switch to prod 1 on element.
Okay.
All right. All right, some behind the scenes stuff going on. So I'm going to switch this over. Element 8 to prod 1. So we should be good to go. Let's see if that's right. It went to black. That didn't work. I'll switch it back to weather 48, I guess. Yeah, some reason that's not working. I'm going to try that one more time. Didn't work again that time. Okay. All right, bear with me. Again, the lightning's pretty intense over here. I'm trying to switch that over to prod 1 and it's not working. All right.
I got it. And I got a cough drop.
Oh, good. Yeah, see, there's the element. It's already ready for you to choose it.
There.
Well, yeah, but it goes black. No, it
Hold
shouldn't.
on.
Well, let's go back to where we had it, and maybe you can go out there and see if they can figure out what's going on.
Okay.
All right, sorry we keep going to black on you guys. There. Okay. So the circulation is tightening up even more in this storm. And we're going to go and look at the reflectivity. Again, the storm to the north of there doesn't look as organized, so that's good. There's still quite a bit of lightning coming from it. Let's switch this over. Yeah, there's a tornado. The developing tornado kind of embedded within this storm. And the lightning's really jumping. 140 lightning strikes in the last roughly 10 minutes. So
We have to be on air first before we switch it,
really? Mm-hmm. Okay.
or it goes to black.
All right. Did you let her know we're going on?
I will right now.
Yeah, go ahead and let Julie know we're going on the air.
Will do. Hey, we're going
gonna
on
break
right
into
now.
programming for this. Give plenty of
Javon?
heads up out here in the western counties.
We're going on
I
air
can hear
right
you.
now.
Yeah, we got it.
Can y'all let Julie know?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait till Chelsea gets back.
Can I route this behind me without messing you up?
Yeah.
What is
yeah.
behind me right now?
What's that?
Is this 2?
That's max 2.
Okay.
Looks like they've got confirmed tornado now with it.
Yeah.
All right, we're ready to go on the air.
This is a 48 First Alert Weather Day update, sponsored by Valley Storm Shelters.
Well, Good morning. We knew it would be a long night. This tornado watch goes until 7 o'clock in the morning. We're giving advance notice here. We've got a storm with a confirmed tornado now moving towards Baldwin, Mississippi, and the track will take it into Colbert County and into northern Franklin County here over time. So I'm going to go ahead and start with a storm track for this storm here. In Baldwin. Again, it has a confirmed tornado. It's moving to the east at about 60 miles per hour. It's going to be a real close call between Tuscumbia and Russellville and Littleville over time. So what may happen, it may turn more to the right. It may do that right move, and that would make it more of an easterly and a southern track. So we will have to update this storm track. I just want to give you this heads up here. Golden around 122, Crooked Oak 139, Tuscumbia 143, Littleville 147, Leeton 152. If you live in a mobile home, now is the time to be seeking shelter in a sturdy building, something more sturdy than a mobile home. This storm has a tornado with it, and in addition to that, could produce damaging straight line winds upwards of 70 to 75 miles per hour. Watching some new development to the south. Hopefully that will help alleviate some of that storm threat. But right now, this is a fairly dangerous thunderstorm here. And some of our viewers on social media, again, we're on YouTube Live, we're on Facebook Live right now, we're on our First Alert news and weather apps right now. So if you lose power, that will be one way that you can still get information. While you still have power, it'd be a good idea to plug that phone in, make sure you get it charged. If you've been watching our streaming since earlier this evening, on your phone, your battery may be dying as we speak, so plug it in. Make sure you got your flashlight ready for batteries as well. So what this storm's doing right now, it's intensifying. The lightning is doing what we call jumping. It's intensifying, and that's typical of storms that are right on the edge of producing a tornado, and that's exactly what's going on with this storm right here. I'm going to take a look at the debris signature, see if it's, we got a debris signature too. How about that? Let me turn this lightning off so you can see it better. So I think that may be where the confirmed tornado came from. But there's a confirmed tornado here. This is north of Guntown, moving into Baldwin. So it's going to be moving just south of Baldwin, in around Guntown. So what this little blue circle is, this is the radar telling the meteorologist there's debris being lofted in the air, and the radar can pick it up. And that is right in the middle. And this other blue stuff down here to the south, that really doesn't matter. It all depends on where it shows up, and that's how critical that is. Take a look at the velocity here. Very classic tornado signature. This is going to be wrapped completely in rain. A lot of lightning on the outside of this. So this is going to be crossing the state line here shortly. Again, it still has several miles to go, but I do want to storm track that particular part of the storm right here in Baldwin and Guntown. And that is moving east-northeast. Again, that's going to take it across the Cedar Creek Reservoir. So some campers here may need to start looking around. Maybe there's some shower areas, things like that you can go in and seek shelter with because there's a dangerous storm coming in, and it's going to be moving into it looks like it's going to be Crooked Oak around 146, Golden 124. So I would kind of go about 120 or so in these areas. Again, this is the Cedar Creek Reservoir here northwest of Russellville. The storm, if it doesn't turn to the right, should stay north of Russellville, but could make a direct hit in the Littleville area around 153. So it's almost an hour away from now. That's how much heads up we're trying to give you tonight, especially if you need to go somewhere else to seek shelter. I'm going to turn the lightning back on, and I'm going to come back up here just to the west of Iuka. One thing I'm noticing is less lightning with this storm here, and overall, it doesn't appear to be a severe storm, but it's still in that environment. There's a lot of wind shear out here, so we're going to keep a close eye on that. I'm going to go ahead and give you a storm track here on this thunderstorm moving in. And this is moving into Burnsville now along Highway 72, and then continuing to move east, and it's moving east. I would say it's at least 43 miles per hour. It's probably faster than that. So I'd say Cherokee probably closer to 115, Central Heights about 120, Florence around 130, maybe just a little bit earlier than that. That's that storm on the northern edge, and right now that one's not severe. What's likely happening is the storm to the south is taking all of the energy. It's kind of blocking this, so to speak. So good news, if you live across the northwest corner of the state, the higher threat's going to be to the south. Unfortunately, we still have a tornadic storm we're dealing with that's going to be moving into western Colbert County and northwestern Franklin County here in about, it's going to cross that line in about 45 minutes. 30 minutes or so. Hey, I'd say 30 minutes to the state line. Just want to extend coverage up here just briefly. The Columbia area, we've had a confirmed tornado up to the north as well. Let me switch over to the high top radar. That might actually have a little bit better view here of this storm up here near Columbia. And you may have someone who's on I-65 right now too. This is just south of the Spring Hill exit and right close to the Columbia exit here with the possible tornado in that storm as well. This one has a history of damage, and this has actually been a long track circulation. And this storm here reminds me a lot of the storm that hit Hartselle last weekend about the same time, actually last Friday night into Saturday morning, as this one was circulating rotation all the way through the Sevierville area, actually the Collierville area, and moving to the northeast. We're going to have to keep an eye up here. I'll try not to move around as much. Yes, go ahead.
Not to
Let's go
interrupt you,
Chelsea,
Brad,
yeah.
but there is also a new tornado warning. This is going to be for that southern or south of that storm that we're watching going through portions of Mississippi and Baldwin, also Marietta. I have it right behind me right here. This is going to be towards Pontotoc, also Lee County, Mississippi. I have that rotation circled right here. We need to watch this closely. Tupelo also included in this because this could be crossing over the state line in about an hour or so. And once it does, if it does hold it together and keep that track, it will be moving into portions of Franklin County. This would include Vina, possibly also Red Bay, and even northern portions of Hodges. Now again, this is not a tornado warned storm for our area, but we want to watch these storms coming out of northeast Mississippi very closely. We now have two tornado warned storms, one that has been confirmed, and again it covers portions of Baldwin, also Marietta. This other tornado warned storm that's just south of it, moving just towards Pontotoc, also Tupelo included in this downstream. Again, we want to watch these closely because this will be moving into the Alabama state line, likely within 45 minutes to an hour, give or take, and it could hold together moving into portions of Franklin County or even northern Marion County, so towards Hackleburg possibly. Brad.
All right, yeah, definitely going to watch that. And again, these areas of storms will continue to develop along this line and move east-northeast. So this particular storm here, I'm going to go ahead and get the pencil out, kind of draw over time where we expect this storm to end up. Basically the center of that storm, and this kind of correlates to some of the model guidance. And I'm going to have Chelsea coming up in a few minutes to talk more about the model guidance and kind of take us through this storm as we go through the overnight hours because the model guidance shows a long track, potential for a long track mesocyclone, we'll call it, or high wind shear, high winds, basically along where this storm is. So that would take it into Athens, I think if I remember right, around 2:30, 3 o'clock or so, and then Harvest, Monrovia, then up towards the Hazel Green around 3 o'clock as well. So that's what's important to look at is where this is going, making sure everyone has the heads up. And if you live in a mobile home, we're going to try to get you to that safe place, or at least inform you well in advance, because you know it takes a while, especially if you've got kids and you've got to go somewhere. Again, the tornado watch was issued earlier last evening. And that's kind of what triggers the opening up of the storm shelters in our area. Still hoping that we're going to see new development down here on the southern flank here, kind of block the intake into this storm that's producing the tornado, but it is really, really wrapped up right now. Want to take a trip here along Highway 64 in around Lawrenceburg. Pulaski, you know, this kind of looks nasty over here. It's kind of ragged. Going to take a look from high top, see what kind of winds we have there with that storm, because you know, don't want to catch anyone off guard here. What we have here is a boundary kind of coming out, moving towards Lawrenceburg. So again, nothing tornadic, even though you may look at it and say, hey, that looks like a hook echo, but that's not the case. That's that moisture coming in really rapidly, feeding in to the base of that thunderstorm just along Highway 64 there in southern Middle Tennessee. Out here to the west, switching back over to the closer radar, still watching this area. There's still a little bit of shear going on, and it's a broad rotation, but keep in mind we're pretty far away from the radar. We haven't had any reports of damage with this particular storm here that's right along Highway 72 between Iuka and Corinth, Mississippi, and that will continue to track towards Waterloo over time. So as we go back down here, update you, I'll put another storm track on this. Velocity, not as pronounced as it was earlier, but you know, it's still there. That rotation is still there. Let's put that into motion there. It's going to go into motion. You can see a quick spin up tornado there. We got that tornado debris signature. I'm going to zoom in here in just a second and see if that's still producing that debris signature. And again, when we first kind of jumped into programming, you could clearly see it immediately. It's still there. So again, it's being dispersed out. This is near Baldwin. So we have tornado debris being lofted in the air. It's been fairly consistent here within that storm. And it's that circulation that we're going to continue to watch. So even though it may not produce a tornado all the way up to the state line, that circulation is still there. And the lightning is still very intense within this thunderstorm. And as we take a look at the sheer rate here within this thunderstorm, boy, it just really peaked out there. Again, all it takes is a couple of minutes for these to touch down. This one probably still on the ground. But again, this area of rain here to the south is going to have a big influence on the storm. It changes basically the inflow. So as you get the rain falling, that gets pulled into the storm, and that can cause it to weaken some. So that's where we kind of look at lightning. It's pretty critical here when we're looking at lightning to see if it's increasing or if it's decreasing here as this is happening. The other thing, these storms have been cycling all day. The big tornadoes have been cycling across western Tennessee into Arkansas. Those are pretty much over in those areas, and now basically it's our turn. So as they cycle through, this eventually will be absorbed into this whole storm here, and then it may recycle. That circulation is still set up there. So that's what we're going to watch for. Put another storm track on here for you. This is this storm that's has a history of producing a tornado. It may not be on the ground the entire time, but that's moving northeast. It's moving a little faster, about 63 miles per hour. So right on the state line here, Belmont around 121. So that's 15 minutes from now. This is going to be on the state line, and that's when the National Weather Service office out of Huntsville, I'd say here within the next 10 minutes or so, we'll be watching closely. They're watching to see if this rain to the south is going to indeed choke this storm off and keep it from producing another tornado. So they'll be making that decision, do we go tornado warning or do we go the severe thunderstorm warning with this particular storm? Nonetheless, it's still a dangerous storm with the amount of lightning and the heavy rain. So we've got Littleville, 149, Russellville, 153, Leeton, 156, Old Bethel, 158, and Town Creek at 203. So again, dangerous storm, regardless of whether it still has a tornado with it, it still could produce another one. There's so much wind shear out there tonight that it's not going to take a whole lot. And the instability is just ahead of this main line of storms. Chelsea, got anything over there on the chat?
Brad, yes. So just an update. So the northern storm, that was confirmed, but also that southern storm moving through Lee County towards Pontotoc. This includes Tupelo as well. That also has been confirmed, and they did put a considerable tag on this. So considerable damage being done with this storm. This tornado could be potentially large, also extremely dangerous. Like Brad just mentioned, these are going to be crossing over the state line very quickly. And let's go ahead and show you our future radar that we were talking about. If we can just go ahead and pop me back up here in the Weather Center, I want to walk y'all through this, because model guidance has continued to show that we are going to see possibly some storms ahead of this line. That's what we call the rogue supercell. So models guidance still picking up on this. This is again 1:16. The time currently is 1:07. So we have this little rogue supercell right here trying to pop up. This is going to be ahead of the main line. We need to watch this. This is going to be northwest or northeast, should I say, of Red Bay on the southern edge of Colbert County, the northern tip of Franklin County. So bordering right here. We need to watch this because this will track in a northeast fashion, possibly towards Florence as we head over time. Again, let me go ahead and just push this in time with my keyboard here. just to make sure everything's getting and going. There we go. Now we're pushing it in time. It could be tracking towards Florence within the next 10 to possibly 15 minutes. That's the time of 1:22 there, and it will eventually get absorbed into this complete line. By 2 o'clock, we are looking to have more of a damaging straight line wind threat. This is going to span all the way from southern Middle Tennessee down to portions of Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin County, back to Red Bay, Russellville included in this. Now, wind gusts could be up to 60, even 70 miles per hour. We're still going to be watching for that embedded tornado threat as well. Don't think that tornado threat is completely out of the question if we don't have those supercellular features. We still can get those spin ups. Back to you, Brad.
All right, hey, thanks. Again, a lot of people want to know when it's going to be where. I will tell you, this storm here, the tornado debris signature is up to 13,000 feet in the air. That means this storm is picking up debris and it's 13,000 feet in the air. So with that, those 80-mile-an-hour winds racing across the top of this storm, they're going to blow that debris out here into Tishomingo County and maybe even into parts of Colbert County over time. And we've got another tornado debris signature showing up here. That's what that little spinning area is right there. So again, as we kind of turn this on its side, you can see where we have that tornado debris signature within this storm. So that is, again, 13,000 feet up in the air. So that's a fairly strong tornado signature with that. I'm going to get back in here, down here farther to the south. We still have some rain. This is all coming into Smith Lake. This is just rain and gusty winds. And by the way, everyone's going to be experiencing these gusty winds tonight, gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour. And that's before it even starts raining. You could just see that real strong jet stream, the 850. We talked a lot about that because it was really a big influence in the last severe weather outbreak we had last Friday night. This storm over here is getting a little bit elongated, just to the west of Waterloo. Let's go ahead and check on that one. I'll do that. And overall, that's not a severe storm, but the lightning's, boy, this moved in fast.
It
These are
did.
moving at, I'm going to change the speed on these. I think they're moving at 70 miles an hour. These are, I mean, just the forward speed alone creates wind damage on occasion, probably isolated wind damage over here in and around Waterloo. But that circulation, it's fairly broad, but it's still there. Burnsville to Iuka. I'm going to go ahead and put a storm track on that too. So this is going to move northeast, and I'm going to put that at least 60, but again, it may be moving faster than that. Iuka, pretty much there now. Eastport, 120. Waterloo, 122. Again, this is broad circulation. I don't think it's a tornado at this moment, but they can spin up pretty quick with the amount of wind shear we have. So Central Heights, 136, Cypress Inn, 138, St. Florine, 145, Iron City, 150, Killen, 150, Loretto, 159, and Lexington up there towards Anderson as well, just after 2 o'clock. This storm over here continues to be a dangerous thunderstorm. It's tracking, I'm going to put it at 70 miles per hour here. So even if this tornado itself falls apart, that circulation center is still going to be there. So let's put this out. Move this down here. This is going to be at about 70 miles per hour. So here's your time of arrival for this dangerous storm now that has a history of producing a tornado, has tornado debris in it right now. It's going to be Russellville around 149. And again, Russellville, you're just on the southern edge. So if this takes more of that easterly turn, that's where it's going to have more of an impact there in Russellville. 149 there, Littleville, 150, Old Bethel, 157, Leeton, 157, Town Creek, 205, Hatton, 206, North Cortland, 207, and Cortland, 208. That's for a storm with a history of damage. It is getting pretty wrapped up here as well. Let's go ahead and do this other storm back here to the southwest. This one has also confirmed tornado with it. It doesn't appear that it has anything with it right now, but both of these storms are cycling perhaps. Shear rate with that second storm, the shear rate's the highest with this storm moving towards Belmont, but the storm relative velocity still tight there. So let's go back to just regular radar, and then I'm going to put a storm track on this storm here just east of Tupelo. And there's actually another thunderstorm that's fired up ahead of this. So we'll have to watch those areas too. And that one's moving northeast. So that's probably interrupting that circulation in general. So I'm going to move this at 70 miles per hour as well. So this and Vina, we've got a storm firing up here near Vina. So we're at that moment where things are going to start developing rather quickly, and we're going to need to be giving advance warning here. So Tupelo 117, Fulton 134, and then Red Bay 141. It's about 30 minutes from now, but this storm's moving at 70 miles an hour. I'm pretty sure of that. Vina 147, Hodges 159, Rockwood 159, Russellville 2 o'clock, Phil Campbell 210. So Russellville, we're watching 2 storms for you, and it's a line that's eventually going to get everybody. But this first storm may track just off to your north in Russellville. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning too. So that's this storm. This whole area is a mess. I'll tell you that right now. This entire area is just a mess here. Let's focus on this whole thing here. Another storm track. Basically, we're going to go right along this path here and move that east-northeast. We're going to go at, I'll put it at about 72 miles an hour. That gives you a little bit more heads up. So some of these towns are going to be over in Mississippi again. But Littleville 140, Russellville 141, Vina 143, Leeton, that's going to be, actually I'm going to stop the loop here so it doesn't jump on me while I'm trying to read it. So Vina 143, Leeton 146, Rockwood 148, Old Bethel 148, Hodges 152, and Town Creek 152. And you can see down the road here, we're talking Cortland and eventually Athens, and that's probably going to be around 2:30 or so, looking at the 140. So I'd say around 2:20 or so. Athens, just be prepared. And this is something you're going to have to really watch. And when it comes to seeking shelter, you need to be thinking, if your city name, town name shows up on this list, you need to be thinking right now, where am I going to go if this warning continues? So right now, there's no tornado warning in effect at all for Alabama. But I'm telling you, something's going to need to be triggered here as this line comes in. It's going to either be a heavily worded severe thunderstorm warning with a storm capable of 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, or it's going to be a tornado warning for a storm that's cycling through and producing possible tornadoes. Take another look. Storm relative velocity still, I mean, we're pretty far from the radar here in Iuka. I would definitely stay away from your windows up here from Waterloo, just to the north of Cherokee. And again, that takes it towards Central Heights. And we haven't had any reports that I can see of any damage, at least from this storm here. On the north side of Iuka. I know a lot of attention here, and all the storm chasers are going to be attracted to this particular storm here versus up in Iuka. So again, reports always don't come in the same way. So let's get back here into Iuka. I do want to look at the shear rate on this storm. It has increased actually. Yeah, so we're going to have to watch, and the lightning's jumping on this storm too. So I would actually get in the hallway if you're here in northwestern Colbert County. We have what's appearing on radar from a long range is there may be a tornado trying to form in here. The lightning's really picking up with the northern edge of this storm. Again, this is moving towards Grovelly Springs, Stewartville, Central Heights. So it's best to get to your safe place here in northwest Colbert County, just south of Waterloo, because given the fact that we're so far away from the radar, same thing happened last week with that storm. It started producing a lot of damage as it was moving through Florence, and then on the northern end and the St. Florine area, it did produce that tornado. So heads up out here. Again, no warning as of right now, but if this continues to tighten up, we'll probably see one with this storm here. I'm checking weather service here real quick. Yeah, this is exactly what they just said. New meso is forming in Itawama County, approaching western Franklin County in the next 20 minutes. Okay, that's the storm farther south, but again, we're going to have to watch this. I would be getting to your safe place here in northwestern Colbert County, also western Lauderdale County, Waterloo to Grovelly Springs, and just across the state line there in Eastport. We're going to keep a close eye on that one. Okay, all right. So let's get back down here to the storm that has the tornado warning on it, and it has the history of producing a tornado, most likely with some damage at some point. And it's the circulation's just down here to the west. I would be getting to your safe place in Red Bay too. You guys are right on the state line, so you guys can't wait for a warning a lot of times. So I would be getting to my shelter, my safe place, at least in the hallway from this storm. A lot of lightning. As we put this into motion, very strong winds. Again, the radar's not going to really do a good job of picking up the winds because the radar's looking at it this way and the storm's moving this way. So with that, there's likely wind damage going on with this storm, and we do know it has a history of wind damage. Keeping an eye up there in Waterloo, southwest of Tupelo.
And Brad, also that tornado one in Pontotoc in Lee County, that's popping another debris ball as we speak. You can see it behind me there. Debris ball right there. Right there, just southwest of Tupelo. And again, this is doing damage as well. Already looking at the Memphis chat, and Lee County's fire department reporting lots of damage in the Pratts Road, Highway 145 in Baldwin and east of Baldwin. And the tornado debris signature is possibly lofting debris up to 12,000 feet. So we need to watch this as well. This will likely be crossing over the state line. As Brad mentioned, these are moving fast. We're talking 65, even 70 miles per hour, and if it holds together once it crosses over the state line, we're looking at areas such as Vina, possibly Red Bay, Hodges, still looking at southern Franklin County, northern Marion County, possibly even Hackleburg and Bear Creek included in this as well, Brad.
All right, thank you, Chelsea. Again, keep your eyes on that chat over there. I've got my eyes on it over here as well. But again, this is going to ramp up very, very quickly here in the northwest corner of the state, and we continue to have issues with a supercell thunderstorm most likely here kind of hidden within the line, and then another one back here southwest of Tupelo. And all of this has yet to move into the state yet. Some development here we were watching earlier southwest of Russellville. It's not doing much. Boy, the storm up here moving into Waterloo, it's starting to make that classic turn here. I think we may have a tornado here. Again, this is right off Pickwick Lake. This is, again, seek shelter here in Grovelly Springs. Be seeking shelter for a possible tornado. Be thinking about where you're going to need to go there in Central Heights, also in Stewartville, as the shear rate's starting to pick up in this storm as well. The lightning's really picking up. So again, with all that off, you can kind of see where the Tennessee River here is and Pickwick Lake. And this circulation is just south of Eastport. And the concern, and what we really learned last week, and I mentioned this earlier, is you get farther away from that radar and everything you want to see is below the radar beam. But we're seeing just enough of this storm to be concerned about a possible tornado. So I am going to expand the view out here just a bit. I'm going to put another storm track on here. So this is going to be pretty much moving towards Central Heights in this fashion here. So again, the problem with that storm track is that it expands way too far out. So I'm going to delete that. The most likely area, again, is going to be in the middle of this, Grovelly Springs, and then in around St. Florine. And this is going to be over time. So I would add a little bit Central Heights. It's probably going to be closer to 137. It's 121 right now. So again, seek shelter from this storm. I think it's a dangerous storm. I've seen a lot of them cross the state line like that. And a lot of the complaints we get out here of northwest Alabama is that the warning doesn't go off until it's past my house. So this is basically the warning we're going to give you here with this storm. 53 miles per hour. Again, this may be just a little bit late on arrival time. So Waterloo, pretty much moving into Waterloo right now. And the worst of this is on the south side of Waterloo. Central Heights, it's going to be right around 138. Let me turn the loop off again to avoid that same problem. We'll get in a little bit more street level here as this continues to move in. Central Heights 138, Hines 148, St. Florine 151, Iron City 154, Lexington 206, Anderson 214, Lester 220. Damaging winds, possible tornado with this storm, and a tremendous amount of lightning coming in. So the most likely area is going to be pretty much right along the middle of the path here. That will be Grovelly Springs, and then between St. Florine and Hines, and then pretty much right up towards Lexington over time. Let's take the shear track here.
And Brad, we just got a new tornado warning. This is from National Weather Service in Huntsville from that storm to the south, coming out of Marietta headed towards Red Bay. This includes Colbert, also Franklin counties until 1:45 in the morning. Again, tornado warning in effect for Franklin, also Colbert counties. This is going to be the southern edge of Colbert and a good chunk of Franklin County, which includes Red Bay. This is going to be just to the north of Vina.
All right, hey, thanks a lot. Yep, we were pretty much expecting that tornado warning to come out. It was just, again, we mentioned they're going to have to make that decision whether to issue the tornado warning or not. And boy, this is the shear track. And what this does, this is a really good indicator. Over time here, we can kind of track the shear, and this has been really prolonged for a while. And notice how it's kind of increased a lot, pardon me, as it continues to move off to the east and northeast. So you should be seeking shelter here. Again, this Cedar Creek Reservoir, Red Bay, Belmont. The tornado could form just about anywhere within this area. This is most likely what we call recycling. The tornado, they go through phases. A lot of times when you get a long track tornado, it's not that one tornado that's on the ground the whole time. Usually at some point it cycles through with another tornado. We've seen that a lot with the storms today, at least the storms here in the south, the ones we've been watching. This storm is a dangerous storm here, tracking east-northeast. I'm going to go ahead and put the radar on here, and then did they put a speed on there? Because I still think these are moving at 70 miles an hour. Yeah,
Brad, they put a speed at 50 miles per hour, but I agree. I think it's at least 65.
Yeah, because they usually follow those upper level winds, and I've got to zoom out here.
And they're about to issue a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag possible for that storm just south of Waterloo, but I think it's wrapping up.
Yeah.
And
again, it gets so far away from the radar, Chelsea, when you're looking at it. Again, it gets in that no man's land. We've talked about there's a lot, and what that means is there's the next Doppler radar coverage area. There are a lot of holes in areas that had severe weather today. That's where you get above the most important part of the storm. So I think lightning is going to be a big indicator with this storm as we go through time as far as the intensity. But again, I would be seeking shelter up there. Grovelly Springs is going to move in, and you're probably going to have some kind of wind damage. Could be a possible tornado with that as well. So let me redo the storm track here. This is for the storm knocking on the door there in Red Bay. It's moving east-northeast. We'll put it at least 57 miles per hour. So Red Bay, let me turn this off too. So Red Bay, 1:30, that's 5 minutes away. Again, that's that whole, we need to warn you in advance. You're right on the state line. You're right between two different National Weather Service offices that are issuing the warnings. Russellville, 156. So on this track here, let me look at Russellville. Yeah, you're more in line for this one now as it moves to the east. So you're not under the warning though. See, the warning doesn't go all the way to Russellville. And one of the things I'm noticing is this crosses the Weather Service territory. The polygons were much longer from the Memphis office, which would indicate they thought they were moving faster. So that's the other thing. Leeton, 205. Old Bethel, 206. Town Creek, around 212. Hatton, 216. North Cortland, 217. Cortland, 218. That's for a storm that has a history of producing damage and a tornado, and it continues to produce prolific lightning. Going to be very close for Russellville here as we go through time. The other storm, they just put the severe thunderstorm warning out on. Going to take a look at velocity, and here's where we have the most intense wind right now. This is going to be, again, they did tag this as possible tornado, and again, that's a good move there. Again, I would get to shelter here in Grovelly Springs. This is going to be right just southwest of Wright, County Road 14. Then you got County Road 206. It's about to cross the Tennessee River as it moves to the east. into Grovelly Springs. So let's take a look at some of these wind speeds here. This purple's probably 68, 70 mile an hour. So a very strong wind here. And again, you can just faintly see the towards. We've got a lot of away from the radar site and just a faint green area there. And that's the thing, there's a storm like this, it's gonna be really hard to get that towards because the storm's moving so fast. So that's what it looks like out here. Central Heights, I would seek shelter, Central Heights, for this storm. The lightning's starting to pick up here on the west side of Central Heights. And this storm will continue to move towards St. Florine and then on towards Lexington and Anderson. There's the latest update. It just increased a little bit more, it looks like. Let's head back down here. We're going to take a look here at this wind. Now, we're just about to cross the lake. I bet it's closer to 70. So yeah, we're 78 mile per hour. So that high winds coming into these storms, and we're seeing even higher wind gusts now and potential here for a possible tornado. Let's take a look at the debris signature, see if anything pops up there. Something a little faint there. Let's see what happens here. I'm going to loop this. I don't think that's a debris signature, at least right now, but something to keep an eye on with that velocity showing up there the way it is. Yeah, that storm just is taking more of that shape there, and it's all on its own. It's separate, so this line hasn't completely become a solid line. Let's get down here towards Franklin County, where we have the active tornado warning, and Chelsea's going to keep an eye on that storm up there moving into northeast of Cherokee. So we've got this in Red Bay pretty much right now. Storm relative velocity continues to show. The worst of it is still back here to the west, but the very intense wind here, and it's also possible this is going to produce another tornado as we go through time. So I'm going to stop the clock here. We'll get into Red Bay here in just a second. I want to check debris signature again. Nothing's showing up there right now, but the shear is really high. So that indicates to me, we call this the S pattern. We've got extremely high wind here, potentially at least 70 miles per hour. It's like there's a new tornado warning back behind this. I don't know if they just did that in error or not, because you see how we got this tornado warning back here from, I don't know what's going on that fast.
Yeah, National Weather Service in Memphis decided to continue that.
Okay, all right. But yeah, for those watching us in Memphis, in the Memphis market, actually in the Tupelo market here, there it's gone. So it's gone. So I don't know what. But yeah, they did continue the warning back here farther to the west, and it is getting worse here in and around Red Bay. So let's get in here into Red Bay as we take a look. It's mainly on the north side of town, but I would seek shelter anywhere in Red Bay along Highway 24 towards Burnt Out. I'm going to turn the radar back on. So very heavy rain right now on the north side of Red Bay, and this is going to be along 4th Avenue and to the north. So we've got Highway 19 south here, 10th Street. Turn the lightning off here. So 4th Street up Red Bay Road to Golden. This is the worst area for this possible tornado now. A lot of lightning going on, and we continue to see very intense wind. In fact, it's more towards Golden here that we've got more of this. Oh, there's rotation all along. So it's possible there may be more than one tornado.
And Brad, they have upgraded Colbert and Lauderdale counties that to a tornado warning as well.
We'll get back up there in just a second. Again, that area we were telling you to be seeking shelter, the Central Heights area, they now have a tornado warning out for you. So sirens are probably sounding up there. So you need to be getting into that shelter. Maybe that's your second notice. Again, people sometimes need more than one reference of communication to get to shelter. So we've got this area down here moving into Red Bay, from Red Bay Road over across the state line into Mississippi near Golden is where we have the most intense wind, we'll call it, the potential for damage. And this is going to continue to track east, and it's going to be impacting Highway 247 around County Road 23, and also Highway 25, where that intersects Highway 247 as well. So dangerous storms here continue to move. Yeah, see it tightened up quite a bit there.
Yes.
So there it is. It's crossing the Tennessee River now, moving east. And the storms actually may have slowed down a bit as they go farther to the east. So Central Heights, you need to be in your shelter. Just as just as it pops up, it kind of goes back down. So it doesn't look as bad as it did the last scan, but this is still a storm you need to be seeking shelter for. This is moving northeast again at about, I should just reset this to default to 50 miles per hour. For some reason, it's not doing that. So again, Grovelly Springs, seek shelter. Central Heights, seek shelter. South of Stewartville is where the most likely area is. And right now, this is right along County Road 5 and west of County Road 189. So Grovelly Springs, again, when you see the circulation, you always want to just assume that the tornado's right here, but it can be a mile or two on either side of this, and sometimes 5 miles, because this, what we're looking at is just a big area of rotation that's going on within that storm. I'm going to go ahead and get more street level down here and show you exactly where the problem is. We've got Grovelly Springs just south of there, and it's right along County Road 186. Where that intersects County Road 6 is where the problem is, and I believe this may be the Natchez Trace Parkway here. Yeah, that's going to be the Natchez Trace Parkway. So stay in your shelter. I mean, I hope you were watching earlier. I hope you were able to get to your shelter, because that's been a real critical point here, especially in mobile homes, to be seeking shelter from these storms tonight. So County Road 206, Spring Hill Road, and this is moving to the east. So if you live up here on County Road 14, where that intersects County Road 189, that's where this is going. And County Road 62 and County Road 81, and this pretty much is leading to Central Heights. So Central Heights, let's see what the lightning's looking like right now. Latest scan, again, it keeps getting farther away from the radar. And the lightning's actually displaced from the circulation more than it was earlier. So that's something we watch for. So that is a bit of good news here. Even though we're still dealing with this tornado warning, it's possible it may have already produced a tornado. Still nothing on the debris signature, so that's good there. I'm going to expand the view. Reach out here up to Collinwood, just some heavy rain, gusty winds, on up to Shelbyville. A lot of lightning with that storm, and we continue with tornado warnings from the National Weather Service office in Nashville for those storms there. So here's kind of the overview. It is 1:35 here. Saturday morning, it's April 1st. April is our peak month for tornadoes, not only here in Alabama, but for much of the southeast, and I think you're seeing the reason why right now. So this storm here, west of Florence, and Florence, it looks like maybe the north side of town, the Cox Creek Parkway area, but I think this is going to protract to your north, and this other storm down here is going to stay away from you farther to the south and east. So you may actually fare better than your neighbors, of course, up here to the northwest and to the southwest. The lightning's kind of dropped off a bit with that storm moving towards Russellville. Let me go ahead and put this storm track on this storm here, and we're going to take this out. I'm going to take it out about at least 62 miles an hour. This is the one that's eventually headed towards the Huntsville metro area as well. So we're talking Old Bethel at 201, North Cortland and Town Creek around 209, 205, Hatton 213, Lawson 224, Tanner 230, Trinity 233, and it will continue. So Trinity is about right in here, 233. That means it moves into Decatur around 240, and then it's going to move into Madison around 250, maybe just before 3 o'clock, and then out towards Harvest and Monrovia as well. So these are areas we'll watch. This looks like it's probably going to take this track right up I-565 towards Madison as well, around 2:45, 3 o'clock in the morning. But it has a long way to go before I don't see this producing a long track tornado the entire time. It does have a history of producing a tornado. Chelsea, what do you got?
And Brad, I think we have a debris ball that's crossing over the state line. This is going to be northeast of Golden, Mississippi, just north of Red Bay. This is under that tornado warning. This is for portions of Franklin, also Colbert County included in this, but again, just north of Red Bay. And these are going to be some small towns. I don't even have towns at the moment popping up, but Brad, if you want to go ahead and show that debris ball on air.
All right, let's go back again. We're talking about two separate storms here. We've got one that has a tornado warning on it. This is going to pass on the north side of Florence, towards St. Florine, the Center Star area, also Central Heights. And then we have this secondary storm, which does have a potential debris signature with it. So I'm going to take you down there and we'll look at that a little bit closer. Again, that's just on the north side of Red Bay where we were tracking that earlier, just a few minutes ago, before it crossed the state line. So another look at debris signature.
There it is.
Yep, I believe you are right, Chelsea. Again, this is what's the debris that's being lofted in the air from this tornado, and you can see it. I'm going to circle it with a pencil here. It's right here. So we've probably had a tornado probably in around Golden, and the upper level winds are blowing this debris to the north. So there's probably debris falling as you get up here in the northwest side, and it's still showing up. This is going to be on the northwest corner here. So the tornado probably touched down farther southwest, and then the debris is being carried by those really strong winds. So it's being tossed up here. So as far as where that debris may be falling, we're talking Highway 11. Highway 11 kind of snakes around here, as you see, across the northwest corner there of Franklin County. And then Highway 15, let's check the velocity. It's probably going to be displaced a little bit. But yeah, there's a tornado in here. It's kind of hiding. It's wrapped in rain. You're not going to see it. So we're expecting power outages here with this storm as it passes towards Cedar Creek Reservoir. So again, dangerous night there. Crooked Oak, Littleville, you're down the road here from this. Let me put this in.
And Brad, I think it's very close to Pogo.
Okay, yeah. So this continues to track northeast on towards Crooked Oak, and I think it's going to be close in Russellville as well. Again, I mentioned you're outside of this polygon here, but they will likely continue with the warning here for Crooked Oak, Littleville, Russellville. It'll probably come out about 5 or 10 minutes from now, but this is just a dangerous storm there. And as we look farther to the north, the lightning's jumping again with this storm here northwest of Florence. So two very electrical storms out there tonight, one with a history of damage. And as this moves farther east and gets into Limestone County, we're going to get a better look at it from the high top NexRad Doppler radar. Storm relative velocity, you can kind of see where we may have had something spin up there, and it may not have. And some, again, we like to use this debris tracker, but some of these storms, they're not strong enough. You get a quick spin up tornado, it's not going to send the debris 12 to 13,000 feet in the air. It's still going to stay below the radar beam. But boy, the lightning really is starting to jump here with this Central Heights area. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe some of this is a debris signature there, as it's changing to a little bit more green. Shear rate, not all that impressive. Storm, again, we're getting really close. You see this little area here north of Hines? This is kind of where the radar is at its peak. We don't get a whole lot of useful information from the radar, at least this particular radar, when it gets farther to the north. So up here in Hines, I would be seeking shelter. The fact the lightning is jumping so much here, I'm going to go to radar and just see if we can see the circulation in the radar itself. And I think you can. If you go back in time, you can just see a little bit of that circulation within this storm that's moving pretty much east. So I'm going to storm track this one more time here. It's bearing down on Central Heights right now. As we put this on here, this is pretty much the entire storm, not just that circulation, moving off to the east. And we'll put this at about, right there, about 50 miles an hour. So here are towns in the path that are currently not under a tornado warning. If you live in these areas, this is the heads up. This is the, I live in a mobile home. I need to be going to the plan I had earlier today, which is, where am I going to go if I get a tornado warning in the middle of the night? It's the middle of the night, and you have a tornado warned storm approaching from the west. Again, Lexington, Anderson, Mount Roswell, Lester, Bethel, Minor Hill. A long ways away, but it will be moving through there. One time, I mean, in some form or fashion, and we're talking about it's going to either have damaging winds, because this is a prolonged area of circulation, and that circulation still carries some really high wind with it, or it's still going to be producing spin-up tornadoes as it moves through. Areas most likely impacted here sooner. Again, it's now 1:42 So St. Florine 154, and you guys have, St. Florine, you've showed up on every storm track we've had. So you need to be in your shelter as the storm moves in. But I will tell you, the most intense part of this looks like it's going to be north of St. Florine towards Hines. But as we saw last week, I mean, there were numerous tornadoes that had spun up in these lines of storms, and that some of them we couldn't really tell they were tornadoes at the time. We knew we had a lot of high wind though. So Anderson 217, Lexington 207, Minor Hill 221, Leicester 222, Mount Roswell 227, Bethel 229, Elkton 240, and Elkmont 240 as well. So this takes it up closer to the Tennessee state line, and this area stays probably north of Rogersville and north of Joe Wheeler State Park. So again, possible tornado continues with that storm there. We have had radar confirmed tornado as they've extended this warning, it looks like, now to just on the west side of Russellville over towards Crooked Oak. So have they put a confirmed on this at all?
Yes, Brad, they did put a confirmed and again extended that tornado warning after that debris bowl right across the state line, just near Pogo, that community.
Yeah, so again, that's why we have that secondary. I'll put this at 60 miles an hour. So this storm here, over time, we're putting a 60-mile-per-hour storm track on this. Maybe going that fast. And even if it's not, this is a bigger heads up for you. Crooked Oak 151, Russellville 157, and again, Russellville, yeah, I think you need to be, think about where you're going to go. You're not under the warning yet. These are all areas you need to be going, okay, if this trend continues, and that's what we're watching with these storms, trends with the circulation in them. These are the areas that are under the immediate impact. Crooked Oak 151, so that's roughly, I would say about 7 minutes from now. Rockwood 156, Russellville 157, Littleville 158, Bethel 207, Town Creek 213, Hatton 214, North Cortland 218, Cortland itself 219, Lawson 232, Trinity 233, Tanner 238, and about an hour from now, Decatur. So this storm's going to move through Decatur and then eventually make its way into East Limestone, the Greenbrier area, also going to be the Mooresville area, and then we're talking Madison, Harvest, Monrovia, Huntsville. So heads up, if maybe you've set your alarm by the forecast track we gave earlier today, you're waking up, maybe you're just now seeing some of this, I do want to let you know we've got some really strong storms capable of damage. They've already produced damage. They're all tracking to the east, and the timing, if anything, has changed a bit. So we were expecting this to probably be out of northwest Alabama by 2 o'clock, but it's about an hour off, and that's really all the forecast is adjusting to the timing and trying to pick which forecast model has the best information. So Muscle Shoals, Sheffield, and Florence, it's a close call here, especially on the north side of Florence. That's kind of where they've got the heart of this warning. If you're in downtown Florence, I think the threat's staying north of you and probably south of you, definitely in Muscle Shoals. And so again, you have two storms that are, one is going to track just north of you and the other one probably sneak by just to the south of you. I want to update folks in the Central Heights area. I'm going to take another look at the debris signature, see if anything's changed with that. And it still kind of is focused on this area right in here, north of Highway 157. Again, not for sure that's a debris signature or not, but regardless, I mean, some of the tornadoes we had last week did not have debris signatures, so we don't really want to hang our hat necessarily on an actual debris signature before we're kind of given that information. The circulation is probably below the radar. I'll put it that way. Again, Hines, you need to be seeking shelter. Stay in your shelter. Central Heights, I would stay in your shelter because the circulation is somewhere between Central Heights and Hines, and it's up here on Chisholm Road. Zip City, let's get in closer. Boy, that lightning is just ferocious here. So Zip City, Hines, this is going to be along County Road 8, I believe that is. I'm going to turn the lightning off. There we go. So we've got Garner Road, County Road 7, County Road 8. This is just east of the Cloverdale area, and it's pretty much getting close to the state line up here towards Iron City. So again, we've got a dangerous storm. I have no doubt about that, capable of damaging straight line winds and a possible tornado that's not being seen by the radar. So yeah, definitely seek shelter in Zip City and in Hines right now for this possible tornado that's moving through. And I'm going to go ahead and put an extended storm track out on this one right now as well, get the radar back on here. So overall, dangerous storm here, and this is in north central Lauderdale County. If you're in Killen, it's going to stay to the north. You got quite a light show going on off to your north as well. And this storm will continue to move pretty much east at about 50. It'll fluctuate 50 to 60 miles per hour. So put this storm track on this part of the storm, and I'm going to move it east and just a bit northeast at 60. So Ardmore, Elkton, Elkmont, Bethel, Minor Hill, this is your heads up. You're not under a warning right now. The storm is coming in from the west. So this is where you can kind of calmly go about getting ready to take shelter if the storm continues on its current path. St. Florine, you're still showing up here, but again, most of this is just to your north. I would stay sheltered in St. Florine. Lexington, 157, Killen, 158, Anderson, 208, Minor Hill, 208, Leicester, 209, Mount Rosal, 214, Bethel, this is going to be 215, Elkton, 224, Ardmore, 227, and currently it is 148. So again, that's not a lot of time as this is moving in, but enough time to do so calmly. Prepare your sheltered area. Again, Ardmore 227, Bellevue, that's up in Tennessee, 241. That's going to be south of Fayetteville. And if this storm moves a little bit north, it's more of a concern there at Fayetteville. Let's go over to Chelsea, see what she has with the latest information.
Yeah, Brad. So I'm continuing to watch that storm that's pushing out of northeast Mississippi. This one is confirmed. Again, this is going to be very close to Fulton. If we go ahead and bring up the screen, I'll show you right there. I put a storm track on it. We need to watch this closely because, again, it already is a confirmed tornado. It has a history of doing damage. And again, it could be possibly large and extremely dangerous. So there's your time track on it. It likely will cross over the state line within the next 15 to 30 minutes. I've been keeping a close eye on this one while it was way back over in Pontotoc, also portions of Tupelo, Mississippi. Hackleburg, if it stays on its mainly east track, which I think it's trying to turn northeast just a bit, you're looking at an arrival time at 2:24 in the morning. So that's about 40 minutes from now. That's a 40-minute lead time for you to get in your safe place as this crosses over the state line again within the next 15 to 30 minutes. Bear Creek, again, if this holds together, you're looking at around 2:30 in the morning. Haleyville, heads up, you're looking at 2:40. Again, we go down the line, need more 2:40 as well, and Ashridge is going to be 2:47. We want to continue to watch these storms coming out of Mississippi closely. There also is another storm just down to the southwest of that storm that already has a tornado warning on it as well, and it has been confirmed as well. Of course, we'll keep you updated as we head throughout the rest of your evening, but we do want to continue to watch these pushing out of northeast Mississippi because they have a history of doing damage. Back to you, Brad.
All right, thanks, Chelsea. Just kind of checking the chat here. Some of these warnings coming out again out of Memphis office, and really looking at some Boeing segments in some of these storms as well. So let's go down this line to the north, across up into southern middle Tennessee, in around Lawrenceburg. A lot of lightning, heavy rain. You probably have some strong winds coming through there, maybe approaching 50 miles per hour with that. That's all moving towards Pulaski. But then we have this storm in progress now with a possible tornado, a lot of lightning, winds perhaps 60 to 70 miles per hour. And that continues to move just on the north side of Florence, and it's moving directly towards Lexington and then eventually Anderson. It should stay just north of Rogersville. But as Chelsea was mentioning, we've got two really nasty storms back here. Russellville, I think you're going to need to be seeking shelter from this storm. The more I look at it, the more I see that circulation that may be reforming and then just really bowing out with a lot of wind energy here. We could see what we call that the bookend vortex kind of flare up. Also down here to the southwest, this is the storm Chelsea was just mentioning. This is going to move across northern Marion County, and it's going to cross the state line, at least the leading edge of that. Again, I would be seeking shelter in Russellville for this storm here coming in from the west. Take a look at the shear rate real quick, and you see how it's got a lot of wind. It's moving pretty much right along, I believe that's Highway 24. Storm relative velocity kind of backs me up. So as we get in closer, This is moving almost due east at times with the rotation on the northern side. So the biggest concern is going to be from Crooked Oak down to Russellville and then eventually up to Littleville with this storm. So here's Highway 24. Bell Green, you should be in your shelter as well. Just north of Bell Green along Highway 524, and you get Highway 33. This is the old Nauvoo Road area as well. And we could spin up a tornado anywhere along this line and even south of where the warning is. So very high wind coming in here. So we've got from Highway 52 all the way up to the north. As you get north of Highway 24, the lightning's really intense, and the lightning kind of is a giveaway sometimes to these areas of circulation. Again, we're not dealing with a really incredibly unstable air, so therefore we're dealing more with this high wind shear that's forcing it, and you can get low-level rotation that kind of, you don't get necessarily the mid-level rotation. The updrafts don't quite form as well or uniform, and that's where these spin-up tornadoes kind of come into play, especially with this prolonged area here as we go to the west. So one last look down here towards Russellville. It's going to be just west of Highway 41, Shady Groves Road, Highway 49. Crooked Oak, you need to be in your shelter as well. So from Crooked Oak down to Rockwood is where the polygon covers it, but just outside of this, this is, pardon me, the pollen's really gotten me. I'm sure it's gotten a lot of you too. But as we get to Russellville up to Littleville, these are the next areas that we're going to have to watch very, very closely with this storm coming in from the west. And the velocity just continues to kind of mount up here. Take a look at debris real quick, see if anything's changed there. There is something showing up down here. It doesn't look like it's in the right spot though. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. That doesn't look right at all. So take a look at yeah. I don't think we necessarily have debris in that part of the storm. But we do have, there is some circulation on the southern edge of that. Again, this could be below the radar beam as well. So let me put that into motion one more time here. It shows up as a debris signature, but I'm not really certain it is. Again, there's a lot of wind, and we can actually get these leaves and things like that blown off in the wind as well. So let me check back in the northern part of the state up here, just north of Florence with that other tornado warned storm. Again, we're right on the edge of the radar up here, so let me flip over to high top and see if it's got a better vantage point of this at this point in time. And it does show that circulation. Again, it's moving pretty much east, just west of Lexington. I say just west of Lexington. It's right over Hines right now. I can actually tell you how far away it is from Lexington. This is going to be right about 13 miles. So again, this is moving towards Lexington. We're going to wait and see, what the future holds. A few more scans here before we start doing call to action there. But just a dangerous thunderstorm there. Let me put another storm track on this storm here. And this is going to bear down, and it's going to move into Lexington real quick. So I'll put this storm track right. Actually, I want to start over. That had it pretty much in Lexington now. So as we go basically from Loretto, just to the west of Killen, damaging straight line winds possible with this. And we're going to put it just off there, put 54 mile an hour. So it's moving pretty much east and just a bit northeast at times. And we're still looking at some of these areas in southern middle Tennessee, like Minor Hill, around 2:15. So that's about 20 minutes from now. That's how fast this is coming in. Leicester 2:16, Rogersville 2:16. Rogersville's kind of on the southern edge of this here on Highway 72. I think the worst of it's going to stay just off to your north, though. And then Bethel 2:22, Elkmont 2:31, Elkton 2:32, Ardmore 2:36. Harvest starting to show up now in the maps. Harvest and Monrovia around 2:50. So, boy, it looks like we've got lightning well ahead of this storm. That's pretty incredible. See that? Look at this. We've got a lightning strike showing up in Harvest and also on the west side of Athens, and there's just no rain at all with the Athens area. So that's what that high wind shear does, and those higher winds. It looks like we're really got a supercharged atmosphere coming in. So lightning with no rain at all, and these are bolts from the blue basically going on. There's a lot of lightning with this storm in and around Killen. I think Severe weather threat. Let's start clearing a few people. Severe weather threat's over for the night in Waterloo. It's over in Cherokee. It's over here in Iuka in Mississippi. But it continues basically along this line. I think your severe threat's going to be over in Florence and Muscle Shoals in about 40 minutes. So again, and you're kind of dodging it right here, so to speak, as well. Let me switch back over to the GWX radar so we can continue to monitor Russellville. There's possible wrapped in rain kind of tornado, bookend vortex here approaching on the west side here of Russellville. Yeah, so all clear there in Waterloo and in Cherokee, just some lightning and some rain there. So as we continue on here, and they've extended that tornado warning down here into Marion County as well, but there's just another thunderstorm rapidly developing ahead of it. So this may be good news here if you live in Phil Campbell. We're watching this storm coming out of the west. So let's take a look at the velocity here. It's still a dangerous storm there, but a lot of that's moving east-southeast. So this circulation here is moving a little bit south of Russellville, and it's going to be near the sheriff's office there on Highway 43. But it's all along this line we could spin something up in those areas. So let me storm track this area. You know, we're getting into that phase here where the line is tracking southeast and the individual storms are tracking east-northeast. So I want to make sure before I put this storm track on here that we're being as accurate as we possibly can with it. So again, a storm developing here just west of Hackleburg, very heavy rain. I am going to put a storm track basically from here all the way back to the southwest and move this pretty much due east with a bit of a northeast movement to cover some of those storms moving northeast. So Phil Campbell, right now you're between warnings. Your sirens may have actually sounded countywide. I believe they do in Franklin County. At most of the counties out west, you're going to be looking at those tornado warnings. So Phil Campbell, as this storm moves in, it's going to bear down around 2:20. So about 25 minutes from now, you're going to get some lightning and thunder initially from this storm moving towards Hodges as well. Hackleburg 221. Haleyville 237 and Speak, that's going to be up here in southern Lawrence County, just east of Moulton, around 250. So that's just before 3 o'clock. So again, that's about an hour heads up for you there. Let's call it about 50-minute heads up if you live down here south of. And Moulton, let's go ahead and draw you in here on this storm track. Are you monitoring any questions? Just if anybody's got any questions on some of our Facebook Live, and especially if anyone has any damage reports, we'd like to know that, because I think in these areas we're tracking now, the confirmed damage is going to take a little bit longer than, and considering what time of night it is as well. I mean, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and some of the reports we got out of Florence, we didn't start getting those until 30 minutes after the damage was reported. And that, again, that was going back to last week. Last Friday night about this time. So here's this other storm here in Russellville, moving towards Russellville basically. And that's moving east, and we're going to put that at about 60 miles per hour too. So this storm, I don't know why I didn't get any names on there. I must be too far out maybe. Let's see. Let's do that again. So let's go ahead and put that track on here. So lightning's already picking up right along Highway 43 with this storm. Again, it's tracking. And I think I'm going to get a weird track here on this. There we go. That looks a little bit better. So we're talking Rockwood again, 203. It's pretty much there now, and that's just to the south and west of Russellville. Old Bethel, 210. Town Creek, 218. Hatton, 218. Again, I think you're going to be all right getting in the hallway with these storms coming through. You should just get as many walls between you and the outside as you can. So that's why that interior closet, and the smaller the room the better, is going to be your best place for safety with these storms. So Hatton around 218, North Cortland 223, Moulton 235, Trinity 239, Decatur 246, Greenbrier around 3 o'clock. And then we're talking Priceville 257, got Mill Creek Elementary, that's in Madison, 259, Hartselle 3 o'clock. So this is moving almost due east now, and it may actually start sliding a bit to the southeast as this main line starts to move through. Again, that's just a heads up on When's it going to be where I live, basically? Let's go back here into this thunderstorm that's bearing down here just to the west of Lexington and approaching Anderson, just south of Loretto. Very intense lightning continues with this storm on the north side of Killen. Central Heights, you're all clear. All clear Central Heights. You're going to be all right the rest of the night. Again, let us know if you guys had any damage at all, and you can post that on my Facebook page. We've got that up as well. Again, still that circulation. We're between radars, though. So we switch over to another radar. This is going to, we still have this circulation here. This is just to the west of Lexington. And the circulation is actually now out of the tornado warning. So looks like they've allowed that tornado warning to expire here for you in Lexington. You never really were under the, surely they're going to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning.
They're keeping the severe thunderstorm warning as is going until 2:15. They have no plans of reissuing that. They still do have a tornado tag possible on this severe thunderstorm warning though, Brad.
Okay,
they're in Lauderdale County. And
there's a new warning for somebody.
Yeah, that's a severe thunderstorm warning for Colbert, Franklin, and Lawrence County until 2:45 with a tornado tag possible.
Okay.
So this is with the storm coming
Into Russellville?
Yeah. Yes.
So instead of going with another tornado warning, they basically went with a heavily worded severe thunderstorm warning. And I mentioned earlier in the day, I'm like, these could be the severe thunderstorm that you need to be seeking shelter for. They could be that strong. So we're going to know a lot more about these storms now as they move into more heavily populated areas. I'm going to switch over back to the Columbus Air Force Base next, Rad. So this just definitely has that Boeing segment here in Russellville. Again, just stay away from your windows with this storm as it moves in. The lightning's kind of down, and that's good news. So there's overall a general weakening trend has been going on with this thunderstorm here that's moving into Russellville. And overall, as I zoom out, I really want to just kind of take a look and see the trend here. And I think the trend is looking better overall as we go through the rest of the night. But we're getting more of this easterly, southeasterly movement here. But we're going to know a lot more once this gets closer to the radar over here in Jackson County. And that's really what we're going to start looking at a lot more. So up here in the northern parts of Lauderdale County, right along the state line, there's still a lot of lightning. The potential's there for a spin-up tornado. But the fact that we're not seeing anything that's significant, again, I talk to people all the time. I say, you're going to know when it's really, really bad by the tone of our voice. And we're not at that point here. Again, this is hallway kind of storms tonight, so that's some good news. But even at that, if you're in a mobile home, you need to be thinking about where you're going to go should things ramp up quickly, and it's possible. They can change very, very quickly. Lexington, the lightning is really starting to pick up here on the west side of town, and as we go in closer, this is right out Highway 64. Again, this is northern Lauderdale County in Alabama. You get the other Highway 64 up into Wayne and Lawrence County and Giles County in Tennessee. So here's the new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued. It does include Lexington, Anderson, Leicester, and eventually up here to Mount Roswell and Elkmont. So that's for the storm coming in from the west. It's got more of this east. I think we're going to start to see more eastward movement from these storms. So we're transitioning. The entire line is starting to form. We still have these embedded severe storms within the line, but overall, we're not seeing any. The good news here, I will tell you, we're not getting any of these big separation with the storms. So what's happening is every storm to the south is influencing the other storm. So this storm here moving into Russellville, all this heavy rain, that cool rain is pumping into this storm here from Florence to Killen, moving towards Anderson. And so that robs some of that instability, so it can't quite work with all of it. But I bet if we go on the southern edge of this line, you're going to find storms that don't have that going on. And these are all tornado-warned storms here. I'm going to go ahead and expand the view just a little bit more. See, you can get reference here. It's a long way from Tuscaloosa. This storm's approaching Starkville on the northern side. But we're going to continue to deal with these types of storms as we go through the rest of the night. And it's still possible we could see an increase in the intensity as this continues to move farther to the east. So overall, Cortland, just be prepared for a lot of lightning, very heavy rain, and strong gusty winds. The lightning's actually tracking more northeast with the storms tracking a little bit more east. So again, there's some physics going on within the atmosphere right now. But you notice we're starting to see a well-formed line here. This is kind of the wind gust line that's basically moving through Russellville right now, and that is tracking pretty much due east. Any reports from the Weather Service?
I'm not seeing any reports coming out of the Weather Service. We just got a note from our producer, Zach, that there are over 100 people in Waterloo without power right now. Again, that's going to be the far northwestern tip of Lauderdale County. If you do have power outages, or if you are seeing damage in your area, of course, make sure storms have passed before you go out. Take pictures, take videos, but please send them our way, or, just send a quick sentence to us saying what you're seeing, because that really helps us out. That helps us get that information out to the National Weather Service. Again, I'm currently trying to go through the Facebook feed. Some of the comments a little crowded. I know a lot of people in here watching, but please use our comments on our Facebook feed to give us damage reports. That's very helpful, especially if there are roadway blocks, for us to get that information out to the public, Brad.
Yeah, good information. That's critical information when it comes to people down the road, ground truth of what's happening with the storms. And I realize it's a fairly dense populated area out there, so especially out in the shoals. So we'll continue to monitor all of those feeds here. But as I mentioned earlier, this storm here in northern Lauderdale County is really far from the radar beam. So we'll switch back over to high top and see if anything's changed with that there. And this is moving east towards Anderson. So high winds probably being felt right now in Lexington. And it's still possible you could get a spin-up tornado just due to the environment that's out there. So I would definitely just, again, stay away from your windows. If it intensifies more, you're looking at, if you start feeling the house shake, things like that, this is hallway. You should be okay in the hallway with these particular storms here. This one's pretty much moving due east towards Leicester. And it's starting to make that little bitty jog there just in the last few frames of a little bit of dropping southeast with that line. So let's take a look at storm relative velocity first. Again, we're getting closer and closer to better visibility here with the radar. There's still circulation in that storm. I think there's still a chance for damaging winds, definitely damaging wind threat here. So what we've got is a storm that's been going for a while. You have that organized circulation within the storm, and it's possible you could, number one, get these brief EF0, EF1 type tornado, but a lot of lightning. And when we get these power outages, what did you say, 300 people without power in Waterloo?
Over 100.
Over 100. Over 100 people without power there. There's probably more power outages now that are being reported, but the lightning can also create power outages as well. So that's another thing. First thing you think of is there's damage, the power line's down, but it could just be due to a lightning strike. So let's get back here towards Lexington. This is going to be along Highway 101 and Highway 64. I'll turn the lightning back on for this storm moving east, pretty much straight down Highway 64. From there, just along up to the state line. So Appleton here across the state line up into Tennessee, keeping an eye on the storm for you as well. And then down towards Leicester, Minor Hill, Mount Rosal. So again, that takes it into northern Limestone County. Again, if you're just joining us, your weather radio's gone off here in Limestone County. The worst part of this storm is to your north and very close to the state line. In fact, I would guess it's probably, I'd say 10 miles from the state line. Yeah, so basically there's 11 miles from the state line. So this is going to be affecting Elkmont and then Ardmore and Elkton as we go through time. Pulaski, if you're watching this up in Pulaski this morning, thunderstorms approaching from the west. You're probably hearing it get closer. The lightning strikes are becoming more frequent. It's not a severe storm. It's just a thunderstorm, and it's coming in, probably looking at gusty winds around 45, maybe 50 miles per hour. So as we go back down here, as we get in towards Florence and Muscle Shoals, Leeton is where the worst of this weather is right now, and I'm going to switch radar sources again, get the closer one. It's Leeton, seeing some very strong winds right now, a lot of lightning, but I don't see any twisting winds with this. We're looking at pretty much looking at a squall line right now, as this is all kind of linked up as that trough of low pressure swinging through the area, and I don't see any violent tornadoes spinning up in here. There's a lot of wind and very intense lightning. As we go down farther to the south, you kind of see all this link here. This is the gust front. This is the gust of wind, the leading edge of where things are changing, and that's tracking pretty much east-southeast. Still a lot of lightning there in and around Red Bay. Let's take a look at the radar, see how hard it's raining. This is going to be out of the Red Bay area here in about 20 minutes. Phil Campbell, this is moving in, approaching where you are. There's tornado warnings to your south and to your west, so let's take a look at the shear rate there. See this line, this boundary is coming south, so it's possible that that tornado warned storm to your south is not going to be able to make it or survive as it tracks farther to the north and east. But Hackleburg, you are under the tornado warning there, and we continue to see at least signs of possible tornado south of Hodges, and it really is more into Marion County and then that area crossing in. So the tornado warnings is out. Vina, there's just a tremendous amount of lightning with that. Again, something similar to what we had last week is a lot of this lightning intensifying behind the initial band of thunderstorms. So moving off to the east, Hackleburg, we're keeping an eye on it. Right now it's west of you. Hodges, again, as this boundary passes to the south, that really should pretty much be the end of the threat of severe weather for the rest of the night in these areas. But we're still going to watch this closely out here west of Phil Campbell, just the way it looks on radar and the fact there's so much lightning still going on here. So we'll keep a close eye on that for you down in Phil Campbell. It's still about, I'd say, 15 minutes away. The lightning's picking up, though, in that area. A lot of bowing going on with this Lexington storm. There's probably damaging winds going on within that storm right now. Take another look from another radar vantage point. Take a look for debris up here in and around Lexington. Just don't see any right now. But the velocity continues to be on the high side. Again, Lexington, what an electrical storm there. It's just continuous. It just keeps pounding, and it's moving to the east. So this lightning is going to pick up in Lester. Anderson, intense lightning. It's just getting underway there. So a very electrical storm. I'm going to turn the radar back on so you can see the heavier rainfall. And boy, just covered up. That's a tremendous amount of lightning. Let's see how much lightning that is. Let me put the counter on. So 35 strikes of lightning. We go from 7 to 35, peak at 38, and this, I think that's over a 10-minute period. So that is continuous lightning going on here. It's moving away from you in Lexington, probably another 15, 20 minutes, and then it'll most likely be over for the rest of the night there. Anderson, as I mentioned, is just beginning. So let's get in a little bit closer here along Highway 64. Very intense lightning. Probably gonna have power outages due to lightning here between Lexington and Anderson and up to Appleton up in southern Middle Tennessee. So 29 lightning strikes just in this area alone. And what you're seeing is just one lightning strike after another. I'll go ahead and pause that just so you can see the latest bolts popping up. There's the latest one just on the Bully Mason Road there north of Anderson. That's how it happened. They show up and then they'll flash the most frequent one, or the latest lightning strike will show up and it'll flash a little bit. Same thing going on over here northwest of Bellevue, southeast of Minor Hill. So very electrical storm. We're seeing signs of potential wind damage in it, and I can't rule out a rain-wrapped tornado, or at least an embedded tornado, but probably lower end type tornado. And some of these tornadoes, if they do pop up, some of them, it's hard to figure out if it was actually straight line wind or tornado damage, because they're not terribly strong. And I think that threat for stronger tornadoes may have passed, but we're going to keep an eye on it. And especially as we get down the road here, as this approaches Sand Mountain and Lookout Mountain and the rest of northeast Alabama.
And Brad, on the note, I will say I'm currently monitoring some of the storms still back in Mississippi, because I know this is important to watch as they continue to cross over the state line. The storms in Mississippi, they're really starting to fizzle out as well as far as that tornado threat goes. Again, I have this radar pulled up right back here. We do not have any currently tornado warned storms for our area. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning still ongoing for portions of Colbert, also Franklin. Franklin County, Russellville included in this. There is a tornado tag possible on this, but as Brad and I have been mentioning, most of this is just turning into a straight line wind damage event. If we go ahead and take Max 2 real quick, we'll go ahead and walk you through this. All of these storms that you see here, they have merged into one line. When they're separate, these storms, essentially they don't have to fight for energy. Right now, they are all fighting for energy because they're all conjoined together. This does not mean you shouldn't have a safe place in mind, and this also shouldn't mean that you should stay in a mobile home. I'm seeing some people in the comments ask, hey, what do I do if I'm in a mobile home? These are still straight line winds, and this line is moving very fast. It has a lot of momentum built up in it, and we can see that all the way from portions of southern Middle Tennessee down toward North Cortland, just west of just east of Russellville, should I say. I'm going to go ahead and circle this right here on the map. Some of these winds could be gusting up to 65, even 70 miles per hour. And a mobile home is not a good place to be when you have winds that high. Mobile homes were not built to withstand wind speeds that high. So make sure you are getting to a safe place. We're not tracking any tornadoes in our area at the moment, but straight line wind damage can do just as much damage as a tornado. So we want to keep you safe throughout the night. Again, no tornado warned storms in our area at the moment, but we still have a widespread straight line wind damage event currently going on. And this will continue as this line tracks west to east. Now, this is going to be quick. The worst the weather should last about 15 to 30 minutes. Once you get that big blast of winds, it's going to be over for your area, and you're likely going to be in the clear. Again, Waterloo, you're already in the clear. Portions of Florence, you're likely going to be in the clear within the next 5 to 10 minutes here. Again, as this line continues to track through, I'm going to go ahead and take it off velocity so y'all can get a good eye here of what's going on. We do still have a severe thunderstorm warning ongoing for Colbert, also Franklin County. This includes portions of Russellville, also North Cortland. But we are not seeing any signs of a tornado at the moment, just a damaging wind threat. Brad.
All right, Chelsea, thanks a lot. I'm going to kind of go through what we're looking at over time. If you guys can load up Max, again, we went past midnight, so that's not going to work. Chelsea, if you could update that maybe in Max 2. And right now we'll go back basically to radar. I want to go hour by hour through that forecast. So if you're up here wondering, you're in Athens, Decatur, Hartselle, and even farther to the west, I want to give you that hour by hour look at what we're expecting and go through that with you. Again, some of the data we've been using thinks it's next Friday, actually Friday ahead. So when we go past midnight, the model data kind of gets crazy. So that's just what I want to pass along there. So here's our shear rate with the storms down here to the south. Still fairly significant shear rate down here moving towards Hackleburg. And that was showing up on the velocity as well. So this is just out of our viewing area again, down here towards Hackleburg and eventually over to Haleyville. We've got circulation here. Right now, it's not all that tight, but I'll check debris signature. No, nothing there. So again, the shear rate kind of zoning in on this area. I think the last scan was probably a little bit higher here with this storm and moving towards southwest side. And then the lightning's really intense here in and around Hodges. So let me put this into motion here as we go through this. It tightened up briefly, and then we continue to see some of that. So overall, again, as Chelsea mentioned, we're just looking at severe thunderstorm warnings out here, but I say that, just severe thunderstorm warnings, and I even made a point to bring it up during the broadcast earlier today. Some of these storms are going to be capable of this higher end 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gust, and that can do quite a bit of damage. And there's still a lot of debris out there from last week's storms, and that's going to pretty much be thrown around quite a bit. This storm, the lightning here is starting to drop a bit in this Lexington storm. So let's take another look at it from high top here as we take a look at that. So again, it's still a bowing segment in here. And what I mean by that is you get here from Minor Hill towards Anderson, you get this little bow, and that just means the wind is really strong in here. There's also that boundary coming through as well. So let's take a look at velocity. We're not seeing a whole lot here, but we'll start seeing a little bit more from this storm as it gets closer. So probably by the time it gets to Ardmore, we'll have a better bird's eye view of it. We turn off the lightning here so we can see it better. Again, the lightning not nearly as intense as it was earlier with these storms. So here's that velocity. It's not very impressive, at least from this vantage point here. Still some high wind in around Mount Roswell and Lester, moving towards Bethel and Elkmont. Let's see what else we've got going on. And just 2 severe thunderstorm warnings for our area. There is one up here just to the north of Fayetteville, and that does include Shelbyville. But again, these are severe thunderstorm warnings. There's our storm relative velocity. Let me switch back over to GWX here. That was pretty intense up there north of Pulaski. Again, we'll get back to that storm in just a second. But down here, we still have some strong winds, but the tornado circulation is really not that robust here. So that's some good news. Russellville, you're all clear. All clear in Russellville. Just still some lightning and thunder, but I think the tornado threat has passed you by. It's still raining and there's still lightning down there, but as we look at the velocity, the area of concern with that wind shift is right in here. So I think you're going to be okay there in Russellville as this continues to move. Let's take one more look here at the radar and see what's going on with this. Put that in motion again. But I mean, I say that some intense lightning's coming in. So again, this is from the tornado warned storm. And I think you're going to be okay, even with this coming in, some strong gusty winds and a lot of lightning here in Russellville. So again, pretty much draw that line as we get down here closer. We're talking about basically this area here and northwest. It looks like, again, that boundary has shifted to the east. Still lightning, still thunder for probably the next 25, 30 minutes, but the tornado risk is going way, way down here. But the lightning's picking up here around Hackleburg. So let's take a closer look here. Well, it's just really intense here. And this is moving towards Phil Campbell. Storm level, yeah, I mean, we're still just a lot of lightning here. I just don't see a significant rotation or anything like that developing, and that gust of wind is probably starting to come into town right now with the more intense lightning. So very intense lightning from Hodges south of Russellville. This is going to be, let's see, about 14 miles to the southwest of Russellville. So you've got intense thunder and lightning over here, and probably some isolated damaging wind gusts a possibility as well. And that's going on. And the tornado warned storm still southwest of Hackleburg. And we're still seeing somewhat of a little bit of shear going on down here southwest of Hackleburg. So I'll zoom in a little closer. And you can also see that boundary here in the green as well as you go just west of Hatton and down towards Phil Campbell. So Phil Campbell, you are not all clear, but you are not under any warning right now. But the worst of the lightning starting to come in, and it will continue to come in on the southwest side of town. Are you going to?
Yeah, I have that graphic.
Okay, great. Is that?
It's a max 2.
Max 2?
And I have it going out toward noon on Saturday.
Okay, great.
So you want me to go through that real quick?
Yeah, well, go ahead and go through that, yeah.
Okay. Again, we're continuing to track that line of showers and storms across the Tennessee Valley this evening. Only warnings we have in effect are going to be severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, this is going to be in place for Colbert, Franklin, also Lawrence counties until 2:45. And there is a tornado tag possible with these, but again, our main threat is going to be damaging wind gusts at the moment, and we're talking as high as 60, 65, maybe upwards of 70 miles per hour. So we still want y'all to be in a safe place. I would not recommend being in a mobile home as this line of storms pushes through, because it is going to be a quick line. I mean, these are moving very fast, but it also is going to be a quick burst of damaging winds. And so we want to make sure we keep you safe here. I will say this model run moving just a bit quicker, especially as you go into Middle Tennessee, than what's actually happening. But here's still a good idea of what to expect. So it's right around 2:30 right now, 3 o'clock. We're looking at portions of Winchester down to Huntsville and Madison County. This includes Decatur as well, and portions of Morgan County down to Moulton, back to Phil Campbell. Phil Campbell, you're going to be exiting out of that severe threat likely in the next 30 minutes, maybe even quicker than that as we head throughout the rest of this morning. As we push forward in time, the next 30 minutes, again, Decatur, you're likely going to be getting out of this threat. This is going to be really quick for everybody. I know we had the big timeline graphic where it was, 4-hour timelines. None of y'all are going to deal with this for 4 hours. It's more of a 15 to 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes at the longest. So 3:30, we're still looking at portions of northern Jackson County down into Huntsville, Madison included in this. Limestone County, you likely will be in the clear at this point. This includes Athens. Decatur, you will likely be in the clear around 3:45. Moulton, you likely will be in the clear by 3:30. Russellville, you're already in the clear. Again, Phil Campbell, you are already going to be in the clear, likely in the next 30 minutes or so. As we push forward in time, the next hour and a half, 4 o'clock in the morning, this is going to mainly affect far northeastern Alabama, so Scottsboro, all the way back to Arab, Boaz, and Marshall County, and back to Coleman. You likely will be dealing with that damaging wind threat, 60, 65 miles per hour, and we're going to have to watch closely. I know a lot of people asking in the comments for Sand Mountain Magic. We're going to have to watch closely with how the environment, or topography should I say, interacts with this line as it moves through, because it likes to force those storms up, right? So we still need to watch Sand Mountain Magic very closely. We told y'all we're going to be on all night, all morning until this passes everyone. We're going to stick with y'all and we're going to get y'all through this. So again, 4 o'clock, far northeastern Alabama, Scottsboro, back to Arab, Boaz, back to Coleman, Russellville, Phil Campbell, Florence, Moulton, Decatur, Athens, Huntsville. You're all in the clear, likely by 4 o'clock. And some of those areas, I already told you, you would be in the clear earlier than that. As we head into 4:30, the threat for severe storms, we're talking tornadic storms, they are going to lessen greatly, meaning there likely is not going to be a severe threat as we head into the 4:30 hour. But portions of far northeastern Alabama still going to be dealing with some heavy downpours at times, possibly some gusty winds upwards of 45, even 50 miles per hour. 5:30, Albertville, Fort Payne, you're still dealing with rain in the morning, but by 6 o'clock, this is going to move out of our area in a southeastern fashion. Likely by 7, 8 o'clock, all of us going to be dry, and we are going to be dealing with some gusty winds behind this throughout the day on Saturday, but your weekend honestly shaping up to be very beautiful despite all of the mess that we're dealing with right now. So tomorrow, expect afternoon highs likely in the mid-70s. We do have a wind advisory that will take, that's already in effect and will continue through 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Note wind gusts will still be upwards of 35, 40 miles per hour. So if you secured all your loose outdoor objects in preparation for this overnight event, make sure you just keep them secure. All of your patio pillows, furniture, whatnot, just keep them secure because it will be windy in the wake of this cold front as we head into your Saturday. Cold night likely on Saturday, heading into Sunday morning. We're looking at upper 30s, low 40s. Sunday a bit cooler than Saturday, upper 60s, low and mid 70s, but no rain over the weekend. Next week we'll get there. When we get there, we're tracking more storms in the forecast, and we also are tracking more heat in the forecast. So you combine the two, mid 80s and storms, they do not play well together. we're just going to take you back to what's happening right now. That was just a future cast of the passage of these line of storms. Again, we do not have a tornado threat at the moment. Right now, if you could just take max 1 in the back, please. Again, we are tracking a line of storms. Our main threats right now are going to be damaging wind gusts. Again, if you can hear me in the back, can we get on max 2 full screen, please? Max 2, thank you very much. We do have a tornado warned storm that is in Marion County. We're going to go ahead and get a quick check on the velocity. So right now, this is what we call reflectivity. This shows the precipitation rate, also lightning that we're seeing. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for portions of Colbert, Franklin, also Lawrence County, Hatton. Some of the worst of the winds are right on top of you right now. So I'm going to go ahead and give a big circle here. We're looking at wind gusts 60, 65, even possibly 70 miles per hour. And I want to go ahead and zoom in a bit more on this to name out some more places. If you are in the Hatton area, you're watching us on Facebook Live, please let us know what you're seeing. Please do it in a safely manner. Also, if you have damage in the area, please, please, please relay that damage to us. Send us pictures, send us videos. We want to make sure we get that information out to the public. And again, let me go ahead and just zoom on this area right here. So the worst the winds right now moving through Hatton, North Cortland, heads up Moulton. You will be dealing with these winds within likely the next 5 to 10 minutes because this is moving very quick. And again, we do have that tornado storm or tornado warned storm in Marion County. It's almost right on top of Hackleburg. The rotation here, I will say, rotation not looking all that impressive at the moment. And again, this is heading due east towards Bear Creek. Goddard also, it's likely going to go north of Haleyville. If you know anybody in Haleyville, I know a lot of people in Haleyville. Haleyville, you likely will be in the clear. But again, as far as the rotation goes, it is very weak at the moment. Again, almost just right over Hackleburg. And I'm going to go ahead and switch it over to our debris product. No tornado debris signature, debris ball that we call it. Very, very broad rotation at the moment. But again, areas in Marion County, including Hackleburg, also Bear Creek. I would get in your safe place. This is broad rotation at the moment. And again, I'm just checking our chat real quick. Again, only thing we have in our area right now is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Franklin, Colbert, Lauderdale, Franklin, Colbert, and Lawrence County. This includes Town Creek, Hatton, Moulton also included in this. Moulton, get ready, heads up. Next 5 to 10 minutes, you're looking at some gusty winds upwards of 60, I would say 65 miles per hour. And again, these winds are going to be quick. This line of storms, they're moving fast. That's why we really don't have much of a flooding threat. Sometimes when we talk about these events, we transition from a severe threat to just a ton of rain all at once. We're not dealing with that tonight. Main threats at this point are going to be damaging straight line wind gusts, likely up to 60, 65, upwards of 70 miles per hour, Brad.
Hey, thanks a lot, Chelsea, for giving me that break. What we're looking at, again, as Chelsea's been monitoring, the most intense thunderstorms are down here just east of Highway 43, and that's going to be just southwest of Hackleburg and moving through Hackleburg right now. Noticing a real drop-off of the lightning up here as you get farther to the north into northwest Limestone County. The Weather Service talking about they were probably going to, after 2:45, if they don't see any increase in the intensity of these thunderstorms, they're going to be dropping these severe thunderstorm warnings. So this is a good trend, but the atmosphere is still fairly unstable. So we're going to have to watch how all this comes together. And at some point, all this upper level energy that's moving through is going to be moving and pivoting farther to the north. So Ardmore, a lot of lightning coming in, very heavy rain. But right now, no twisting winds. Let's see what the storm relative velocity is showing here. I'm going to just Well, it's best to keep it on right now, looking at trends. This is getting closer to the radar. We're going to get more information from the radar here, but I think we're mainly just seeing spikes in wind gusts, probably closer to 50 miles per hour. And the same can be said over here towards Rogersville. And as we get closer to in around Cortland, this would be an area we'll have to watch. Turn that off and then put the radar back on here. So again, this is a strong thunderstorm here in Cortland, but notice how it is moving out of the polygon. So in and around Coxie, as you get to Athens, the lightning's really starting to pick up here on Wheeler Lake and coming in from the west. So here's the shear rate, not overly impressive, but we're still watching this potential over here that we have some really strong winds within this storm here. This is just north of Cortland. This is outside of the severe thunderstorm warning. So this is why I think the storms are moving a little bit faster. The warnings are saying 50 miles per hour, but this is already out of the warning, and the warning is set to expire in a little less than 10 minutes from now. So let me put a track on this area here that's moving towards Athens right now. This storm track here, just south of Coxie. High wind with this storm moving east. Again, this is going to be moving east more like, I'm going to back off the picture here. This is at 50. Let's go 57 miles an hour. That's pretty much right on, I think. Coxie, it's there now. Lawson, 244. Athens, 249. Again, that's going to be just before 3 o'clock. Very intense wind and a lot of lightning coming in. Greenbrier, we've got you on there right around 3 o'clock. Same thing in Capshaw. Harvest, Monrovia, Madison around 3:05. Meridianville, 3:13. Moores Mill around 3:16. Meadow Hills and Meridianville around 3:13. Huntsville, 3:16. That's downtown Huntsville. Of course, Huntsville kind of sprawling out everywhere, but that's the downtown Huntsville location. So that's going to be right here at 3:13. Moores Mill, 3:16. That's going to be up here on the north side. Newmarket, I think you're still looking at the possibility you're going to see some strong wind gusts coming in there. And then Meridianville, again, 3:13. Huntsville, 3:16. Ryland, that's going to be on the east side, northeast side of Huntsville, around 3:21. 3:24. Maysville, Gurley, around 3:31 as well. So that storm track, take that off, and we'll continue to monitor this. Really two distinct areas here with the most lightning and most intense wind. We'll just have to keep an eye on these areas here. This north of Cortland towards Athens, again, that's the one we were looking at a little earlier. So let's just go down the line here. Lincoln County, you are not under any severe thunderstorm warning at this time. As we go over here towards Elkton, it's going to be from Elkton to Ardmore. I'm going to go ahead and take my earpiece out too. I've got a new earpiece and it's bugging me. So if you guys need to talk to me back there, someone may need to come out here and wave their hands. Here we got Elkton and Ardmore. Intense lightning continues to move in, and this is all coming in from the west. Let's take a look at the velocity, and we are seeing this distinct pattern here where you've got this gust of wind coming into Elkmont right now, and it's just on the back edge here. You get northeast of Rogersville, north of Coxie. This is going to be along the Elk River that we have just more of a peak here of some strong gusty winds. Now I'm going to stop this right here, and we'll circle this, and we'll see what it looks like on the reflectivity. Again, south of Mount Rosal. This will be most likely a wind gust that may be approaching 55 miles per hour. And as we put the radar on, we'll see where that so we'll have to watch this area here as we go through time. But again, the main boundary is likely shifted already to the south of there. This all occurring right up on the state line. So you got Ardmore, Elkton, and Elkmont, and very intense lightning right there on the interstate as well. So while we're in velocity, might as well go back here and take a look here in around Cortland, just south of Coxie, by the paper mill, the old paper mill, the hypersonic missile plant now there. Storm relative velocity. Yeah, we're still hitting some peaks here in the wind.
And Brad, we do have a new tornado warning. This is from a debris ball that is in that tornado warned storm in Marion County. So this tornado warning is for Franklin and Lawrence County until 3:15 in the morning. Again, this is that tornado warned storm near Hackleburg. It does now have a debris ball on it. And we're watching it closely in case it takes more of a northeast turn. Yeah,
debris detection here. So this is going to stay south of you in Phil Campbell. Your sirens are probably sounding, but that's this storm east. It's probably about 3 miles or so southeast of Hackleburg. So yeah, right at 3 miles southeast of Hackleburg. If you're getting our broadcast, Haleyville, you're kind of on the outside of this warning. This is moving towards Allen's Factory, Lumble, and then Goddard down here just outside of our viewing area in Marion County. But down the road, warning extended here into southern Lawrence County. Put the shear rate on there, storm relative velocity. Yep, it does show up there. So, boy, it's really hard to tell from that view there, though.
It's not a pretty storm.
No, it's just completely wrapped in rain, this tornado. Let me get storm relative back on there. It actually does a better job here. So I'm going to put this into motion. So this is what we're trying, yep, right there, just briefly. You can see where you get a little bit of blue on the back side of this. So that's it right there, just southeast of Hackleburg. So what I really want to do is let that loop again. And it looks like it's on that boundary, really. It looks like it's on that boundary. So let's track this right here. We're going to track that. I don't really trust that northeast movement as much because the whole thing's starting to move to the west. Let me back out here just a little bit. So this will eventually take it towards Falkville. That'll be around 341. So this is going to be going across parts of the Bankhead National Forest. So we're not going to get a lot of reports here. Very urban, actually a very rural area down here. North of Double Springs, Phil Campbell again. Lightning's really picking up near this circulation, but most of this is going to affect just off to your south. So let's get in here street level here for you folks in Phil Campbell. Notice the tornadic signature still down here. That is about... That's a very intense storm, though, by the way.
And that debris ball is headed right towards Bear Creek. I know we have some viewers who are watching in Bear Creek.
Bear Creek Reservoir? Yeah, so right here. So this is Allen's Factory. You need to be in your shelter here. This is Bear Creek, I believe. State Highway 13 coming across there. And Dime Road. Again, I think the boundary is going to keep this well south of Phil Campbell. And I mentioned, let's do the mileage here. From downtown Phil Campbell to the south, it's going to be about 5 miles. But the tornado debris is going to be lofted up here east of Phil Campbell along Highway 79. You may be dealing with some of that debris there down the road here. And then Highway 240, 243. So Posey Mill, you need to be seeking shelter for a tornado that's been confirmed with this storm here just off to your south and west. Let me put that back up there. And the circulation was really tight here near Lumble. Let's see if we still have that debris signature. Whoop. I need to go to the radar. There it is. All right. Let's go to the GWX and then do the debris signature here. See if it's still showing up. I got to turn the lightning off in order to really see it. It's still showing up. Again, this has been a fairly long track debris signature here, and we're tracking the debris moving northeast. So with this, they've got a new tornado warning that's been extended. You see, this is where you get the Birmingham coverage area, and then the Huntsville. They kind of overlap in here. So let's put a storm track on this storm right here. So basically, this area here, about 61 miles per hour. So we've got Hartselle and Falkville in the path here. This is down the road quite a ways, so 327. So it's now 2:46 Saturday morning. And we've got a possible, we have a confirmed radar confirmed tornado just east of Haleyville, actually west of Haleyville. So Haleyville, it's going to be a close call. I believe you're under this new tornado warning. You are. That circulation is just off to your northwest, and it's going to be northwest of Haleyville. Let me grab that pencil. northwest of Haleyville around, I would say that's a good 4 or 5 miles. So real close call there in Haleyville. And again, what we're tracking there is the debris. The tornado could actually be farther south of that location. So this is that area of circulation we need to watch closely. Northwest of Haleyville, just south of the lake, moving east-northeast. So I'm going to do that storm track again. This is going to stay south of Phil Campbell. I'm highly certain of that. Put the lightning back on. I'll get back up here into Limestone County in just a second. But here's this circulation. Again, over time, this is going to spread out a bit. I'm going to move that at 65 miles per hour. So again, Hartselle, Falkville showing up down the road. Hartselle 324. Again, just be thinking about where you may need to go if the warning gets extended. And right now, that warning ends just southwest of Moulton, west of Speak. I know if you live in Speak, and if you're in a mobile home, this is where you probably need to start thinking about going to a shelter here on the southwest side, because this storm's kind of down here on its own. It's going to feed off all the instability. Notice there's nothing else really in its way. So down the road, we're talking Morgan City, Owens Crossroads, New Hope, maybe even Arab, because I think eventually this is probably going to shift more to the east than it is moving northeast. And see, that's again why I'm telling you, just because you're in the storm track now, if this storm kind of changes a bit, it's going to end up a little bit farther to the south. So again, Morgan City around 3:43. It's just before 3 o'clock, so 12 minutes before 3 o'clock here on a Saturday morning. Let's go ahead and take another look up here towards Ardmore, as there's still a lot of wind shear going on within these storms. Let's take a look at the wind. Yeah, very strong winds coming into Elkmont and Ardmore, and very intense lightning. Very intense lightning here. This is in Ardmore and Elkton, this big cluster of lightning. No warning in effect for that. No severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, the warnings have been dropped with the exception of this tornado warning down here to the south. So I'll do the shear rate again here with this storm. Again, we're pretty far away from the radar at this vantage point as you look off to the southwest. That's why, let's see, I think we're still closer to Columbus than we are any other radar. So again, we're kind of in that zone where we had problems last Friday night where the tornado was kind of under the radar beam. And the same thing may be happening here. The thing that gave it away was that debris ball that showed, the debris signature, I should say, that showed up. Let's see here, one more time. GWX, storm relative velocity. Yeah, because here's one thing that, as far as down the road, we've got this wind shift that's moved through Moulton. And I think what's happening is, Chelsea, I think this is on that boundary.
Yeah, it's riding right along it.
And eventually, I think this boundary is going to keep moving southeast. And as this is moving northeast, it's going to get absorbed. So I'm hoping that's what's going to happen down here. Again, this is happening pretty much over the Bankhead National Forest. I'll get down here street level for you folks down in Haleyville and other areas down here in the path of this tornado. We've got out 21st Street north of Haleyville. The circulation's actually near Donaldson Mill on the north side of Haleyville. And over here, Pebble is pretty much right in the path right now. And this is along Airport Road. So this is on the north side of Haleyville, tracking east and northeast, and it's coming up towards County Road 2 here in the southwest corner of Lawrence County. And again, Posey Mill, you're still in danger from this thunderstorm that may be still producing a tornado. Take a look at the debris detection, and it has gone, I think. Let's loop this and kind of get the trend here. Take the lightning off. There's the signature. It's still showing up. It's rather faint though, but the only reason we can really pick it out is because of the trend here. And notice the other thing with the debris, it's starting to shift more from the northeast to the east as well. So that boundary is moving through there. So the radar's telling us a lot about what's going on with that storm down there. Storm relative velocity. There's still a tight circulation on that boundary, and there's still a lot of lightning down here. So we really need to continue to keep an eye on this storm to the south. What we're hoping happens is this boundary that's moving into Trinity down here to Speak, we're hoping this rain-cooled boundary spreads out ahead of this thunderstorm, because that will cause it to weaken. But that circulation's still there, so we'll have to monitor this over time. And again, that's why the storm track only goes so far, because the technology is not there to say this is going to continue. All right, so again, we'll monitor this just on the southern fringes of the viewing area down here southwest of Moulton. Continue to watch the thunderstorm up here in East Limestone. They're going to get another radar perspective here. Again, the wind shear is still very, very high all along this line. So that threat for a brief spin-up tornado does continue, even though we don't have any warnings here. And that's how things can spin up fairly quickly. Fayetteville, a lot of lightning here. This is out Highway 53 as you get north of Ardmore. The wind shift is coming through. Getting a little bit closer here. But we don't have any twisting wind. Again, what we're seeing is all this wind is basically coming towards the radar. But nonetheless, we'll keep an eye on that up there. Again, strong gusty winds throughout Ardmore right now. A lot of lightning going on. A lot of lightning up here in Fayetteville. Check shear rate, make sure I'm not missing anything. But just strong gusty winds along this change in the weather that's coming in. Expanding the view. All clear in Coxie for the rest of the night, by the way. Out here in northwestern Limestone County. I cleared you earlier in Russellville. You guys are going to be fine for the rest of the night. Decatur, let's just go ahead and go street level. We got a lot of you staying up late tonight and wondering what's going on in your community. We'll get back down to that tornado warning here in just a few. But on the west side of Decatur, a lot of heavy rain. The most intense lightning is to the north, up there towards Tanner, near exit 347. And this will continue to move to the east. So this is moving into Capshaw, Harvest, Monrovia, right about on schedule. I think we were going about 3 o'clock, at least when we finally got the time frame nailed down by 6 o'clock this evening. Let me expand the view here and take this out. So I'm going to do this track like this. I'm going to move east. Whoops. Gets tricky on the edge of the screen. So Capshaw 257. I mean, the rain's moving in there now. The lightning will probably pick up as well. Harvest 259 for heavy rain. You've got the shower activity moving in now. We'll go street level out here into Harvest, Monrovia in a second as well. Hazel Green, Madison around 3 o'clock, 309 in Hazel Green. Meadow Hills 311, Meridianville 311, Huntsville 312. So about 15 minutes from now. Pollen's getting to me tonight. Meridianville 311, Huntsville 312, Ryland 318, Huntland. That's going to be up here farther to the northeast, up into Middle Tennessee. That's with that southern edge of the line up there. That's going to be moving in around 319. Newmarket 319. Maysville and Gurley around 320 to 330. Again, we're tracking a lot of lightning, very heavy rain, and strong gusty winds. So let's get in street level here in towards Harvest, out towards Monrovia, Capshaw. It's just about across the county line there. Douglas Road, very heavy rain. Pettis Road here as you continue out towards Legacy Elementary. Old Railroad Bed Road. Get over here towards Sam Thomas Road and Pine Grove Road, Capshaw Road. You got Wall Triana. You got Magnolia Springs subdivision out here. Just some heavy rain coming into the west side here. This is basically following Nick Davis Road with all this lightning and the Mooresville Road area. So very heavy rain, frequent lightning going on with this storm. Let's take a look at the storm relative velocity here. There's just not a lot showing up there. So here's our wind shift line. Right up here to the north, this is 257. I believe that's Highway 257 there in northeast Limestone County. It's along that area that we have intense wind going on, no doubt about it. But right now, I don't see any twisting wind. Let's get in. Yeah, I'm gonna stop this. Take a look at the reflectivity here. What I'm looking at is this area up here. We're starting to get a little purple here on the reflectivity. This is going to be Oak Grove Road and Thatch Road, moving to the east towards Highway 251. Some intense wind coming in on the backside of this. See what the lightning's doing here. Lightning still, I mean, there's just a lot of lightning up here, especially up into southern Middle Tennessee, up into southern Lincoln County, I should say, just east of Ardmore. Probably going to be power outages here in southern Lincoln County, just due to the tremendous amount of lightning that we have going on with that storm. And then, of course, more lightning down here as you get into Athens and Tanner and Greenbrier. Again, all this on Mooresville Road. Lindsay Lane, of course, extended that, and all that construction on Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road. So storm relative velocity, shear rates low, velocity itself fairly low. Again, no twisting going on, but just some strong gusty winds we're going to have to continue to watch up there in the southwest corner of Lincoln County. Now, as we go back down here and cover this, the tornado warning storm, I'll give you more information down here to the southwest. Radar, the storm, let's put a storm track on that. This is going to stay, the circulation is going to stay south of Moulton, but the lightning, that's intense. Strong gusty winds are going to move through Moulton as well, and then eventually Speake and just south of Speake. Grayson's really the area probably most at risk from this thunderstorm here off to the southwest. Storm relative velocity, again, we're getting farther away from the radar, so the data is not going to be as accurate, but it's starting to move more east than it is northeast. So this storm is going to stay away from Moulton. This storm will likely stay away from Speake, at least the tornadic part, at least the circulation here with that storm. And so that's some good news for you. However, you're still dealing with a lot of very heavy rain and frequent lightning. Phil Campbell, all clear in Phil Campbell. You're going to rest the night. You'll still have some rain coming in from the west, but the tornadic threat, the severe threat, is down considerably. You may see some wind gusts of 45 miles per hour. Take another look at the shear rate here. Storm relative velocity. Yeah, well, the area we're really watching here is going to be this area that's approaching Grayson. So you should be in your shelter there in Grayson here in northern Winston County as this storm continues to roll through. Let's do like an extended storm track here for this storm. Update you in Falkville and Hartselle. I think the trend here is that this is going to stay south of Hartselle as we're going to get this rain actually coming in. It's moving into Decatur now. So this boundary is already going to be in Hartselle or south of Hartselle by the time this bigger storm is on top of you. So let's extend this storm track. I'm going to go basically here. I'm going to track the thunderstorm here with the most intense lightning right now. And then we'll track the part that's got the rotation there. That's 45. It's probably moving again at 50 or 55 miles per hour. So Moulton, right around 3:05. So it's really moving into Moulton now. So this track's going to be about 5 or 10 minutes off. Speake around, I would say 3:10. Again, that's right here. I'm tracking a lot of lightning, very heavy rain with this storm. Falkville, I would say around 3:30 in the morning, and that's right over here, just off of I-65. West Point, 3:37. That's down here into northern Coleman County. So watching Coleman County and southwestern Morgan County down the road for this storm as it's moving in. I don't see it. It's not ramping up in intensification. It's not necessarily spinning down either. It's just kind of maintaining with its energy down the road just before 4 o'clock in Eva. It's at Somerville, 3:43. And that, again, that is the storm track here for the entire storm. Now I'm going to track where the twisting wind in the storm is, and that's really right across the county line. Get my bearings here. So that's going to be just west of Grayson, extreme southern Lawrence County. And this is that circulation center. And you see Eva, you're right on the line there with that. So again, this would be Falkville 337 if it holds together. And I'd say it's got a 50-50 shot right now. Eva 347 in Baileyton around 4 o'clock. So I think that's in northern Cullman County. This circulation center is going to stay north of you in Cullman. It's going to stay north of Smith Lake. Let's go over to Chelsea. You got any more information over there? That other southern storm?
Brad, we do have information regarding some damage reports. We don't have many damage, if any damage reports out for, I believe, Lauderdale, Colbert, also Franklin counties at this time. EMA's saying they have not gotten any damage reports. We highly, highly, highly recommend, if you do have damage in your area, if you have a video, if you have a photo, please send it our way. Or again, just type a quick text or message. You can DM Brad, of course, on his social pages. You can reach out to me on my social pages. Make sure we get that information out there. The tornado watch still is continued for Coleman, DeKalb, Franklin, Jackson, Lawrence, Limestone, Madison, Marshall, Morgan counties, Alabama, and then Lincoln, Franklin, and Moore, Tennessee. We still are watching that area of circulation closely there in portions near Hackleburg, coming out of Bear Creek. But again, we are seeing that storm essentially weaken, but we need to make sure it doesn't recycle, because we've seen the storms do that throughout the evening and even this morning. I will say 532 Florence utility customers currently without power. I'm assuming a lot of other people are out without power as well. Again, we really hope that you send those damage reports to us so we can get them out to the National Weather Service. And please just let us know what you're experiencing in your area. Always please do it in a safe manner as the storm does pass. Back to you, Brad.
All right, they're going to go with the severe thunderstorm warning for northern Madison County and southern Lincoln County, I believe, for that storm. So that's going to be up here. Watching the storm closely, they don't think it has they, being the National Weather Service at this time, don't think it has a big tornado risk with it, but something, of course, we will be watching. As we continue on, we'll have another storm track on this storm here coming up in a few minutes. Still a lot of intense lightning, still trying to figure out where that boundary is going to end up. And that area of rain is starting to intensify here on the east side of Decatur towards Priceville. But the most intense storm here up into Madison County, continue to monitor that. I'm actually going to reset the whole view here, give you an overview of what's going on. It looks like the storm's intensifying a bit along Highway 72, University Drive on the west side of Huntsville. And those are my sneakers, by the way, that you hear squeaking from time to time. Somebody thought there was a bird in here or something. But this Bellevue storm, as we go up north of Hazel Green, this worst part of the storm is going to stay south of Fayetteville. And I think you guys are going to fare pretty good for the rest of the night in Fayetteville. I'm not going to give you the all clear just yet, but I think it's coming here in about 10 minutes. So let's switch over to high top here, take a look at the radar. And there's just a lot. You can hear this thunderstorm from our studios here right now with all that lightning. Let's go forward in time here. Yeah, it's starting to show a little bit more of a damaging wind threat here. So you see that right there? This is on the correct part of the storm too. So we're going to watch this very, very closely. You need to be thinking about where you may need to seek shelter here. North of Hazel Green, south of Bellevue, right along the state line, because we're starting to see, as you go towards Butter and Egg Road here and Bobo Section Road, Charity Lane, that's where we're seeing this possible circulation developing within this storm. And if this ramps up any more, we're probably going to get a tornado warning for that storm. Can you read that warning? Does it have anything about tornado possible in the warning?
No tornado tag with this warning, Brad.
All right, this is along Charity Lane and Scott Road, Butter and Egg Road. Here it is again, Bobo Section Road. This is traveling right down Bobo Section Road. So I would get at least into the interior hallway here with this storm, as there's still a lot of wind shear. This is Elkwood Section Road, Charity Lane, right over Bobo Section Road. And as you get in closer, the lightning just continues to throw like darts here. Elkwood Section Road to Bobo Section Road. And I'm going to get this other road. This is West Neely Street and Cornell Road, Mitchell Moore Road. So this is the part of the storm that may have some rotation developing within it as we watch that. And I'm going to turn the radar back on here. This is in an area that's going to be more favorable for something to spin up here too. This is just, there's comes another warning there.
And that's the tornado tag possible.
Okay, tornado possible. So
But that is not for that, or
there's
actually,
tornado warning now for-
yeah, so that's the tornado warning for Madison, Franklin, in Madison County, Alabama, Franklin, Lincoln counties, Tennessee,
Yep.
for that storm that you're on right now.
So now I have a tornado warning. You need to be seeking shelter on the north side of Hazel Green. You're just on the southern edge of this. There's the warning. It just popped up there. This is tracking right down Bobo Section Road. Turn the lightning off. There's just an incredible amount of lightning. Again, this hasn't crossed 231 yet, but it's about to cross 231, and then it's going to move down Mulberry Road, Manley Road, some of the same areas we were talking about 4 weeks ago, I think it was, with the Newmarket tornado. Tracking through the same area, shear rate's probably going to pick up on, yeah, there it is, storm relative velocity. So we have a possible tornado. Let's check debris signature here. And that's till 3:30 this morning. I'm going to try to get rid of this tornado warning. This right here. So I think if I push off of there, there we go. All right, so what I'm going to be watching for here, northwest side of Hazel Green, is going to be a debris signature that may show up. Excuse me. It's hard to just take a breath with this pollen in the air. But Bobo Section Road, Loveless Road, that's where we're going to be watching for possible debris signatures to show up. The circulation is tightening up here, so again, be seeking shelter along Mulberry Road, Elkwood Section Road. It's about to cross Highway 231, so if you know someone on the road between, say, Fayetteville and Hazel Green, they need to be stopping. It's going to be real close to the state line here. It's south of Rush Road and just north of Charity Lane. And let's get into Hazel Green. North side of Hazel Green. Let's plot this from downtown Hazel Green. So this is going to be roughly 1.5 miles from downtown Hazel Green. This is tracking up here by basically Rambo Marine up here, right along the state line. So I'm going to track. I'm actually just going to go street level in here and tell you who needs to be seeking shelter. Everybody in the polygon, of course, but Manley Road up to Mulberry Road, South Lincoln Road. Right here is the state line. Right there. So, and this storm is just throwing out the lightning here. Again, you need to get as many walls between you and the outside as you can. I still think you're okay hallway-wise with this storm here moving in, but we're starting to see it spin up here. Tornado may be imminent with this storm north of Hazel Green. There's the latest update. It is now crossing Highway 231, so possible tornado crossing Highway 231 right up by the state line.
We have a debris ball, Brad.
You got a debris signature?
Yes, just north of Hazel Green.
Oh, yeah. So we have damage going on right now with this storm. This is right along Elkwood Section Road. This is a fairly strong debris signature here as well. This is crossing Highway 231, and I do want to urge you, if you're on Mulberry Road here, you've got to be in your shelter. You need to be indoors, away from windows. You're not going to see this coming. Again, as it's getting closer, this is tracking down Lincoln Road, and we've got Hunter Road, Shockley Drive. This is the debris signature right here. So this is our confirmation that we have a tornado, and it's been trying to develop over the last 10 minutes. It is now moving east of Bobo Section, north of Bobo Section Road, again, as it crosses Highway 231. And I'm going to storm track this for Huntland to give you guys a heads up. So I'm going to move that out. It's right here on 231, moving east-northeast at least approaching 50 miles per hour. So Huntland, probably closer to 330. Tornado has been confirmed by radar. There's debris and there's likely damage out here in this part of the county. In fact, what I want to do is I want to get in street level here back to the west and show you some of the areas that may have had damage here. As you get a lot of farm, there's actually a subdivision right in here, right off Elkwood Section Road. So again, a subdivision right in here. So let me just take off. So you got Hills Chapel Road, Elkwood Section Road, where that tornado debris ball was indicated. Large farmland out here. As you get farther west on Elkwood Section Road, again, a large area. Again, there's a lot of places out here that may have had damage. So again, usually when a tornado touches down here in North Alabama, you've got so many people around. The population density is pretty high, so high probability we have some significant damage to homes out here in northern Madison County, and may continue to see this along Lincoln Road. So I do want to urge you, you need to be seeking shelter. It's that time of day. Anything from the Weather Service yet?
Nothing from the Weather Service, Brad.
I'm gonna get a sip of water.
We're just still monitoring that debris ball. I mean, you can see it behind me. It is clear as day. It's about to cross over. This is going to be Highway 231, and it's about to cross over the state line as well, heading into portions of southern Middle Tennessee. So again, Madison County, you are under a tornado warning. This is a confirmed tornado about to cross over Highway 231. It's also headed northeast towards Mulberry Road, Old Quick Road, Brookwood Drive, and portions of South Lincoln Road as well. So heads up to Franklin and Lincoln counties in Tennessee. You're also under this tornado warning.
All right, thank you. Good information there. Again, that debris signature showing up there. Again, continues to move northeast. Let's see if we get another update here from the NexRad Doppler radar here on this source as far as the debris detection. See if it continues to show up right there. Again, it's still on the ground. So we still have a tornado on the ground with this storm. It's northeast now. It's going to be east-northeast of Highway 231, so the Charity Lane area, it's now moving away from you. And it is, as Chelsea mentioned, it's right on the state line here. So if you're in Newmarket, it looks like this is going to be passing to your north. But let's take a look at the velocity. Yep, because you get, the radar is looking right into this storm, and it knows there's a tornado because it's lofting debris in the air. So again, this is going to be right on the state line. This is going to be just south of South Lincoln Road and Satin Road, Oliver Smith Road up here in southern Lincoln County in Tennessee. So a majority of this is going to be staying north of Plevna. Here's Buddy Williamson Road in northern Madison County. This tornado is tracking to the north and east. I'm curious to see what it actually looks like on the radar.
Completely rain wrapped.
It is, but there's a lot of lightning probably illuminating that. So this is moving into southern Lincoln County. And again, heads up Huntland, I would be seeking shelter in Huntland. If you live in a mobile home, you've got to find a more sturdy location there. So again, tornado has been confirmed. It is still on the ground, and that is tracking towards Huntland, and it'll be there in about 15 minutes or less. I do want to extend down here to the south and see what we've got going on in these other storms. The lightning really picking up, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning now that does include Hartselle. So let's do this storm track down here for Hartselle. Take a look at the velocity. Very high wind, very intense lightning going on. So the fact that we have a tornado spin up on the northern edge of the line, we could still see a tornado spin up down here on the southern fringes of the viewing area as well. So very intense lightning here, and this is moving to the east towards Hartselle. And there are a few spikes down here as well. So let's take a look at the debris. It's really noisy there. So let's switch back over to GWX. We're in an area that it's really going to be hard to detect some of these winds, especially all the way down towards the ground. But let's go back to velocity. excuse me, again, their shear rate's probably not going to show much here either. Storm relative velocity. Boy, the lightning is just tremendous with this storm. It's just kind of blowing up here. So, you know, this is kind of a hallway storm, I think, right now with the amount of lightning we've got and the fact that it could quickly transition. One thing I want to do, and I will do here in just a second, I wonder if we've got any hail going on with this storm. Because it's kind of got, again, we've got these little purple areas in here just east of Speak, so it's possible we may have some hail with that storm. Now let's do the hail swath. It's usually kind of the best indicator, and we're starting to get more indication of hail, I would think, with that storm. Notice how it's starting to really start to show up. So I'd say large hail becoming a threat with this storm. Let's see what the algorithm says this is capable of. I'm going to go to the dropper here, just as in around Speak. About 1 inch hail. So we're getting more hail possibility. Some of that melts, of course, so I think we're at least dealing with ½ inch hail with this storm. So very intense thunderstorm here showing up with this storm. And we're looking far away from high top at this. Again, we're kind of in between the radars here, kind of like we were, same situation we were in last week. So just incredible lightning going on right over Speak. So we likely have power outages here in Speak and the western parts of Morgan County here, southwest of Priceville. Let's take a look at the other thing I want to look at is the shear track. See if we've got any, and this is going to be GWX. Turn the lightning off and do shear track. So let's see where this all kind of lines up. Let's see what's going on. I want to see the trend here with this. It's really not showing a whole lot, but again, there was circulation with that storm. There was a confirmed tornado warn with that storm as well. So we want to keep a close eye on this storm here that's going to be moving into Hartselle and Falkville in the next 15-20 minutes. The radar's not showing anything significant, but we've got a lot of lightning here, so we know this storm is a really strong storm. And it's bowing out a bit. So large hail right now and damaging winds moving into Hartselle. You need to be seeking shelter from this storm that's moving into Hartselle, Priceville and Falkville. This is a dangerous storm, just looking at the lightning alone. And one other thing I'm going to do here is take the lightning off, and I want to look at the trend to see if the reflectivity shows rotation like the one did last week. So over time, notice how it's just ramping up here as it gets farther to the east. And I really think the northern part of this storm should probably have a warning for it as well, moving into Priceville. And when I say it should have a warning, we're talking severe thunderstorm warning, because this is definitely a severe thunderstorm.
And Brad, there is some broad rotation that's entering into Madison County, very close to the Redstone Arsenal. And National Weather Service in Huntsville, they're about to put a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag possible on this.
Okay, let's get into
moving
that
into
one.
the Huntsville metro area.
Yeah, there's some very broad, it almost looks like it's on that boundary. So we'll have to watch that. Again, this is fairly broad rotation, we call it, which means it has to get a lot tighter, like the circulation we showed you up there in southern Lincoln County, for us to really get too concerned about a tornado warning. But these things can spin up fairly quickly. Boy, that one's just went to town here. Look at the trend here. You've got this boundary coming out, and it's developing along that boundary. That tornado continues to track pretty much right on the state line, and it's moving a little bit more east now, so it's kind of fluctuating a little bit. But the storm down here in Huntsville, on the west side of Huntsville, we'll continue to monitor this. Again, there's not a lot going on as far as maintaining this tornado potential, but the wind shear is very, very high. And we'll take a look at the shear rate here. And it does pick it up a little bit. Again, this is on the west side of Huntsville. This is now east of Harvest and Monrovia and Capshaw. But we'll wait and see what happens, because this boundary is going to come down to the south and eventually may interact with that storm there.
Brad, and the National
New
Weather
tornado warning down here for
Yes,
Falkville.
Marshall and Morgan counties.
All right, again, seek shelter. I would seek shelter in Hartselle and in Falkville. Hartselle, you're right on the line here with this, and I think what they're thinking is the same thing we're thinking down here with this storm. It looks a lot like the one we had to deal with last Friday, and it's perhaps doing some damage down here on the west side of Hartselle down here. Let's get street level. I'm going to turn the lightning off again. And you know you've got an incredible storm when you have to keep turning off the lightning. So again, I'm not going to focus on any area where I think the tornado may be, because it could be anywhere within this storm. We've got a little bit of spin maybe going on in around Hartselle and down to Tanner Heights. I know the warning just came out for areas back to the west. Let's switch radar sites here. This doesn't really give us any better look here. Shear rate's not going to help us out either, I don't think. Let's take a look at tornado debris detection. We're starting, I mean, this is picking up a little bit in here. But again, this could be leaves, things like that being picked up. But nonetheless, we have a dangerous storm approaching Falkville and Hartselle, and it's moving in basically right now. So tremendous amount of lightning. You need to be seeking shelter in Hartselle, and even north on the north side of Hartselle. This is just a really, really bad storm, especially to have at 3:30 in the morning, wake up in the middle of the night, basically. Along Highway 31, as you get south of the Beltline in Decatur, we have very intense lightning, large hail, and the potential for a tornado with this storm. And I'm going to storm track this right now, take it out in time here. And keep an eye on that Huntsville storm for me.
I'm watching, Brad.
We got just south of Vantown in Lincoln County, and the tornado continues to track. So we've got a fairly long track here. It's probably been on the ground up here in southern Lincoln County for about 12 miles. And we will get to that storm again here in just a second. Here's this thunderstorm that's really starting to ramp up. We're going to put this at 64 miles an hour. So this is going to impact South Huntsville. And I don't know why the towns didn't show up, but you can see South Huntsville into New Hope, maybe Gunnersville, Grant, Scottsboro, Henniger, down the road with this storm. So basically the same areas impacted by last week's storms as they roll through. So Lacey's Spring, all these areas in Morgan County, very intense wind and possible tornadoes. I'll just say possible tornadoes because it's pretty intense, and there could be a tornado anywhere within that storm. So Somerville, again, this is down the road. You should be seeking shelter in Priceville and Hartselle. I would seek shelter in Somerville right now too. So seek shelter in Somerville for this storm fast approaching from the west. We're starting to see that 850 millibar jet stream move through. And if you don't know what we're talking about, well, we've been talking about this for the last few days, how it was showing an increase right here, basically from Priceville towards 565. So Triana, 330, Lacey's Spring, 336, Owens Crossroads, 344, New Hope, 347, Grant, just before 4 o'clock. So then we start getting into Aspel and Langston around 404, Dutton, 414, Fife, 415, Shiloh 417, and Sylvania 417, Rainsville 417, Henniger 420. So about an hour from now, this storm will be impacting Rainsville and Henniger. We're not sure exactly how strong it's going to be by that time, but definitely worth watching. And in Fort Payne right now, you have a thunderstorm already in progress. Let's get a closer look at that. Don't want to get tunnel vision. Glad we're out this bigger view here. Fort Payne, thunderstorm. Let's see what's going on with that. Velocity. This just looks like probably an elevated thunderstorm, producing some small hail. Strong gusty winds in Fort Payne and up to Valley Head. But again, you've got another strong storm coming in from the west. Update up here into southern Lincoln County. It looks like a tornado is still on the ground. This is going to be, again, Huntland. Seek shelter in Huntland now. Tornado warning has been extended into southern Lincoln County and into Franklin County. So if you're up here at Thames Ford Lake, keep a close eye on this, but I think most of this should stay south of Winchester. Latest scan here continues to show a tornado, and we still have a debris signature here too. So we have a long track tornado that's tracked from just to the northwest of Hazel Green, now up into we first started, the debris ball first showed up northwest of Hazel Green, just to the west of 231, but it's possible the tornado touched down a little bit farther west. So as of right now, I'm going to basically do this here. This tornado has been on the ground for roughly 16 miles. So again, we have a long track tornado in southern Lincoln County moving towards Huntland. You need to be seeking shelter immediately. This is a very dangerous storm. I'll tell you, the lightning's dropped a little bit, but we're still tracking this tornado. Again, it's been on the ground for 15 miles now. North of Hazel Green. Hazel Green, you're no longer under that tornado warning. The next area we're going to watch, of course, is the Huntsville metro area.
Brad, they did just upgrade that severe thunderstorm warning. Does have a tornado tag possible, but they upgraded it to 70 miles per hour.
This
winds,
Huntsville storm?
Yes,
Okay,
winds
go
up to
ahead.
70 miles per hour. So damage could be considerable because winds, again, are packing a punch. We're talking as much damage as a weak tornado would do, an EF0, EF1. So make sure if you're in the Huntsville metro area, you are getting in your safe place, especially if you live in a mobile home. I do not recommend being in a mobile home at all right now. Heads up to people in Ryland, also Maysville. This will be arriving quite quickly because this is moving fast. All of these storms moving very, very fast. Ryland, Maysville, you're next up. You likely will be dealing with those 70 mile per hour wind gusts, and this will continue to track to the northeast. Now, this is very broad rotation. We're not seeing a lot of spin, but you don't need a lot of spin when you have 70 mile per hour wind gusts. That still can do a lot of damage. Again, we still do have a tornado warning in portions of Lincoln, also Franklin County. This is right over Elora, Tennessee, and it's about to cross into Neal and into Huntland within the next 5 to 10 minutes. You need to be in your safe place if you are in Franklin or Lincoln County, Tennessee's. We are going to continue to watch that Huntsville storm. Again, the Huntsville storm, we are seeing broad rotation, but I want to emphasize on broad. It's not wrapping up and it's not giving us inclination that we do have a tornado, but we do have 70 mile per hour wind gusts possible. And again, that's going right over the Huntsville metro area right now. It's tracking northeast, I would say 50 miles per hour right now. And it will be impacting Ryland and Maysville. It's almost right on top of Ryland at the moment. Maysville, you likely will be next, so make sure you get in your safe place. This is not a tornado, but this is 70 mile per hour wind gust, and there is a considerable tag on this from the National Weather Service, means there could be considerable damage done in this area. Again, Gurley, you are included in this, but it looks like it is going north of you. Paint Rock, you are included in this as well. It likely will go north of you. Same story for Pleasant Groves, also Skyline. And this is moving in a direct track toward the high top radar. So again, that's a while out. We'll continue to track this, but at the moment, Ryland, Maysville, you need to be in your safe place. And we're going to go back up to that tornado warned storm. This is going to be for Lincoln County and Franklin counties, Tennessee. It is almost right on top of Huntland. Well, it's just southwest of Huntland, but it will be moving into Huntland within the next 5 minutes. If you're watching and you are in Huntland, you need to take cover and seek shelter now. Put a helmet on your head. Make sure you get away from all doors and windows. Know where your safe space is or safe spot and make sure you get there immediately. We do have a strong, long track confirmed tornado. Again, this is Lincoln County and Franklin County, Tennessee. We watched it move all the way north of Hazel Green over Highway 231 across the state line. It has broadened out a bit. Let's see if we can still see a debris signature on this.
Yeah, maybe cycling through. The worst part of the winds, by the way, in the Huntsville metro area, they're going to be on the northeast side. So as you get northeast up here and where all this lightning is in around Maysville, that's where that most intense weather is there. I want to get back down to Hartselle, Chelsea, and update them. They are under that tornado warning as well. So again, severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible, mainly spin-up tornado, winds up to 70 miles per hour, mainly on the east side of Huntsville. You get east of the Parkway. But this other monster storm back here has now moved through Hartselle. It's got a bow echo with it too. So again, you need to be staying in your shelter there in Somerville. The worst of the wind is moving through Priceville now, just east of Hartselle. And it's also, you know what else is happening? There's this boundary that we've been following for a few hours, and it's intersecting this part of the storm here just to the north of Somerville. So let's take the velocity and take a look at that. And here's that broad rotation that we've been talking about as this storm moves into Huntsville. This is on a boundary, and that's why it looks that way. So when you get these boundaries, especially up here in the Maysville area, this is where we could spin up a tornado here within the next 15 minutes or so as this goes downstream here north of Gurley towards Princeton. So we're going to be checking back with that storm. But as far as Huntsville proper, the heavily populated area, the most heavily populated area of the city, this is off to your north and east. But boy, it's just tremendous lightning going on down here from Priceville just to the south to Hartselle. Probably power outages again in Hartselle from the lightning that's going on there. So we're looking at possible twisting wind here. It's going to be in the Somerville area, and this warning extends all the way to Morgan City. Now, Lacey's Spring, you're not under this tornado warning. You're not even under severe thunderstorm warning, but I would be staying away from your windows, getting in the hallway if you're up and you can watch me now, because that's going to be your safe spot here as this storm comes in. Take a look at the shear rate here. It's starting to pick up here on the east side of Huntsville. But as far as any significant tight rotation, we don't see that with this Morgan County storm, but it doesn't mean there isn't a tornado forming within that area thunderstorms. There's a tremendous amount of lightning that continues even beyond where the initial severe threat goes and develops. Back up here into the Maysville area, Huntsville, on the east side of Huntsville. This is where we have, again, this is an algorithm here, and it's detecting a little bit more shear, and I think it's because we have the boundary there. Storm relative velocity kind of clear that up a little bit, but very high wind. This is that strong wind coming in at about 4,000 feet or so that's being pushed down and ducted basically by this heavy rain and tremendous lightning moving into Princeton. So I would probably seek shelter in Princeton right now just due to the trend of this storm coming in. I think a hallway is going to be fine with this storm, but a lot of wind coming in. And as we go up here northeast, this is going to be along, let's see, County Road 4, northwest of Holly Tree. Very high wind coming into Sharps Cove Road, it looks like. Again, County Road 4. Again, we're seeking shelter for high wind, and this is moving through Maysville as well. So if you're in Maysville, you should probably, again, stay. It's on top of you. There's not much else. If you haven't sought shelter for this, it's right on top of you here in Maysville. Just a tremendous amount of lightning going on with this storm. And you see these winds here. I'll paint these on here. We're probably talking 60, maybe 70 mile per hour. You see how the wind's increasing here across this area in and around Maysville. And we get closer to the radar, we get more ground truth, so to speak. So as we trend that on, again, a lot of wind out here, a lot of lightning. We're probably going to start getting reports of damage out of northern Madison County from that Hazel Green storm that was north of there. But again, that'll be delayed due to the time. It's almost... It's 3:35 in the morning here, Saturday morning. Storms continue to move off to the east. I'm going to go all clear some people here in just a little bit, but I want to make sure we're extending this warning over here. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that has a tag that says tornado possible, and that's moving towards Princeton and Holly Tree. I'd be seeking shelter in Holly Tree and even Trenton for this storm. And what I mean, don't go run out in the backyard to the storm shelter. I mean, you're probably going to be okay seeking shelter inside somewhere as this storm approaches. Let's check the lightning again.
And Brad, I just got a message that there is major damage in Bear Creek, and that was from that Hackleburg tornado.
Okay. Bear Creek, yeah, that was that other confirmed tornado we had. That was the storm, actually, that was this storm here at one point in time. So that is the storm that's now moving east of Hartselle. The worst, that's just ugly right here, I gotta tell you. East of Somerville, moving towards Lacey's Spring. I'd seek shelter in Lacey's Spring now too. This storm has a history of damage. This is the same storm. In fact, if we go back in time, I believe this was originally part of the same storm that tracked near Haleyville, and this is really accelerating. We have a significant damage and wind potential with this storm. It's moving into South Huntsville as well. Again, it's kind of hiding from the radar, but it's from Triana to Lacey's Spring. We got this definite bow echo in here. You can see how the radar, it's just bending. So we've got our maximum wind likely just to the southwest of Lacey's Spring. Moving through Somerville. May have had this thing could produce a tornado just about anywhere within this. Again, this is likely going to stay just south of the Tennessee River right now, but overall, very intense lightning. This lightning just keeps popping. It's just, this storm's going crazy basically. As you get north of Highway 36 up here on, let's see, this is Bowers Road and Highway 36, Valormosa Springs. Seek shelter immediately, Valormosa Springs. I don't know if we've got an imminent tornado, but we've got a lot of wind coming in to Valormosa Springs, and it's down here towards Woodland Mills as well. Turn the lightning off. Probably the more lightning with this storm than you had last week. And as we take a look at the motion here, it's this storm we're going to watch as it crosses the boundary that we could get that rotating comma head, the bookend vortex on the north side, because we have what we call a rear inflow jet going on in this storm here right over Somerville, and it's over time you can get the rotation because the boundary of these thunderstorms is right about here. This is along Highway 36, so part of this storm is south of the boundary, the other part's north of the boundary. So when you get that combination, you can over time spin up a tornado. That storm really concerns me, especially the amount of lightning that we have with that storm. And that one is moving. I'm going to give you an updated storm track here on that. This one is going to move towards Grant and the campground, the Honeycomb campground. We're going to have to get a heads up there as well as this storm's coming in from the west-southwest. And this is moving, I'm going to put it at 60 miles an hour. I think it's moving that fast. Owens Crossroads 341. That's pretty much moving in here in about 5 minutes or so. New Hope 346, Woodville 351, Grant 355, Aspel 358, Langston 405. All these names sound familiar because this is the same track those tornadoes took last Friday night. Scottsboro 405, Dutton 413, Shiloh 419, Fife right around 420, Sylvania 420, Rainsville 420. Henniger 422, Hammondville 431, and Valley Head around 432. The storm over here on the east side of Huntsville, northeast of Gurley, continues to throw out quite a bit of lightning. I'll get back up there into Huntland here real quick and see if that tornado's still on the ground.
And Brad, that storm that moved through Huntsville, at the Huntsville airport, there was a 65-mile-per-hour gust.
Really?
So
Wow.
It's packing a punch.
That's this storm right here. Well, I didn't hear any. It must have tracked south of the studio. I didn't hear anything here. But this is the storm capable of a possible tornado as well. And we told you earlier to seek shelter in Princeton and down to Pleasant Grove. So very intense lightning, strong gusty winds with this. Take a look at the, and it's just got a lot of wind. And this is that jet stream coming, that 850 millibar jet stream coming through. I know I've said that a lot repeatedly, but it's pretty much playing out the way the forecast had it, at least in similarity. This circulation is still there. It's south of Huntland now. So the tornado warning is set to expire at 4 o'clock, and it's about 20 minutes. It still has 20 minutes to go. I think it's, again, these are moving faster than the initial warning output has them. Huntland, this circulation's well east of you now, so you don't have to worry about a tornado from this storm. In fact, you'll be all clear in 15 minutes. Still some lightning coming in, but as far as the tornado threat, I think you're all clear from that in 10 minutes. All right. Okay, down to the south, different story. You get east of Maysville. Maysville, the severe threats moved off to your east. Same thing with Ryland. It's moving through the Paint Rock Valley right now here at 3:40 in the morning. Very intense lightning. Princeton down to the south towards Gurley. As we continue on down to this really big storm, Morgan City, Lacey's Spring, we continue to see a lot of lightning And we're starting to see something down here on the southern boundary here. Yeah, this is where we have to start watching it quite a bit closer. And that's that severe thunderstorm warning that expires in 20 minutes for Jackson County. Storm relative velocity. Watch that southern end of that. That's going to be southeast of Somerville, just southeast of Brewer High School. So we'll continue to watch this storm here. Have they got any reports of damage at all from the National Weather Service? With
no reports from the National Weather Service. I'm reading in the chat here, again, these are not going to be confirmed, but someone stating that several rescue vehicles are headed up Highway 231 with the confirmed tornado that we had just north of Hazel Green that moved across the state line into Franklin and Lincoln County, Tennessee.
Okay, I'm going to check my Facebook page messages, see if they've got anything there.
And again, we'll continue to check for damage reports. If you have any damage reports, please let us know. Please send us photos, videos in a safe manner, please.
Yeah, again, that dangerous storm continues there, moving into Marshall County. They'll likely extend that, at least the severe thunderstorm warning. Had a report of hail in Hartselle with that storm earlier. All right, somebody said, are we okay in Florence? Yeah, it's been all clear in Florence for a while. Okay. So overall, no reports coming in from my social media, but small hail southeast of Somerville and high winds. I'm going to make a post here. Again, calling for damage reports. Very early in the morning, some people maybe just wake up and, thought, it wasn't going to happen because it was late and delayed a little bit, but it just blew up here in the last hour.
Yeah, Brad, and I will say we need to watch that spot just northeast of Eva, trying to wrap up.
Yeah, you're right.
Headed toward
That's gonna be in the
Union
southern
Grove.
Edge here.
Yes.
Right there. But hopefully this area of rain to the south will kind of interact and probably, hopefully, keep that from happening. But yeah, this storm's still dangerous. They didn't continue the warning yet for that. I'm going to briefly look up here real quick. Okay. Severe possibles cover the rest of Franklin County, Tennessee.
And again, this does not include ARAB.
Okay, yeah, I do want to stress that there's been some confusion here. This is coming from the Weather Service office. It says, somebody said Coleman, James Spann says that Coleman EMA put out a tornado warning on Facebook for northern Coleman County. Again, you have not been under a tornado warning this evening. So there has been no tornado warning issued. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning down here in Coleman. We'll keep an eye on that. But notice how this line here, it's just all sorts of curves in this line. And when that happens, it means there's extreme wind shear going over this storm. So as we come back here into High Top, update on the tornado warned storm here, south of Winchester, storm relative velocity. It's just about falling apart. So again, this will not get continued the way it looks. This will be a severe thunderstorm warning up here for the eastern parts of Franklin County. The lightning's really down too. The concern now kind of shifts to the other storm just to the south. And I'm going to go ahead and take the lightning off. Yeah, getting in a little bit closer. There's still some wind shear. Of course, there's wind shear out here. There's still some brief rotation around here. Pleasant Grove's over to Trenton. shear rate. Oh, that just popped up down here to the south. Let me get away from that. So let's take a look at velocity. Right there on County Road 119. Yeah, there's nothing to that really. That's just some wind shear probably being picked up. But very strong storms in Gurley. If you live on the west side of Huntsville, Madison, Capshaw, Harvest, Monrovia, Hazel Green, Fayetteville, Decatur, Priceville, Hartselle, the threat of severe weather is over. All clear. So all clear. What you
Hi,
gonna say?
Brad. I do want to give you an update. According to Don Webster with HIMSI, we do have 2 injuries as of now. This is on Lincoln County Road, just off Highway 231 in northern Madison County. So this was the confirmed tornado that we tracked all the way from Hazel Green near Huntland, Elora, Franklin County, and Lincoln County, Tennessee. We have 1 person under a tree and 1 in a tree. We have a crew that...
You're in a tree?
Yes. We have a crew that we're sending out right now.
Okay. Yeah, that's the horrible news there. So again, that is up here. And what road did you say? Did you say Lincoln South Road?
Lincoln County Road is just off Highway 231.
Yeah, that's going to be...
I believe it's just off to the east.
Yeah, I know it comes up here into southern. Yeah, again, this hit it. There's subdivisions out here, and I'd like to just turn that radar. I'm just going to turn the radar off briefly. Again, we're looking up here along the state line. There's this subdivision. You get looks like Auga Drive. This area was hit pretty hard, at least just south of this area, as you go up towards Tennessee Auto Salvage a couple years back. But you can see as we get out this way, we've got a lot of areas, subdivisions, families living in here. So again, we have a report of 2 injuries with that storm there as it moved in. Again, that tornado that tracked across northern Madison County and on into southern Lincoln County, and that storm has since passed. So again, all clear now in Fayetteville. Ardmore's all clear, Newmarket's all clear, west side of Huntsville's clear, as this line is on the move now. Severe thunderstorm warning issued. So again, maybe you're watching us from your camper down here on the phone. Let me go back here on this view. Somehow just zoomed me into northern Jackson County. So this is from Owens Crossroads to New Hope to Morgan City. And as we get, this is right now moving over the dam at Lake Gunnersville. And you got the Honeycomb Campground in there. The lightning's down a little bit from this. But you get Honeycomb Campground, by the way, if you're not familiar with it, it's going to be right in here. And the lightning's coming in. The winds are picking up. But I don't think we have a tornado developing in here. Just a lot of wind. Well, one thing I want to look at is this area near New Hope. Notice how that just kind of flared up there. Southeast of New Hope. You'll see it here. It just kind of flies. Yeah, so this is going to be near Nebo Road, Butter Mill Road, just on the east side of New Hope. There's a circulation here. Let's see where the lightning, the lightning's to the west of it. There's also another area back here near Woodville through the Paint Rock area. So there's little ripples going on with this, and each one of these ripples could do some wind damage or even spin up a tornado. So that's going to be that area there, 81 miles an hour. This is really intense here. You need to be seeking shelter in Woodville right now for winds approaching 80 miles per hour. Possible tornado, but straight line wind for sure. Again, this is the Woodville area, south of Gurley. We're picking up winds at 81 miles per hour, and it's getting stronger the closer it gets to the radar. So this is the kind of severe thunderstorm you need to be seeking shelter for. Okay, I'm looking for the Weather Service. Okay, all right. Again, they're not anticipating issuing any more new tornado warnings at the moment, but of course, keeping an eye on everything going on as this line moves to the east. So Woodville, I would, again, get away from your windows, I would seek shelter for damaging winds, which could be in excess of 70 miles per hour. So wind damage, highly possible with this storm. And this is as you go from Gurley on 72 and you make that turn. It gets pretty hilly here, so you're going to have a lot of fluctuations in the wind. And east of New Hope, still looking at that area. Let's take a look at the debris signature, see if anything shows up there. Nothing in there. Of course, we've got so much lightning on here. Nothing has spun down yet. Shear track, shear rate. There's our shear rate. And we'll see if it, again, we're getting real close to the radar over here. Storm approaching Arab, severe thunderstorm warning issued. They've cleared out the entire warning here for Morgan County. So just heavy rain, still a lot of lightning going on. And around Eva. You get in the southern, I mean, it's beautiful down there in southern Morgan County. There's a lot of hills, a lot of creeks going on, and there's a lot of poor visibility going on down there too. So right now, this storm is not severe. I think the boundary of severe winds have shifted over here towards New Hope. So now we focus on Sand Mountain, right? Because this is about ready to cross near Powell and Langston and then on up to Section. So it's about to make this climb up Sand Mountain. So we're going to be with you through that as it continues. One area we'll watch down here in Coleman is a little kink in the line here. Storm relative velocity, not really getting a good view of it, but we could see significant wind here on the northeast side of Coleman with that. I'm going to switch to the Birmingham next, Rad, and take a look at velocity from there. And it's still just showing, again, fairly weak circulation with that right now. Take a look at that. Arab, it's kind of bearing down on you right now, but it's just a lot of intense lightning, heavy rain in the area. Severe thunderstorm warning.
DeKalb and Jackson County until 4:30 in the morning. No tornado tag possible.
Okay. So we've got the severe thunderstorm warning for DeKalb and Marshall County.
Jackson.
Jackson, that is. So here come the storms coming in from the west. Again, if you missed it earlier, it's all clear in Priceville, Hartselle, Decatur, the west side of the Huntsville metro area. We can clear you out. Athens, you're all clear. Watching some thunderstorms popping up here south of Gadsden. So as we continue on, let's go through these areas. Take a look at the velocity here. That doesn't look that great. I just can't see much with it. But skyline, I mean, there's a lot of lightning going on here. From High Top to the south, this is all moving towards Stevenson. If you're in Scottsboro, the rain is really starting to pick up. Lightning's pretty intense off to your northwest. And we've got a lot of wind in here, so let's take another look at the velocity here. This is pretty much right on top of the radar. I don't see anything twisting there. I still see this really high wind here from Woodville moving towards Pleasant Groves. And off to the south and east. Very, very intense wind. Now we're going to have to watch this area down here, northeast of Arab. This is going to be just east of the Ruth community here. This is about, I grabbed the wrong thing. So, this is going to be about 5 miles northeast of downtown Arab. There's some shear going on the northeast side of this storm. Well, I guess I should say southeast side of the storm. This is going to be Union Grove Road and Highway 69 as you go north and you kind of go over towards Lake Guntersville, and then you go across the causeway here on 69. So I'm going to watch this. This is moving into the west side of Guntersville. No tornado signature yet, but this is what we're looking at, these things like this. I'm going to go ahead and put the actual radar on there, see if we get anything on the radar. No, we've got kind of there is this rain coming in from the southwest, and it's running into this boundary, so that's why we'll have to keep a close eye on that down there for you in Guntersville. We'll see what happens with that area. Yeah, it's these boundaries that are causing the problems, and as I move the view out, you can see where the boundary is. it is right where the blue here. So this boundary goes all the way down to the south. And basically to the west of here, I think the severe weather threat's really winding down, even though you still have lightning in New Hope, Owens Crossroads, Hampton Cove, and you still have heavy rain. Once that boundary, that wind shift, it becomes what we call outflow dominated. Now the thing that concerns me about this storm here, west of Scottsboro, is how twisted it is. You see, I mean, there's a lot of wind in that storm, and it's on the northern edge. It's either going to be potential bookend vortex, or you're going to get this comma head, other form here on the southwest flank. We'll get into that in just a second. But severe thunderstorm warnings is all we have right now, but some of these severe thunderstorms are pretty intense as we continue on. Just want to take a look down to the south here as we take a look, see what's going on farther to the south. Not much going on in Tuscaloosa and Birmingham. So again, this kind of stops around Smith Lake, and I don't expect a big surge of this to develop farther to the south because most of that, it's just like last Friday when we didn't have much go on farther south, but that kind of refired later in the day during the afternoon Saturday. So let's get back in here. Okay. Again, I'm monitoring Facebook Live. I did make a separate post on my Facebook page.
Okay.
So put damage reports here. I'm going to check that here in just a little bit. So Skyline, Pleasant Groves, storm relative velocity, shear rate. Yeah, it's picking up there near Pleasant Groves.
A lot of people saying their charter, their spectrum is down in many places. Again, we have multiple platforms. You can watch us on Facebook Live, YouTube, Fire Stick, Roku. The list goes on and on.
Oh, that is right. That circulation northeast of Arab, that was very brief. Again, I've mentioned in the past, it's kind of like you're looking down at a river or a mountain stream, and you get the rocks and you get those little turbulent eddies that go on. That's what we're dealing with when you're talking about these line echo wave patterns. And instead of the river always staying the same, this river of rain and storms is always undergoing changes. Huntsville, all clear. All clear in Huntsville. All clear in Somerville. All clear in Falkville. And they've actually dropped the watch. Have they dropped the watch for Limestone County yet?
Let me check
I
real
bet
quick.
they have. I'm going to check my messages real quick.
I can check real quick.
So severe thunderstorm warnings continue. We have quite a bit of wind with these. With these storms, again, we've had 2 injuries.
No, Limestone County not dropped just yet.
Okay.
But Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin. Yeah, I believe those are our only. I'm seeing a lot of damage reports out of the confirmed tornado in northern Madison County. A lot of structural
Someone says our
damage.
program is frozen. Have you checked the stream lately?
I just looked. There is a lag, but stream is okay.
All right.
If your program does get frozen for any reason, try refreshing the page. I've seen many other viewers say that usually happens, and refreshing the page works at fixing.
Okay, this unconfirmed report, damage confirmed Myers Road, Borderline Road in Vantown, Tennessee, Elora, Tennessee, and northern Madison County. Multiple fire EMS have been called out. Houses have been hit.
Also,
Vehicles relocated and power lines down in Elora.
an unconfirmed report on Mulberry Road as well. A house gone.
Okay, yeah, again, some of these reports are going to come in late. Power outages in Haleyville.
Several trees blocking the roadways.
I did see a report that said 231 was closed because of debris or something.
Yeah, Lincoln Road is blocked by a tree. I'm seeing a picture of it right now.
Falkville had some high winds and hail. Tree down on Highway 67 in Somerville, close to the caution light. Homes, buildings, injuries, corner of Elwood and 231. Lots of power lines down. Elkwood Section Road, no report there. Dime-size hail in Eva as the storm moved through. Okay, 231, 431 has power lines down, so there's probably power lines across as you get north of Hazel Green. Okay, again, that's basically all we have to report is there are injuries from that tornado in northern Madison County. That spun up fairly quick, but we were on it about, I'd say, 5 or 6 minutes ahead. Had to give me a drink of water. Again, it's late or early, however you look at it. Let's go back through these storms. As we get over here into Jackson County, south of High Top, I think you're going to be okay. This is all south of you now. It's Stevenson and Hollywood and Scottsboro we're going to watch closely. The lightning intensity's really dropped here just in the last 10 minutes. So that's usually your indicator on the energy in the atmosphere. And the forecast guidance was really kind of having lower instability on this side as well. But here's a look at Pleasant Groves. You get south of there on the west side of Scottsboro, picking up some higher wind. Getting regular velocity here. This is that high wind now moving into the northwest side of Scottsboro out Willow Street. This is trees down possible with this as this wind energy starts coming in on the west side. So I'm going to put that right there. So wind's increasing to 63 miles per hour. So significant wind here on the west side of Scottsboro. Taking a look at the radar. This is a bowing segment, and I'm really interested to see what's going on here. County Road 19. Well, look what happens here. It's got this little tail here on it. So let's take a look at velocity on that. Again, that's on the south side of Pleasant Groves. There may be some rotation here as well. So this entire storm has quite a few features going on with it in and around. So there may be a tornado developing here southeast of Pleasant Groves. We've got high wind, probably 60 miles an hour on the west side of Scottsboro. So it's this area here moving towards Hollywood, east of Pleasant Groves. So as far as Pleasant Groves goes, I think you're going to be okay here in about 15 minutes as this will pass to your east. Let's take a look at the shear rate with this storm here. Yeah, see how that's picked up right in there? Skyline, a lot of lightning going on. And this is going to be County Road 17 over here where we're picking up some of this circulation here. We're close to the radar too, so it's going to be fairly pretty accurate here. And this is going to be crossing Alabama Highway 79, Alabama Highway 35 and 79, County Road 17. And take another look at storm relative velocity. I mean, as you go forward here, it's very faint, but definitely a lot of wind spreading out all across this area. This is moving towards Tupelo Pike, County Road 21, north of Scottsboro. So let me get in street level here, closer to Scottsboro. And you can see we get East Willow Street. It's on the northern side up here towards Ridgedale Road, County Road 321. And this is mostly high wind here, probably 50 to 60 miles per hour. So that's enough to topple some trees. So I do expect some isolated damage with that storm there. That does have a severe thunderstorm warning on it.
It has a tornado tag.
An impossible tornado tag with it?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's because of stuff like this that's going on with that storm. But overall, let's take a look at the debris signature. We continue on. Yeah, there's no debris showing up here. Storm relative velocity. A lot of that stuff's going away. So all that blue area, it's starting to disappear. So that's good. It means there's nothing really long tracked in here moving towards Hollywood. But again, I'd stay away from your windows, things like that. The most intense lightning is up here, far removed from that part of the thunderstorm. As we get down farther south, you can clearly see the wind shift line. It is all clear in New Hope and Owens Crossroads. Here's that wind shift moving through Arab and also moving through Coleman if I were to draw on that line farther south. I'd say all of Morgan County, you're okay. I'd say all clear in Morgan County for the tornado threat, severe threat, just lightning going on right now. And there's still a possibility we could have some strong gusty winds behind all of this.
And Brad, just an update, I know you were asking about them canceling the tornado watch for Limestone County. They've canceled the tornado watch. If you hear your name in this county, you can go to bed. This includes Franklin County, Alabama, Lawrence County, Limestone, Madison, and Morgan County. Lincoln, Moore, Tennessee, those counties also cleared. The only counties still left in the tornado watch include Coleman, DeKalb, Jackson, Marshall, and Franklin County, Tennessee. And again, we're
Thank you
going
for that update.
Yeah, we're going to continue to watch as this line rolls on through. We're in far northeast Alabama. That's pretty much what we have left of this.
Okay, still no additional reports here coming in. I think a lot of those reports are mainly going to be Madison County and up into southern Lincoln County. And of course, we may have trees down, things like that in the middle of the night. You're not really going to be able to see that as well. Let me check. Again, I'm kind of half on the air, half off, because taking a look at chat over here. Continued severe thunderstorm warning until 4:15 over there in DeKalb and Jackson County and Marshall County. There's probably going to be another severe thunderstorm warning issued down the road, and that'll be the last one. Yeah, they said monitoring broad rotation. That was at 4 o'clock in Jackson County. All right. Let's see, Birmingham. You said, yeah, they had. All right. Severe thunderstorm warning expired now for Franklin County. At least that's this one here, and that's just because the storm's gone. It's moved away. So let's get back here into Jackson County. Continue to track these storms here on a Saturday morning at 4 o'clock. We've got strong to severe storms west of Hollywood, Skyline to Stevenson. That's where the most intense lightning is. And as we get down here farther to the south, we've got Langston. And again, this is moving up Sand Mountain. We'll watch these areas closely for any increase in rotation. What I want to do here to see if we're getting what we call outflow dominated, the gust front is now moving into Guntersville, and we've got the higher reflectivity still back to the west. So I think over time this is looking better, but we're still not out of the woods here. Again, this is down into Marshall County. Arabs, severe thunderstorm warning continues there, but we're mainly dealing with some really high wind coming through, strong gusty winds. And even that wind shift line is now south of Arab. So I think if there would be a spin-up tornado, I don't think Arab is going to have to deal with that. We'll still watch this area down here as we get closer to Douglas, towards Albertville. We'll watch there's just a lot of lightning here going on in and around Guntersville right now, between Guntersville and Grant, really right over the lake, and I can actually see that behind you. What do you got up there?
I have behind me Lake Guntersville.
Okay.
Our producers in the back just pulled that up. You can see all of the lightning with this line of storms coming through. Very, very vivid lightning. And I'm going to go ahead and just scooch over this way so you can get a good look. A big lightning show out there.
Yeah, you can probably get in the camera, zoom out. I've got all the cameras loaded up there. I'll be back.
Okay, and again, we're going to continue to track this line as it moves through. I mean, you can see back there. I mean, it's an absolute fireworks show out there. Now let's go ahead and take Max 2, please, as we continue to track this line of storms to the east. Far northeast Alabama, again, areas mainly along I-65 and west, you're already out of the tornado watch, other than Coleman. Coleman, you're still in the tornado watch. Also Jackson County, DeKalb, Marshall, and Franklin County, Tennessee as well. Not seeing any imminent threat with these storms as far as tornado threat goes. We're really seeing that wind down a bit, but we are seeing still a damaging wind threat, and we're going to keep a close eye on that. Wind gusts could potentially be as high as 60, even 70 miles per hour at times. I think they're going to be more along the 60 to 65 range. But let's go ahead and take you in here. Let's pull off this. We'll take you in here just northeast of Scottsboro near Hollywood. Big burst of wind coming through. And again, this wind, it's gonna be quick, but it's gonna be a hard punch. And I'm seeing a lot of the comments saying crazy winds here, crazy lightning. You're definitely going to see that. But that tornado threat definitely winding down. These storms are moving into an atmosphere that is much more stable, has much more stable air. And again, I'm just going to go ahead and check our chat. That severe thunderstorm warning did expire for Franklin County, Tennessee. They are still in the watch. But tornado threat is looking less and less likely. We told y'all the tornado watch was going to go until 7 o'clock in the morning, but there's a good chance we're not going to see a tornado threat that long. And again, just looking closely at Lake Gunnersville because again, it's just a lightning show. Heads up, Alder Springs. A lot of wind coming your way, likely within the next 5 to 10 minutes if you're not already seeing some, or feeling, or hearing some gusty winds roaring on the leading edge of this line. And again, I'm going to just check Facebook comments for a bit. Just to see if we've received any new damage reports. Okay, not seeing any new damage reports out of the National Weather Service. So we're going to go in here and take a look at this line of storms that's still left across far northeastern Alabama, Jackson County. Scottsboro, you're about to be in the clear here. If Scottsboro, I would already say you're in the clear. Pleasant Groves, you're in the clear. Princeton, in the clear. High Top, in the clear. Stevenson, you're right in the thick of it. A lot of heavy rain, gusty winds. A lot of heavy rain and gusty winds coming your way. And again, there is some, it's weak and it's rather broad. I'm going to go ahead and circle it right here. It looks like it's trying to rotate a bit just near Hollywood. Let me take that off. Martintown, in that area. Not seeing anything imminent. This is not something we're very concerned about, but we're going to keep a close eye. Again, moving towards Highway 72. Again, this is near Martintown, right in this area, right here, right along Highway 72. And we just got another severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this is downstream to cover Marshall and DeKalb counties until 5 o'clock. Okay. And Eric is going to be taking over here pretty soon to give Brad a break. Again, we're going to make sure we're here throughout your entire evening, but again, some rotation going on there, moving northeast towards Highway 72, very close to Martintown. We want to keep a close eye on this. It is not concerning at the moment, but we're getting these little blips of air that wants to spin. Tornado threat is decreasing though as this line races to the east. And again, I'm gonna go ahead and exit this out and give you one more broad view of what's going on. And we're gonna put back on reflectivity. Scottsboro, you're in the clear. Pleasant Groves, you're in the clear. Princeton, High Top, all in the clear. Stevenson, still in the thick of it. Henniger, get ready. Gusty winds, potentially damaging wind gusts coming your way. Rainsville, get ready. Gusty winds. Geraldine, Crossville, Collinsville, Fort Payne. Fort Payne, you're dry as a bone over there. And again, I'm gonna go back and forth between multiple sources here just to make sure we don't have any damage reports coming in. Lots of rain, lightning, and wind in Stevenson. Yep, you're in the thick of it. And again, we have that new thunderstorm warning, severe thunderstorm warning. It does not have a tornado tag possible on it. The tornado threat is winding down. We are watching that one area of rotation that is just now northeast of Hollywood, but it is not even, it doesn't even look like it's rotating anymore. So most of you are just going to be dealing with heavy rain, gusty winds, but some of these gusty winds, they could be damaging. We're talking 60, 65 mile per hour wind threat.
All right, good morning, everyone. First Alert Meteorologist Eric Burke, just giving Chief Meteorologist Brad Travis and Meteorologist Chelsea Aaron a quick break here. They're both still here. I believe you're going to change out your batteries here. Chelsea, we'll just kind of reset the view, let everyone know what's going on. We'll take a look at the radar. Obviously, if you are along and west of I-65, you are in the all clear, as well as Madison County, Morgan County, Coleman County. No warning for you. Still some very heavy rainfall and quite a bit of cloudy ground lightning with this too. So if you're in Coleman County, I would say make sure you're avoiding windows. The most concentrated lightning right now, like Chelsea was just pointing out, we've been showing you that camera out in Gunnersville, and that's been telling quite the story of what we're dealing with at the moment. We've got a lot of lightning here right along 431 South. Thank you for taking that camera. It's in the corner of your screen. We'll see some flashes here in a moment. Watching some areas of rotation too, using our shear tool here. Here's Geraldine. You've got Fife, Rainsville, Sylvania, still in this severe thunderstorm warning right now. There are the flashes that we're talking about and seeing that very vividly here. I mean, a lot of lightning. That's where it is. And that's actually on the back side of the warning. That's also something that we saw last week when Brad and I were tracking those storms last Friday, just a week ago, is that we're actually seeing a lot of lightning development behind that. So if you're still in the Grant area, I would say avoid windows. You could probably come out of your safe spot as far as a wind threat goes. Now I'm going to turn that lightning off really quick here, just so it kind of cleans up our radar view here. We're going to take a closer look at what's going on right now. This is Geraldine. Here's Fife, Rainsville up to Sylvania, and then we still have an active severe thunderstorm warning up here into Jackson County, out towards Stevenson as well. Going over to our storm relative velocity here, just near Stevenson right now, some very strong winds. Probably we could use the pixel tool here and just kind of see what wind we're working with. And of course, the high top radar is just off to the west of where this cell is actually hitting. So if we use the tool here, we're hitting some non-severe winds, of course. Depends on what part of the storm we're actually looking at. If you're in Eider, again, still in that severe thunderstorm warning. Going off to the south here, because this is where we could see some of those areas just based on the shear rate tool. Geraldine, Fife, right here along. We'll get in a little bit closer here and see exactly what we're looking at. We'll be watching this kind of leading edge here. We start to get those turbulent eddies. Think of a river going through, and then you kind of get those little whirlpools on the side. That's kind of the interaction we're going to start to see here. And as you know, if you've lived here long enough, especially in northeast Alabama, when you start interacting with Sand Mountain and the Cumberland Plateau, we've got I-59 here. Here's Fort Payne right now. Fort Payne, this is all coming your way. Rainsville, Sylvania up to Dutton, the Langston area. Give it about a couple minutes minutes, and this will all be off to your west, and you should be okay. We're going to go out here, Arab, give it 2 minutes, and you'll be just fine. If you're in the Albertville area, Gunnersville, we were just showing you the camera with all the lightning here. Also looking at that strong wind. So we'll start to put some storm tracks on this just to show you exactly what's going on and who needs a little bit of a heads up. And we'll put this across this whole line. I know the polygon looks a little funny, and that's just because of how the counties line up here. But we'll go about 58 miles per hour here. Move your storm track over so you can see exactly who I'm talking about. But the Albertville area, 427. It is 421 on your Saturday morning. Yes, these storms arrived a little later than we initially thought, but things really started to ramp up there during the 2-3 a.m. hour, and we're not quite in the clear just yet. Albertville, 427. The Fife community, 428. So you guys have a few minutes. I would say this is at the very least a hallway interior type room storm, not necessarily finding your safe spot and sheltering. There's a lot of lightning out there and some very strong winds too. Haven't had too many hail reports coming in this evening. In fact, I don't think we've seen any official hail reports other than a few of you on the Facebook live stream. Of course, those are incredibly helpful to do so, and of course get your storm report safely. Geraldine 431, Pine Ridge 435, Crossville 439, 452 in the Menlo area, Somerville right at 5 o'clock even. That would technically be when our morning newscast starts, is 5 a.m. and eventually out towards Cedar Bluff there at 5:06. So we've got a line of frequent cloud ground lightning. We've got some wind gusts potentially up to 60 miles per hour. Not forgetting about you here in parts of far northeast to Jackson County. In fact, we'll look at some of the velocity data and this area right here. I guess I could circle it with the pencil for you, though it's showing up. Not the zoom. We want the pencil tool. Sometimes it's one of the hardest ones to grab there. Get rid of that. There we go. It's this area between Bridgeport and Stevenson, right along and now east of Highway 72. So if you're in Shiloh right now, that is headed directly for you. And again, we could use our helpful dropper tool here. Just see what kind of winds we're possibly working with. Obviously, severe wind there, 65 miles per hour. So that is moving into the Shiloh area, moving out of the Stevenson area, watching for the rotation as well. But the tool, when you start to interact with some of the topography of Sand Mountain, it doesn't show up as helpfully. And when we start to see that maroon color, though, that stronger rotation, that's when we start to get concerned. And I'm not seeing anything on the velocity data right now. Henniger, you're not in any of the polygons right now. You're actually just south of one. However, you could still see some very gusty winds, some heavy rainfall too. And that's one of the things that a lot of people have been saying on the Facebook Live feed, is that they weren't even in warnings, but they're saying, oh, it's brutal right now where we're at. Heavy rainfall and non-severe winds. They could still be noisy, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have a threat of severe weather. So we'll zoom in right now. If you're in Fife and Rainsville, again, avoid your windows here. We'll turn the lightning back on to just show you how concentrated that is, right near the Langston area on the left-hand side of your screen here. I know we have tornado watches. They're starting to drop them. The last one I officially saw dropped was actually hours ago out there in parts of Lauderdale and Colbert County. So they'll continue to go through. A lot of you are in the all clear. If you're in Woodville, you're good. Grant, just some steady showers, but still quite a bit of lightning in your vicinity. Also out to Scottsboro. Scottsboro, your severe weather threat over, but still have some lightning around you. And if you're in Gunnersville, I know we have a lot of campers down there at the lake. You guys should still be staying away from windows or finding a safer location, just because of the threat for the lightning now and potentially some of those strong winds. Again, heading out to Coleman County here, you've got Holly Pond, you've got Hansville, Dodge City, out to Good Hope. No warning for you. A lot of lightning at the moment. And now we start to track into parts of northeast Alabama. We'll put one long storm track on this for you, and we'll kind of let you know when we'll actually start to see that official all clear and the severe weather threat for the evening will be over. We'll go right around, let's say 60 miles per hour. That might be a little bit faster than what this is actually moving, but you get out to the Lyrie area here. I might be mispronouncing that. I apologize if you are on the stream, but also out to the Trenton area there. That's 435, and of course we start to cross over time zones as well. So by about For the northern part of this line, I would say 10 to 15 more minutes for you in parts of northeast to Jackson County, out toward Ider, Henniger there. And then kind of obviously we have more of the northeast southwest component of that line tracking off down toward parts of southern Morgan County into Coleman County. It has certainly been an active evening, not just across the Tennessee Valley, but as far north as parts of Illinois. Iowa had tornado warnings, scary images coming out of parts of Arkansas too. And this is all that same system. We were telling you all week long that this would be high impact, not just as far as the severe weather threat, but the sheer surface area and square mileage and how many millions of people would be affected by this. So Albertville, heads up right now. This is coming in your way right now. If you're down there in Boaz, you're a little bit later arrival time than the Albertville area, right down 431. You've got Mountain Borough here, Reese City, out toward the Sneed community. The worst of it here off to your north. There's Arab again, Baileyton and Coleman County. And pulling this back. Jeff, kind of hard to see chat over here. If you see anything, feel free to chime in whenever and let me know what we're looking at as far as the cameras as well. I'm guessing the camera in Gunnersville right now, that lightning threat starting to wind down, but you could actually see it very clearly. We were watching it kind of behind the scenes. We had the very low clouds, kind of that scud. It looks scary sometimes with some of just the amount of turbulence and wind movement you have in those storms. So seeing a little bit of a lightning uptick now. Again, Fife, Rainsville, Sylvania. I've talked about you guys a few times now. We'll kind of zoom in on the Langston area. We'll look at the shear tool and also the velocity to see what's going on here. Nothing jumping out at me as far as an immediate threat of possibly seeing a spin up here, but when we start to see that concentrated and more frequent lightning, we tend to see that as an indication that something could be either trying to wrap up or intensify here. So watching that closely. You've got the Dutton area. These are all the communities that we were tracking a week ago out in Friday. I know Hartselle had another rough go of storms already. And of course, you had that EF2 tornado confirmed last Friday. A lot of you in Hartselle have probably gone to bed as your severe weather threat has ended. Also watching, I guess we're a little far from the high top radar, but given the concentration of lightning, there's 231. You've got Sneed and Holly Pond. That would be an area we'd certainly be watching potentially in this area here.
Yeah, Eric, the severe thunderstorm warning for it looks like for DeKalb County is going to stay, but the Jackson County, Alabama severe thunderstorm warning will likely expire at 4:30. So seeing the northern side of that line that you were talking about maybe starting to weaken just a little bit, but that area of concern where you're talking north and east of Albertville towards Langston and just south of Dutton, still an area of concern as we go into the next, 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for that, Jeff. Appreciate the update there. Again, if you're continuing to watch the stream here, and we've got Mountain Borough, of course, we've been on for hours now. Brad and Chelsea have you guys covered very thoroughly here. You've got Boaz up here, Sardis City, out to the Whitesboro area. I know that's kind of on the fringe of where our viewing area officially starts and stops there. But we'll be watching that area right there just east of Holly Pond down to 231. But we'll go back to our active warnings at the moment. A lot of lightning with this. The orientation of this line kind of now more northeast off to southwest. But Albertville, heads up, Crossville coming your way too. And then Fife and Rainsville, you guys are probably seeing torrential rainfall out to the Shiloh area. And then you've got Pine Ridge here. Here's Highway 35 right now. And then Fort Payne. This is kind of your 5-minute warning of what's coming your way. Put a closer storm track on that for you just to give you guys kind of some better timeline as far as when you might want to start thinking about finding that safer spot. I probably I'm zoomed in just a little too close there, so we'll pull it back. This is, right now, I'm telling you, this is the most concerning part of this line in general, is right here over you in Rainsville. I'll pull it back a little bit. We'll scoot over just a hair farther to the east, just so I can get a better storm track on this. Again, we'll continue this all the way down there, and we'll go about 53 miles per hour. Pine Ridge now 435, the Crossville community 435, Fort Payne 438. So you've got 8 minutes. I said 5-minute warning. You actually have roughly 8 minutes, but this is coming. A lot of lightning, a lot of wind with this, maybe some pea to dime size hail possible too. Notice now, we'll go really quick just up into parts of northern Jackson. Got the wrong one going here. into parts of northeast and Jackson County. Scottsboro, you guys are all good. Maybe some distant thunder and lightning. Henniger, some heavy rainfall. No severe wind for you. Stevenson, High Top, Newmarket, you guys are all good. And notice that warning, like Jeff was just pointing out, is now pushed off into parts of extreme northwest Georgia. That includes you in Trenton, south of the Chattanooga metro area. You've got Dalton, Georgia there, but Rainsville, and then all the way down to Albertville. So still dealing with you in Marshall County, as well as parts of DeKalb County here. This severe weather threat likely wrapping up within probably 30 minutes or so, right when we hit our 5 o'clock newscast. I know we have numerous reports. We've got multiple reporters here in the 48 newsroom. They've been out all evening long. They started out in the Shoals. They are making their way, I believe, out to northern Madison County, right along the state line where we had that confirmed tornado, had that debris signature on it, and Brad did the track on that. That was on the ground for about 20 miles with that debris signature too. So a confirmed tornado there. I know I believe it's the Bears Lake area. I might be wrong there. Bankhead National Forest had a confirmed tornado there. A lot of people reporting damage there too. So Coleman County, a couple minutes. If you're in downtown Coleman, the worst of that is to the east of you. Morgan County, Limestone County, Madison County, and everyone to the west. You guys are now all clear too. So we're solely focusing on parts of Marshall and DeKalb County, even Jackson County. I can give you guys the all clear as well. Here's Fort Payne right now, down to Albertville. I'm curious, when does this warning actually go through, Jeff?
Looks like it goes till 5 a.m.
Okay, so right up to the start of our news there, you actually have that tornado watch graphic behind you too. So
Yeah.
the areas that are still in red.
Starting to see it trimmed off back here, north and west, nothing there now. We've seen the lines move east. So if you're west of this tornado watch, you are clear. But, you know, as we go through the morning hours, something to keep in mind, we've had numerous reports of a tornado on the ground near Hazel Green, right? We had wind gusts up to 65 miles an hour at the Huntsville airport. We know that Bear Creek had likely a tornado on the ground. As we start to move through the morning hours, the timing of these storms happening overnight, I think we're going to start to see the magnitude of what's happened with the storms during the overnight here into the morning hours. And the number of damage reports will start coming in. And I think they'll come in swiftly and quickly now that the storms are moving east and people can kind of go outside and assess what's happened in their own backyard. And Eric, I think as we go into the morning hours, some of those damage reports could get quite high as we start to see that line move through the valley, starting what about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, and I think we're going to start to see more power outage reports coming in too. It's not something, we'll go back to the radar really quick. Thank you very much. Doing a fantastic job this morning in back. But not nearly as many people reported without power compared to what we had last Friday. I know the Hartselle area, people out in Lauderdale County too. Want to watch some areas we're watching. Maybe north of Sneed, that was the area I just pointed out a few minutes ago. Yeah, we're starting to see this area here. So that is starting to show up a bit more concerning when you've got the pink versus the green. That's fairly broad at the moment. We'll put on the lightning just to see what we're dealing with. And when it's concentrated like that, okay, this is starting to get a bit more, from a radar perspective, worrisome. No, the National Weather Service saying they're watching it. County Road 415 and County Road 23, multiple trees down. That's coming from Jackson EMA, I believe out in the Macedonia community. So we're going to pull this back just a little bit. Just in case this starts to spin up here, I do want to put a little storm track on that. We'll use the cone here. We'll say it's moving 43 miles per hour, Mountain Borough 457, Crossville 510, 527, and it's probably actually moving a little bit faster. So maybe 453 for you in Mountain Borough, Crossville there at 510, 527 for the Leesburg area. But given the amount of lightning there, this is again just outside of this severe thunderstorm warning. We'll look at it on the radar and see if there's any, I mean, the reflectivity, it's pretty consistent. That's where that area of rotation is too. You've got Atala there, Mountain Borough, there's 431 south. This is Sneed. Again, Coleman County, you guys are good. Bluntsville right now, seeing some of the heaviest rainfall, I would say, but not necessarily a threat for severe weather. Continue to Sardis City and again, Boaz. So if you're in Boaz, I would say Sardis City, Boaz right now, just given how that looked on the rotation being fairly broad and the lightning, this could spin up a quick tornado in any moment. So I would say if you are in Boaz right now, in Sardis City and the Whitesville area, I would go ahead and seek shelter just in case we see that spin up very quickly here. At any minute, we could get one of those quick 1 minute, 2 minute tornadoes on the ground very quickly. That area of rotation should stay south of you in Albertville, but still looking at the potential of seeing some severe wind at the moment. Go back to the velocity, and it's still right there north of you in Sneed. Here's Arab here. Arab, you guys are just about okay. Give it a couple minutes, and then eventually we go out to the Crossville community. The shear rate, it's picking it up, but if we start to see that brown maroon color, then we'll really have to start amping up our I'm just trying to give you guys in this area specifically kind of an early heads up, and actually that scan a little less worrisome, and that is good news too. We like to see the rotation that was broad get even broader and weaker. Fort Payne right now still in the severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go in, and I'm actually going to take a look at the hail potential here. Something we haven't talked a whole lot about this evening. And I mean, I'm thinking maybe out toward the Rainsville area, maybe just some pea to dime size hail. This should stay below severe hail criteria, that being 1 inch or quarter size or larger. Just go back to the radar here. Just out of curiosity, wanted to show you that. And then we'll go back to the lightning too. Quite a bit of lightning over you in Rainsville out to Fife, Sylvania, Valley Head, and then Henniger here. This is, that's about 10 minutes worth of eastward movement, and you guys will be okay to go to bed. Of course, appreciate everyone that has stayed with us. Quickly, we'll go over this. Tornado watches for some of you from Coleman out to Marshall, Jackson, DeKalb County. Goes through 7 a.m. You'll be dropped of that much faster than 7 a.m. I think they just kind of put it out not knowing the exact speed of the line. You go farther south here, big concentration of lightning if you're down there in the Bremen area, in far south, southwest Coleman County, Bremen, a lot of lightning, and then moving into Blount and eventually Etowah County too. Albertville right now, there's probably some very strong wind. Gunnersville, about 2-3 minutes. I think you guys will be okay. I know a lot of campers out there, and that's not one of the safe places to be, is in a camper or certainly not a tent with this magnitude and intensity of storms coming.
And Eric, we got some good news too to report, is that in Coleman and Jackson counties, the tornado watch is going to be canceled as well. So originally it was supposed to go till 7 a.m. and obviously seeing that trim back from west to east this early is good news. The storm's moving across the state line to Georgia shortly and seeing the tail end of the severe weather come to an end. But we are getting reports now of power outages in the Long Hollow Road area. This is Highway 35, Highway 79, and County Road 23 in Jackson County. So some numerous power outages. We had a tornado in Hazel Green reported on the ground for, what did you say, 17 miles? Eric, I think it was 20 miles. It was
roughly 17 to 20, but
yeah.
That debris, Jeff, was being lofted 17,000 feet in the air. And then another thing we were talking about, we had that debris signature, the ball, not the ball necessarily, but the debris signature showing up on that correlation coefficient or the debris detector. And then the wind was also pushing a lot of that debris north of where the actual tornado was. So you could have been a mile north and you have debris coming down on you, even though the tornado was well to your south. That's just something we saw, again, kind of behind the scenes watching this unfold this morning. Fife, Rainsville, still quite a bit of frequent lightning there. Out toward the Valley Head area, again, that's Interstate 59. Henniger, couple distant lightning strikes, but the rain will start to die down here. In general, it's going to be a nice day today. Temperatures will warm up into the 70s. However, it will be very windy all the way through probably lunchtime, even early afternoon. We'll be dealing with some non-storm related wind gusts, potentially hitting 40 miles per hour. I know a lot of people. Okay, we've got our Romario, WAFF 48's Romario Gardner. We're gonna check in with him right now. Okay, we'll get to him here in a few minutes. Here is Albertville. Again, a lot of lightning with this. Go to the shear tool. Yeah, I mean, that's very concentrated lightning, and this is what we are watching. Go back to the velocity here. Still broad rotation. See if storm relative velocity. Okay, now still watching this area here. Again, here's Mountain Borough. This is now in the severe thunderstorm warning polygon. This should stay south of you in Albertville. You've got Reese City there. So we're watching this area. This could potentially, just given the amount of lightning northeast of the Sneed area, and then just taking a kind of a closer look at it here. That's Alabama Highway 75. Here's Whitesville. You go just a little bit farther off to the east. You have Sardis City, and then you have Boaz. So if you're in Whitesville right now, I would say just to play it on the very safe side, might as well go ahead and seek shelter. I gave you that same warning there in Boaz and also out to Sardis City. Just that broad rotation, but when you put the lightning on it, that's a little more indicative of this is either intensifying, it's cycling. I'm trying to think, Jeff, if this is one of the leftover area of rotation, that possible same mesocyclone from earlier, because we tend to see sometimes these storms start to cycle a bit.
Well, it has a history too, and that's the same cell that went through ARAB just moments ago, and there is damage reports coming in, or at least trees down, tree down on Fry Gap Road and in Marshall County, which would be the ARAB area. So it had a history, and they take it all the way back when it was in Hartselle too. You know, really fired up, had tremendous amounts of wind likely with it. Still haven't gotten confirmation of any kind of trees down or damage reports, but certainly impressive on the radar when Brad was tracking it through the Hartselle area, an area that was hit so hard last Friday, a week ago to the day.
Yeah, in Coleman County right now, you guys should be all right. I just pointed out Bremen, some lightning near you guys, maybe some lingering light to moderate rain, and then you just saw that big flash of lightning behind meteorologist Jeff DeNoyer there in the 48 Weather Center. So Gunnersville, even though your rain is coming to an end, depending on which way that camera is pointing, I'm not exactly sure. I think it should be west-southwest. You're still seeing all these lightning flashes in the area. If it's looking west-southwest, you're looking right at that storm that is south of you in Arab. Again, there is 231 out towards Sneed. Still watching that one area here. Not showing any, each scan will tell a different story, but it's not doing what we don't want it to do, and that's tighten up here and drop a quick tornado. Still can't be ruled out. You are in that warning. I believe this severe thunderstorm warning does have the tornado possible tag on it. Potentially, been a minute since I've checked the Weather Service chat, but still Fort Payne right now, probably some non-severe winds. I know you are in the potential area, severe thunderstorm warning. It has been extended now into parts of Georgia too. A lot of lightning with this. Henniger, you're all right. Stevenson, all right. Scottsboro, you guys are okay. Still just watching DeKalb and a good portion here of Marshall County out toward Albertville. A lot of lightning, a lot of wind with this, maybe some smaller hail too.
Yeah, Eric, I just want to touch upon too. I know the concern is for the people in Albertville right now with that storm, but getting some reports. We talked about that tornado that touched down in the Hazel Green area. It was right near areas like just west of 231, on the ground for a long time. Getting reports of structures that are damaged, some heavy damage along Borderline Road, which is right along the Alabama-Tennessee state line. Lincoln Road and Mulberry Road in North Madison County. Hemsey is actually transporting injuries, and the debris is blocking 231 at Lincoln Road. This was from a tornado earlier that touched down Hazel Green. So we're still tracking severe thunderstorms. Eric is still watching what's happening in the Albertville area, but now starting to see and assess some of the damage reports coming in from the earlier storms that raced across the valley. And not good news there. And I'm sure that more and more reports associated with that tornado that touched down in the Hazel Green area, crossed over the Tennessee state line, will continue to come in.
Yeah, and just put the storm track on this really quick. I know a lot of you on the streams always, you want the storm tracks, you want that update. When is it going to start to affect me? This is the best tool we have to show that. Crossville, 5 o'clock even. You go out toward the center community, 524, and Lyerly at 531. Again, so this is parts of central and southern Marshall County, moving into parts of west and southwest DeKalb County right now. There's kind of this messy part of the storm right here. I bet you that's just a lot of very heavy rainfall, maybe enough to wake some of you up and say, hey, what's going on? If you don't have a weather radio or the 48 weather app program, Fort Payne, your threat is winding down here by the second. Out to the Menlo area, you've got some strong winds coming your way. I know there's a little gap here. That's actually up to Birmingham to fill in that gap. But I'd say some probably close to 50 to 60 mile per hour wind potential coming into Menlo. You've got Lyerly, that's that showed up a few times on the storm track and also out to Valley Head. But Fort Payne, the worst of it now, tracking off to the east. Still some probably very breezy winds and some very heavy rain. If you're in Shiloh and if you're in Rainsville, you guys should be all right. Also out to the Langston area, and you've got Aspel there. Still seeing the flashes. Very, very frequent here from our Gunnersville camera. Looking west-southwest here, so in between Arab and Albertville basically is where the camera is pointed. And we've got all this lightning. We could actually, I think we have it here, we could go to it. Athens, Decatur, no, we don't have Gunnersville actually in the drop-down list, but we do have our radar tools, and we'll continue to just keep an eye on all this here. Go back to velocity. Still just that one area, Jeff, and it doesn't even, yeah, it's kind of started to fizzle quite a bit as far as that one area of rotation we were watching.
So a lot of vivid lightning, though, you know, and still a light show, and you can still see it. Like, look how far south and east the main line is south of Gunnersville, but yet on the camera behind me, still getting some bright lightning flashes that continue. The camera kind of looking more southwest, but now as that storm continues to move away, we're starting to get out of it. But there it is again. I mean, I just said it. Boom, there you go, and you get a little bit of lightning. So you don't have to be like right underneath the storm to see the lightning in the distance, and we're still seeing that in Gunnersville, even though that storm is pulling away.
And that's something we really focus on during the summertime months when we're outside and we get those pulse type storms. But we always say, you know, lightning can be fatal too. Obviously you get struck by lightning, not a good situation. But we always say outside of that parent thunderstorm, lightning can strike in 10 miles in any direction. And again, that comes into us staying away, saying, hey, stay away from your windows. You don't want to deal with this. So if you're in Albertville, you're probably seeing the worst of it right now. I don't know if you have the Facebook stream up. Jeff, I'm guessing a few people in Albertville might actually be chiming in. You've got Mountain Borough there, and we'll just continue to kind of take a closer look at this because this is the worst part. Sardis City, again, Boaz out to Whitesville. This is the highest concentration of any probably severe wind coming through this. Our velocity tool won't do a whole lot because we are a little farther away from the radar out in high top, and we're also interacting with that low level jet. Now that low level jet not nearly as strong as what we had with the setup last week. It's still probably 60-70 miles per hour, some probably 4,000 to 6,000 feet above the ground. But I'm going to hit some of these areas here just to kind of get a general idea. I'm not seeing anything over than 40, but this could be kind of a contaminated look coming in. The shear rate tool is still showing that area, but when you go to the actual velocity, I mean, it's very broad at this moment, not nearly as concerning as what we were watching a moment ago. Something new coming up in, so Marshall into Cab. Yeah, Marshall into Cab, you will be out of your severe thunderstorm warning here in a few minutes. Still closely watching the broad rotation crossing through southern Marshall. The lightning's decreased. That's exactly what I've been talking about. So it's always nice when you get that confirmation from the Weather Service, but it's that one area right there. But even just based on the lightning concentration, it's not nearly as frequent as what it was. We've got a lot less strikes right now. There is an area of rotation right there, but it's broad. But this would be near you in Boaz. Again, Boaz, I said a couple minutes ago, you might want to seek shelter just in case this thing, I'm going to use a vague term here, decides to start acting up. But with the lightning to the north of it and less lightning than what we were initially seeing, that's kind of a good trend. And then it looks like they'll let this warning expire here at some point too. But yeah, right near Boaz, here's Albertville, a lot of lightning there, seeing it on our camera as well.
Eric, how much longer do you think in Albertville? Maybe 10 more minutes? A couple of people asking on the Facebook post, and you actually mentioned that, you know, number one question I'm getting, Stephanie, when will it be clear in Albertville?
Well, Albertville, at the very least, torrential rainfall, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. But my concern is more so the lightning than a wind threat right now. And I know you don't necessarily have to be in your safe spot for a lightning concern, but definitely stay away from the windows. I would say this lightning is going to linger for a bit, but maybe 15 minutes or so, and I think we'll start to see some improvement here. We'll go back to that one area of rotation. And look at the lightning now. I know this is, again, out of our viewing area, but look at just in between Warrior and Bluntsville. And then you got Aniana there. Look at all that lightning too.
And Eric, I'm going to jump in for just a moment. I do believe Romario is live right now, and I do believe, I'm assuming in Hazel Green, and we've already had reports of damage coming in from there. And a live look up in Hazel Green would be something that we'd want to see, because that's one area that we had that was hit hard earlier. Romario.
Jeff, Eric, there has been extensive damage here in Hazel Green. Right now, I'm on Lincoln Road off 231 and 431. I'm going to get behind the camera for you guys right now, and I'm going to give you guys a little look at the damage that I'm seeing right now. One man that I spoke with told me that his building right over here, you see this right here, it's been completely damaged, just completely wrecked. And I've also been speaking with people who said there were also trailers over here. I'm going to get us in focus for you guys right here. Look at this damage. Right over here, everything. They told me that trailers were flipped over. Someone even told me that a tree fell inside of a bathroom, destroying it. And someone told me that their Uncle Tommy's trailer is completely gone, destroyed by that tornado. Now I want to take this a little bit over here. You can also see that right now crews are working on down power lines. Take a look at that. And right now you can see the lights right there. Crews are working to fix that up. And also Madison County Sheriff deputies are also here working. And I'm going to flip it around a little bit over here. You can see Hazel Green Fire is here right now and there's also a backup on 231 right now. I'm going to step back in front of the camera for you guys right now. So yeah, there's been extensive damage right here in Hazel Green. Sorry for the delay. There's been extensive damage here in Hazel Green, and everyone's been talking to me, and I've been speaking with them, saying that they're trying to go to different department stores, trying to get some equipment, trying to get supplies, because they don't know what they're going to do. But I'm just letting you guys know that this place has been hit hard. Now I'm going to send it back to you guys.
All right, Romario, thank you again. He's up there near Hazel Green, northern Madison County, right along the state line too. That's going to be an evolving situation here. Obviously, a lot of first responders. You saw Huntsville Utilities crews, linemen and women out in the area. People still likely without power, but just based on that video right there, I know it's still dark. That's not good. I know we've had injuries reported. That number likely to go up. Hemsey reporting those injuries as well too. So that was that cell that Chief Meteorologist Brad Travis and Meteorologist Chelsea Aaron were tracking that had the confirmed debris on it up there in northern Madison County, parts of Lincoln County there. That debris showing up on the correlation coefficient, or the debris detection, lofted 17,000 feet in the air. So those are images we don't want to see this morning. It's been a busy night for a lot of us, and we're not out of it just quite yet. It does appear that things are starting to wind down a little bit. I think our severe weather threat will be wrapping up probably around 5:15 a.m., at least for our viewing area here, WAFF 48, based out of Huntsville, if you're watching us maybe on YouTube or just happen to find our Facebook live stream. And then we don't have any warnings off to our south, actually. The Birmingham metro area, that should even miss them to the north too. You got to the Anniston area. So we have one active severe thunderstorm warning. I think that is set to expire right at 5 a.m. Haven't talked with Sean Dowling or Jasmine Cornell about if we're going to continue the severe weather coverage or if we're going to start our newscast or not. We'll get to you in a little bit. Good news, though, coming out of parts of Marshall County here is we're seeing a ton less lightning than we initially were. So Gunnersville, you're okay. Arab, you're okay as well. New Hope, too. If you're still in Boaz, I'd say based on the broadening rotation, we'll check it out one more time here. On the velocity, still broad, but it is moving right over kind of your area there in Boaz, or moving just east of you actually. Here's Sardis City, and then you've got Oak Drive here. Here's County Road 26. That moves through parts of southern Marshall County. So pulling back the view, still have lightning, not nearly as much as what we had 15 to 20 minutes ago, and that's a trend I am all right with as far as seeing things. We might be running into potentially some rain-cooled air out in front of this too. I don't think this has enough energy left to cycle up and start intensifying one more time. I really think this general trend here is going to be a weakening and fizzling one, and that I am happy to report. But we'll put another storm track on this, say it's moving off to the east, 57 miles per hour. Now we start to get into Georgia, and all the way out to Rome, Georgia there, close to 6 o'clock. But Crossville, 502, Menlo, 502, Somerville, 510, Center Community, 526, out to Plainville, 534, and Adairsville, Georgia, 547. A lot less lightning, a lot of heavy rain, maybe some non-severe wind associated with this. Just avoid your windows. I would say if you're in Boaz, I told you to seek shelter. You should be all right to come out. Just watch out for the lightning. Again, just stay away from those windows too. But just based on what Romario showed us with that video, he's out there in parts of northern Madison County. Confirmed tornado hitting there earlier this morning. We had the debris confirmed. Brad did the storm track, not necessarily the storm track, but he used the ruler tool that was potentially on the ground for 20 plus miles too. That's a long track tornado. That's not a spin up, and the damage in the video unfortunately reflecting that same situation too. Crossville, Geraldine, Fife, a couple minutes now, please. I ask for your patience. Same with you in Rainsville. If you've stayed up with us almost until 5 a.m. on your Saturday morning, at the end of the day, what's a few more minutes too? And then just watching the heavy rain and the wind threat. We'll probably start seeing the counties being dropped from that tornado watch 2. Tornado watch set to go through 7. But again, the weather service right now is very busy filtering through all of those storm reports coming in, and then they will eventually start to clear you out. I really think our tornado threat for the time is just about non-existent, but a threat for some straight line wind still possible too. And that doesn't mean that straight line wind, given the amount of rainfall we've seen with this, can't bring down some power lines. And that's another thing. If you are in parts of northern Madison County, southern Lincoln County, maybe even Franklin County in Tennessee that dealt with that tornado, people are driving around. I know I did see one report that a road was actually closed because of trees across the roadway, but you also have to think about those power lines. Always treat those power lines as live. Just turn around, find a different way. Even if it's a significant detour, it's not worth being out on the road when you have potential power lines down. And judging by that damage, I think a lot of them may be without power. Maybe they're still watching us with the stream. Obviously, you guys are all clear, not even raining at the time, and that's good for first responders. The lightning a safe distance away so they could start to go to work. Huntsville Utilities, both HEMSI and Fire Department, police out on the scene there. Multiple injuries as far as I know with that, and that number likely to continue to go up here as we go into the morning hours.
Yeah, I think, Eric, as we start to get into the morning hours, once we start, you saw the damage, Romario of the Hazel Green, and it was dark and it was tough to see. And you could see so many first responders there. But as we progress through the morning hours and it gets brighter and brighter with each passing hour, you're going to start to see more and more of the way of damage. And I think those reports are going to multiply quickly as we go through the morning hours, as are the power outage numbers. Many of you telling me that you're in Hollywood or you're in Section, areas in Jackson and DeKalb County with this latest line as it moves east. You are without power, or you had it flicker and it went out for a while, and we'll continue to see power outage numbers continue as we go into the morning hours and hopefully get those power outages restored as quickly as possible. But of course, with the strong winds, Eric, behind this line, that could make it challenging to get those lines back up and running, right? We got winds that are going to be gusting to like 30 miles an hour through noon.
Yeah, and I know we've reported on this with that significant straight line wind event we had a couple weeks back, where we had that one big line of wind gusts 70, 80 miles per hour, significant widespread power outages with that. I know part of the concern was that the utility, the linemen and women going up in the buckets won't be able to do so. I don't know what their safety threshold is for amount of wind that they could actually be up in those buckets working on those power lines, but I know a lot of you had extended time without power as a result of that, and I'm pretty sure one of those buckets actually tipped over, I think, at one point. I could be wrong there. I think I might be getting my stories confused here, but looking at storm relative velocity, that broad rotation is now non-existent. That's good. Seeing a lot less lightning too. Albertville, you guys should be all right. Maybe just some heavy lingering rain, and even that will start to come to an end, although you do have a little bit off to your west just behind it too. The Gunnersville camera still providing us with a light show. A lot of lightning here, still well off to the southwest. So that camera is actually pointed southwest, so it might be picking up on this distant lightning. It's very hard to tell because it is dark how far away those lightning strikes are. But if you're down into parts of Blount County there toward Aniana, And then you've got Gadsden here. Again, no warning for them. And again, we have no active warnings at the moment. The last warning allowed to expire, it is 5 a.m. on your Saturday morning. I think we're going to, if Sean and Jasmine are ready, we'll start to roll over into our morning newscast. Again, severe weather threat has ended. We'll continue to watch the radar here very closely for parts of maybe extreme southeast Marshall County and you in DeKalb County. We are not giving up on you. Would you like Jeff or myself? Crossville and Geraldine there. Then you've got Fife, Rainsville, Sylvania, Henniger. You guys were the first ones I started to talk about. Still a lot of cloud ground lightning. We'll give 1 second here, just trying to get everything set up, ready to go. So now, severe weather threat ending. All the warnings, including a tornado warning north and northeast of the Chattanooga metro area. You've got Dalton, Georgia, in between 2 severe thunderstorm warning polygons. Right now, a lot of lightning toward the Gadsden area, but our severe weather threat wrapping up. If you are still in Crossville, Geraldine, frequent cloud ground lightning, torrential rainfall moving through, and maybe some non-severe wind gusts of 30 to 40 miles per hour. DeKalb County, Fort Payne, you guys should be just fine. So that should about wrap up our severe weather threat. We'll keep the stream going as far as the radar goes for just a little bit, but we'll send it over to the news desk for Chief Meteorologist Brad Travis leading our coverage this evening, for Meteorologist Chelsea Aaron, Meteorologist Jeff Denoyer, and myself, Eric Burke. We appreciate you joining in, and we hope you stick around for the morning news updates to come.
You're watching WAFF 48 News Weekend Mornings with Jasmine Cornell, Sean.
Thank you for joining us on this Saturday morning. We're starting to receive some numerous damage reports from severe weather.
Yes, absolutely. You guys have been tracking it all night and into the morning. Jeff, what do you got? What's
You
the
know,
latest?
I think when you see this line start to come together, and you knew that we were going to have that potential for severe weather, it wasn't just going to be tornadoes. Right. It was going to be some damaging winds, and unfortunately, this has played out to the highest level where we've had numerous reports of damage across the area. You take a look at the radar right now, we still are tracking some showers and thunderstorms, mainly for areas south and east of the Tennessee River. There are no current warnings anymore at this time for our area. They have moved now into Georgia, but this line is still producing a tremendous amount of lightning strikes, and in south and east of the Albertville area, also into Fort Payne, just south of Sylvania. The line continues to move from west to east and producing some very heavy rainfall across the area right now for areas right along I-59. Still some showers back into the Albertville, Gunnersville area, but this is not severe weather, and the tornado watch continues to be trimmed back. We are no longer in a watch. We are no longer in a warning, and all we're going to be tracking from here on out is this rainfall moving on out. We're going to eventually clear the skies out. We're going to have a very windy morning. And as all these crews go out and assess some of the damage with the power outages, going to be very tricky to have to work with those strong gusty winds, even though the weather's quieting down, to get those power outages back up and running. We're going to talk more about this last line moving on out, what you can expect not only for the weather today, but what you can expect on Sunday, especially for those of you that had damage and are going to have to clean up behind this system. We'll talk much more about that coming up in just a few moments.